Chapter 119. All the novels that you can't find online are available here. Bad brother-in-law's grades were so bad. It was not easy for him to get first place. Little Jinkong decided to praise his bad brother-in-law when he got back. However, when he got home, he realized that there was no need for him to praise his good brother-in-law. There were many people in the house. They were all here to congratulate his bad brother-in-law. See, he was right. His bad brother-in-law's grades were indeed bad. Therefore, everyone was surprised when he got first place. Little Jinkong, who knew nothing about the value of the top scorer, decided to take back his praise. After everyone in the house left, Little Jinkong found Xiao Lulang, who was packing up in the west room. Xiao Lulang looked at the little guy with his hands behind his back. Acting like a little adult, he asked, "Do you have something to say to me?" "Yes." Little Jinkong nodded seriously. He looked like a teacher with his hands behind his back. Even his tone was very similar. "You've heard praises all day, so I won't say more. Don't be arrogant just because you've heard too many praises. You have to be humble and study harder. Otherwise, you'll be laughed at if you don't get first place next time." Xiao Lulang looked at him. "Who's laughing at? You?" Little Jinkong snorted. "I'm not that lame. If you don't get first place, you can't support your family. I'm not an adult yet." Xiao Lulang smiled faintly. "Didn't you say that it's okay if I don't do well?" Little Clear Sky was at a loss for words. Xiao Lulang chuckled. "Did you remember?" "No, you remembered wrongly. I didn't say that." Little Jinkong decisively exercised his privilege as a child, reneging on a debt. This was the knowledge that he had learned in elementary school, taught to him by his deskmate who had been his deskmate for the entire day. Then, Little Jinkong quickly changed his position and looked for Gu Jiao to be her little tail. During dinner, Gu Jiao talked about Xiao Lulang going to the Imperial College. "Aren't you going?" the old lady asked. Gu Jiao said seriously, "Why should I go? I'm not studying. I'm not curious about Beijing, not at all." Everyone looked at her in disbelief. Who was the one crying and singing that she wanted to go to the capital that night? Ha ha ha. Gu Jiao was inseparable from the family. It was okay for 1 or 2 days. Xuaningxiang could withstand it. If it was too long, she would die. In the end, the family unanimously decided to go to the capital together. "But can a single travel permit bring our entire family?" Gu Jiao didn't want to miss out on anyone. "One is not enough," Xiao Lulang said, "but we still have Feng Lin. With his help, we should be able to enter the capital." Steward Lu thought that his plan was perfect, but he didn't know that he had been played by Xiao Lulang. If he didn't scheme against Xiao Lulang wouldn't have gotten what he wanted. The Imperial College opened at the end of October, and it was already September. They had to hurry up and get on the road. Gu Jiao left the matter of opening the mountain to Luo Lijing. Although Luo Lijing didn't study much, he could still read. Moreover, his son had passed the Imperial College examination, so he could understand the drawings and plans left by Gu Jiao. There wasn't anything valuable in the house. They only had Lialong's books. Xuaningxiang said that she would help take care of them. "Oh right, Guowa's second uncle is also in Beijing. If you go there, help me meet him. I'll bring something to him." "Okay." Gu Jiao agreed. Xiao Lulang went to Tinxiang Academy and the private school to apply for the withdrawal of his 3 younger brothers. Gu Yan didn't like to go to school, so he was happy to be able to withdraw. Gu Shaoshun went to the academy to learn how to carve characters on wood. In fact, he could learn from Little Jinkong. As for Little Jinkong, with his level, he couldn't find a suitable class in the private school. If he wanted to skip a grade, he would be in the class that specialized in the Imperial College examination. The Imperial College had a preliminary class, and there were many young geniuses in the preliminary class. Xiao Lulang felt that Little Jinkong was more suitable. Xiao Lulang also went to greet Dean Li. Dean Li had mixed feelings. He hoped that Xiao Lulang could go to Beijing for the Imperial College examination every day, but when he really went, he suddenly felt very reluctant. He sighed. "Forget it. No matter where you go, you'll always be my disciple." Xiao Lulang wanted to say something but stopped. "I'm afraid you won't be able to become my disciple for the rest of your life. Speaking of which, I should have had a younger brother in Beijing," Dean Li suddenly said. "Unfortunately, he died young." I didn't even have the chance to see him. Xiao Lulang glanced at him indifferently. He walked out of Zhongheng Hall and sneezed loudly. Gu Jiao took little Jingkong to the temple. Little Jingkong said goodbye to the abbot, his senior brothers, and his friends. He didn't see his master. However, little Jingkong was used to it. His master was rarely in the temple all year round. Are you going on a long trip too? Little monk Jing Fan asked. For little monks sat on the steps of the temple, each holding a string of vegetarian meatballs made by Gu Jiao. Little Jing Kong ate a mouthful of Chinese characters and sighed. Yes, my bad brother-in-law is admitted to the Imperial College. Our whole family is going to go to school with him. But why did you say so? Jing Fan smiled and said, because we're going on a long trip too. The abbot is going to take us to the Dharma conference. Oh. Little Jing Kong was actually a little tempted. However, this might be the price of going down the mountain. Since he had Jiao Jiao, he was destined to give up some things. In his heart, Jiao Jiao was still the most important thing. Gu Jiao brought a lot of delicious food. In addition to vegetarian meatballs, there was also vegetarian roast duck, vegetarian dongpa pig knuckle, and 2 boxes of osmanthus cake bought from Li Ji. The 4 little monks had a pleasant afternoon. Gu Jiao also went to the medical center to say goodbye to the second boss. However, shopkeeper Wang told her that something happened to the Hu family and he had already returned to the capital. She might be able to see him in the capital. Gu Jiao went to Dean Li's house and gave some mountain products and hawthorn cakes to old Madam Li. Old Madam Li was still in a daze, but her complexion was much better. The servant said that when old Madam Li woke up, she said that she had a little grandson and was very happy. At the hot spring villa, Marquis Gu rested for a few days and finally recovered from the wounds on his face and body. He went to Madame Yao's courtyard to find her. Madame Yao was ordering the servants to pack their luggage. Marquis Gu was stunned. Madam, what are you doing? Don't you live in the villa? Are you leaving? That's right. I'm leaving. Madame Yao nodded. Marquis Gu panicked and stepped forward to grab Madame Yao's hand. I was wrong. I will never bully that girl again. I will not drive a wedge between them and divorce. You're angry. Don't go. This time, it was Madame Yao's turn to be stunned. Marquis, what are you saying? Who are you bullying? Jiao Jiao? You went to find them and threatened them to divorce? Marquis Gu panicked. Marquis. Madame Yao painfully pulled her hand back. Marquis Gu quickly denied it and said, I did not. I am saying that I plan to. Madame Yao was shocked and angry. You still plan to? Marquis Gu shook his head like a rattle drum. Small ripples appeared on his cheeks. I won't. I won't go now. I will listen to everything you say. Don't go. Madame Yao calmed her emotions and said to Marquis Gu, if I don't go, how can I return to the capital? Marquis Gu was surprised. You're finally willing to go back? You've thought it through? But what about Yin Eran, Koff, and Jiao Jiao? Madame Yao smiled but did not say anything. On the side, Nurse Fong happily said, Marquis, you probably don't know yet. The son-in-law has become a top scorer and is going to study at the Imperial College. The young master and young miss are going to the capital with him. Marquis Gu was stunned. Did he hear wrongly? That little cripple had become a top scorer? He had just scolded him for being useless, and he had become a top scorer in front of him? What was the meaning of this? Was she here to slap him in the face? Marquis Gu pursed his lips. He was just a top scorer from a small provincial capital. How great was that? There were 20 to 30 top scorers like him in the whole of Zhao country. He was probably the worst of them all. However, this solved his urgent problem. If they still did not return to the capital, Jinyu would have to go through her hairpin ceremony at the villa. Gu Jinyu also heard the news that Madame Yao was packing her luggage. She happily came over to help Madame Yao pack her things. Unexpectedly, she accidentally heard the reason why Madame Yao agreed to return to the capital. It was because Gu Yin and Gu Jiao were going to the capital. Gu Jinyu felt like her heart had been pierced by something. Mother said that she treated her like her own, but in her heart, the person she loved the most was her own flesh and blood. All right. Marquis Gu suddenly remembered that the son of the Gu family was also taking the provincial examination this year. What was that child's name again? Gu Shunzi? Gu Shunfeng? Gu Dasun? Did Gu Da-sun pass the examination? Marquis Gu asked. Madame Yao personally went to the Yamen to look at the list. She remembered the names on the list clearly. There was no candidate with the surname Gu. Nurse Fong disdainfully sneered. The son-in-law is talking about that family's son, right? I heard that he also went to the provincial examination. Unfortunately, he didn't even pass the provincial examination. He's far worse than our son-in-law. There's a saying that dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice give birth to babies that can dig holes. Other than the deceased Gu Sanlang and his wife, no one else in that family is good, and they still want to pass the provincial examination? Bah, maybe in your next life. These words were a bit harsh. She shouldn't lose her composure in front of her master. However, that family was indeed too harsh on Gu Jiao, so even the mild-mannered Madame Yao didn't refute Nurse Fong's words. Although Marquis Gu was a bit unhappy that Nurse Fong praised the little cripple so highly, he agreed with the rest of her words. That family was indeed hateful. As for Gu Jinyu, Marquis Gu never thought of her as a member of the old Gu family, so he didn't feel that she was being scolded. Nurse Fong originally didn't mean to scold Gu Jinyu. She was only referring to those from the old Gu family. However, the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Gu Jinyu's face flushed red. It was even more embarrassing than being slapped by Gu Jiao on the street. In the end, she didn't go in to help Madame Yao count the luggage. Instead, she turned around with red eyes and silently returned to her room.
Nurse.
Madame Yao suddenly spoke from inside the room. In the future, it's better not to say such things. Be careful that Jinyu doesn't hear it. That child is sensitive. I'm afraid that she will think too much. Yes, madam. Nurse Fong bowed in response. Madame Yao looked at the 3 sets of clothes in the box. They were all personally made by her. After reuniting with Jiao Jiao, she was anxious to make up for Jiao Jiao and neglected Jinyu. These 3 sets of clothes were all made by her for Jinyu. Madame Yao knew that her daughter would be uncomfortable with them, so she didn't ask her to travel with her. Instead, she arranged for the Marquis' household's best coachman and carriage for her daughter. Marquis Gu didn't have any objections to this. After all, Gu Yan's body was weak. A good carriage would greatly reduce the bumpiness. Gu Jinyu sat in the bumpy carriage. She probably felt that she didn't have any weight in this family. They only gave her 3 sets of clothes, but gave Gu Jiao a carriage. Gu Jinyu looked out the window, her face full of grievance. On a sunny morning, Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang, and the others set foot on the road to the capital. The weather was still beautiful. After a long journey of more than a month, the group arrived at the capital. Feng Lin did not travel with them. He wanted to make a trip home and took the water route. Feng Lin's travel permit was in Xiao Yulong's hands. Great Aunt and Little Jing Kong were registered on his travel permit. He was a supervisor of the Imperial College and could enter the capital with the admission document. Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshun were registered on Xiao Yulong's travel permit. This kind of school district travel permit was different from ordinary travel permits. One could bring along family members, but only 2 at most. As for Gu Yin and the coachman, they were originally from the capital. It was still early when they entered the capital. They first went to the nearest relay station to rest and feed the horses. At the same time, they also inquired about the residences in the capital. On the way, Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang had discussed it. They would try to live near the Imperial College so that it would be convenient for him to attend school. They had used some silver to open the mountain. Now, they only had 1,000 taels left. 1,000 taels could buy a few houses in the town, but it was not enough in the capital. The best way was to rent. They were lucky that the relay station happened to have a broker. A broker, also known as a guarantor, was similar to the intermediary in Gu Jiao's previous life. They were registered in the Yamen and could buy and sell servants, property, and animals reasonably. The guarantor's surname was Zhang. He was a young man in his early 30s. When Zhang Bao heard that they were going to the Imperial College to attend school, he immediately cupped his hands and showed a respectful expression. So you are a supervisor of the Imperial College. Then I will help you. Don't worry. Whichever area you like, I will sell it to you at the lowest price. Gu Jiao was not familiar with the capital. Xiao Lulang told her the approximate location of the Imperial College. It was at the northeast corner of the intersection of Chong Avenue and Xuanwu Avenue. It was closer to Chong and Avenue, but Chong and Avenue was a commercial street and was very congested. So, in fact, both streets were similar. Zhang Bao was surprised. Little brother, have you been to the capital before? Are you very familiar with the capital? F. Chapter 120. Gu Jiao glanced at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Liulang's expression did not change as he said, I heard the dean of our academy mention it. Gu Jiao said to Zhang Bao, my husband's dean lived in the capital for more than 10 years. Zhang Bao suddenly understood. Ah, so that's how it is. Gu Jiao said, are there any houses on these two streets? Ah, there are. Zhang Bao looked at the two of them. Their clothes were very simple. Although one of them was a supervisor of the Imperial College, he was a cripple. The other had an extraordinary temperament, but his face was damaged. These two didn't have much money, right? Zhang Bao smiled and said, do you want a house with a single entrance, or a house with two entrances? Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, we need at least 5 houses. Then it'll have to be 2 or 3 houses. Zhang Bao smiled. Houses with 2 or 3 houses are not cheap. A house with 2 houses costs at least 10 taels a month, and a house with 3 houses costs 20 taels. In the countryside, 10 taels was enough to feed a large family for a year or two. However, this was the capital, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Gu Jiao thought about it and understood. Gu Jiao suggested going out to take a look. No matter how Zhang Bao looked at them, they didn't look like they could afford it. He was worried that he would make a wasted trip. Although they were supervisors of the Imperial College, was there a shortage of supervisors in the capital? The capital was a place where a falling plaque could kill 3 officials. Zhang Bao really didn't think much of Xiao Lulang. However, he hadn't opened for business for several days. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to take the two of them. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang looked at more than 10 houses. There were 2 and 3 houses, but they were not satisfied with any of them. The two of them returned to the relay station. Zhang Bao followed them. Do you want to decide today? If it's any later, the students from all over the country who are coming to the capital for the exam will arrive. Even if we want to rent it, we won't be able to. Moreover, the price won't be this high. Gu Jiao said, it's too small and too secluded. Although it was said to be near the Imperial College, in reality, it was not the residences on the 2 streets, but the most remote alleys at the end of the street. Not only was it dark and damp, it was also very close to very noisy shops. If it was not a smithy, then it was a carpentry shop. There was even a coffin shop. How could he study in peace? I only have these houses at this price. If you want something better, you'll have to pay this price. Zhang Bao gestured. 30 taels. Gu Jiao asked. A house, Zhang Bao said. The first entry cost 30 taels of silver, not to mention the second and third entry. It seemed that regardless of the dynasty, the school district housing was extremely expensive. Alas. Zhang Bao sighed and said, all right, I'll just tell you the truth. The houses in the capital are priced at this price. The good locations and good houses have already been bought by the nobles in the capital. Those nobles don't lack money, so they won't rent out their houses. Even if you change 100 guarantors, you'll only be able to rent those houses just now. Gu Jiao asked, didn't you say that there are good houses, just that the price is higher? Zhang Bao smiled and said, there's a house with 3 entrances, 100 taels a month. Gu Jiao frowned. What house costs 100 taels? Zhang Bao gestured. It's diagonally opposite the Imperial College. Walk 500 steps. The house where the young Marquis of Zhao Du and the young Chancellor once lived. Xiao Liulang's mouth twitched. When did he live there? Zhang Bao slammed the table and said, he lived there. If you live there, you'll be able to bask in his auspicious aura and pass every exam. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, he didn't live there. Zhang Bao rolled up his sleeves. How do you know he didn't live there? You're not him. This price is high, at most 30 taels. Xiao Lulang said indifferently. Of course, Zhang Bao knew that his price was high. In the past, he could buy a house with 30 taels, but wasn't the Imperial College about to reopen? The area was expensive again. He was sure that the lowest price was 50 taels. If this family wasn't willing, he would find someone else. He didn't believe that he couldn't rent out a house near the Imperial College. Jiao Jiao, what are you doing? Little Jing Kong woke up from his afternoon nap. He rubbed his eyes and came to the lobby of the courier station to look for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao carried him over and rubbed his little head. His hair had grown out a little. He wasn't bald anymore, but had a buzz cut. We're looking for a place to stay. Gu Jiao said, Did you sleep well? Yes. Where are we going to stay? Little Jing Kong leaned in Gu Jiao's arms and enjoyed her rubbing his little head. I don't know yet. Gu Jiao shook her head. Little Jing Kong looked at the drawings on the table and asked, What are these? Zhang Bao smiled and said, These are house deeds. He was worried that the child would break his things, so he quickly put away the house deeds. Little Jing Kong said, I have this too. The three of them were stunned. Little Jing Kong ran back to the carriage and took out a small box from his small box. He took the small box back to the lobby and put it on the wooden table in front of the three of them. The table was a little high, so he couldn't reach it and open it. Let me do it. Gu Jiao reached out her hand. Gu Jiao had seen a few small boxes like this when she was packing up little Jing Kong's things at home, but she had never opened them. Okay, Jiao Jiao, do it. Little Jing Kong nodded decisively. Gu Jiao opened the small box. There were a few thumb-size seals and a few documents inside. They were not ordinary documents, but house deeds. The three of them were very surprised. Let me see, Xiao Lulang said. Okay. Gu Jiao took out the house deeds and handed them to Xiao Lulang. Zhang Bao also came over to take a look. It was fine if he didn't take a look, but when he did, he was almost scared out of his wits. The houses on Chong and Avenue, Xuanwu Avenue, and even Vermilion Bird Avenue. Did he go all the way to the Imperial Palace? Is this a real house deed? Gu Jiao asked Xiao Lulang. It's real, Xiao Lulang said. Jing Kong's name is written on the house deed. So it's his house deed? Gu Jiao looked at little Jing Kong in her arms. How did you get these? Little Jing Kong looked at the house deeds in Xiao Lulang's hands, counted with his fingers, and said, Jiao Jiao, are you talking about these papers? Master gave them to me. He gives me one every year on my birthday. I have celebrated 3 birthdays in total, so there are 3 of them. Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang, Zhang Bao. Gu Jiao suddenly couldn't look at the big box of junk in little Jing Kong's eyes. The locations of the 3 houses were better than the previous one. Zhang Bao was just bragging that the house that cost 100 taels of silver was diagonally opposite the Imperial College. It was 500 steps away from the Imperial College, but in reality, it was more than 1,000 steps away. The house that little Jing Kong's master gave him was much closer to the Imperial College. After walking out of the alley, the Imperial College was just around the corner. Zhang Bao had lived for more than 30 years, but this was the first time he made a mistake. He was dressed like a country bumpkin and bought 3 big houses at once. The house on Vermilion Bird Avenue was difficult to buy, as almost all the people who lived there were relatives of the emperor. The 2 houses on Xuanwu Avenue and Chong and Avenue were priceless. Where did this group of people come from? Little Jing Kong didn't understand what a house deed was. Gu Jiao explained to him that it was a very precious thing, and it was proof that he owned a house. He decisively put all the house deeds in front of Gu Jiao. Give them all to Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong's home was wherever there was a Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao had already accepted his zither, so she couldn't accept his house deed anymore. In the end, Gu Jiao proposed to rent the house in Little Jing Kong for 30 taels of silver a month. Little Jing Kong said seriously, I don't want Jiao Jiao to pay me. Gu Jiao patted his little head and said, Your brother-in-law will pay you. Little Jing Kong thought seriously, if my brother-in-law pays me, I'll pay Jiao Jiao. There's nothing wrong with that. Both parties asked Zhang Bao to be the guarantor and signed a house rental contract. This was Little Jing Kong's first time doing business, so he took this matter seriously. Not only did he sign the contract, but he also put a stamp on it. The premium was 30% of the first month's rent, which was 9 taels of silver. This was a lifetime guarantee, and he had to come to the site to terminate the contract after the lease ended. We'll pay half of the premium, Zhang Bao said with a smile. Do you have any money? Xiao Lulang looked at Little Jing Kong calmly. Little Jing Kong was in a dilemma. He didn't have any money. This was a story that was even sadder than sad. But soon, he thought of a solution. I'll deduct it from your first month's rent. Xiao Lulang was annoyed and amused at the same time. The little monk was quite smart in business. It was a two-section house with a front yard. There were some bamboos planted in the yard. There were 2 rooms in the first row, a study room and a kitchen. After passing through the hall, there was a backyard. There was an osmanthus tree in the backyard, and behind the osmanthus tree were 3 rooms. Just like when they were in the village, little Jingkong and Xiao Lulang shared a room, and the rest of them each had their own room. The house wasn't very big, but it had good lighting. Most importantly, it was not only close to the Imperial College, but also to several private schools. This undoubtedly solved the problem of Gu Yin and the rest of them going to school. Hearing that they still had to go to school, Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshun were a little dumbfounded. Didn't we drop out of school? The two asked in unison. Gu Jiao opened a suitcase and said, "We did drop out in the county town, but we have to continue after coming to the capital. You are still young. What are you going to do if you don't go to school?" The two's faces were ashen. They were happy all the way, but were they happy for nothing? Also, what do you mean by we are still young? You don't seem to be old either. The furniture in the house was complete, but it had accumulated a lot of dust due to the lack of people living in it for a long time. The few of them simply cleaned up the few rooms and moved in first. The courtyard and the kitchen would be slowly cleaned up later. The pots and pans would also be bought tomorrow morning. Dinner was steamed buns bought from outside, and they ate them with the pickled vegetables brought by Gu Jiao. The capital was colder than the county town. Gu Jiao could already feel the coldness of the winter moon on an October night. This was not like the countryside, where they could go to the mountains to chop firewood. They had to go to the market to buy firewood and charcoal. Everyone was exhausted from the bumpy journey. When they returned to their rooms, they fell asleep. Little Jing Kong was lying on his back next to Xiao Lulang, snoring evenly. Xiao Lulang was not sleepy at all. He finally returned here. "Hung, Teacher Zhuang's class is too difficult. Let's go out and play. Okay?" "Hung, this little rabbit is injured. Let's bring it home. Okay?" "Hung, I want to eat dates. Can you go to the tree and pick them for me?" "Hung, can you go and buy osmanthus cake for me?" "Hung, can you die for me?" Chapter 121. Gu Jiao woke up before dawn. After washing up, she went to feed the chickens and little Jing Kong. The chicks had grown into big chickens and would occasionally crow. If no one woke up, they would stop crowing. There was a small market nearby. It was in a different direction from the Imperial College, so it was faster to walk there. Gu Jiao carried her basket and went to the small market. "Steamed buns, fresh and delicious steamed buns," a hawker shouted. Gu Jiao walked over and asked, "How much is one steamed bun?" The hawker saw the birthmark on her face, but he didn't show any strange expression. He was indeed from the capital and didn't find it strange. The hawker smiled and said, "One big meat steamed bun is 3 copper coins. 2 brown sugar steamed buns are 3 copper coins. How many do you want?" The steamed buns were very big, and one was enough to fill him up. Gu Jiao took out the food box from the small basket and said, 8 meat steamed buns and 4 sugar steamed buns. They ate the meat steamed buns and the sugar steamed buns in little Jing Kong. She didn't know if 4 steamed buns could fill him up. The little guy's appetite was a bit shocking. "Okay, that's a total of 30 copper coins. I'll give you a steamed bun." The hawker packed the steamed buns and steamed buns for Gu Jiao. "Thank you." Gu Jiao paid and went to buy pots, bowls, ladles, basins, and other kitchen utensils. Then, she bought firewood. The firewood in the capital was not cheap. A bundle of firewood cost 10 copper coins. According to their firewood burning speed, they could burn for about 2 to 3 days. Gu Jiao asked for 2 bundles of firewood and asked how much charcoal was sold. The hawker selling firewood said, "Do you want black charcoal or silver charcoal?" Black charcoal is 5 copper coins per caddy and silver charcoal is 20 copper coins per caddy. "Silver charcoal is so expensive?" The hawker selling firewood laughed and said, "Silver charcoal is very useful." This was the truth. Black charcoal was not only not resistant to burning, but it was also very smoky. In comparison, silver charcoal was more resistant to burning and didn't smoke. In the end, Gu Jiao bought 100 caddy of silver charcoal for 17 copper coins per caddy. The peddler drove the mule cart and personally delivered the firewood and silver charcoal to the door. Xiao Lulang had already woken up and cleaned the kitchen. He was now cleaning the backyard. His movements were very light and did not wake anyone up. Morning, Gu Jiao greeted. Morning. Xiao Lulang nodded. Gu Jiao directly asked the peddler to move the firewood and silver charcoal to the kitchen. After the peddler left, Gu Jiao walked over and took the broom from Xiao Yulong's hand. I'll do it. You go and tidy up the box. This time, Gu Jiao, old Madam, Gu Yin, and Gu Xiaoshun didn't have much luggage. On the contrary, Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong had several big suitcases full of luggage. Xiao Lulang mainly brought books, while little Jing Kong brought back things from the temple. Of course, there were also his 7 chicks. Okay. Xiao Lulang turned around and went to the study. After a while, Gu Jiao brought 2 steaming big meat buns to him. You eat first. I'll cook some millet porridge. Have you eaten? Xiao Lulang stopped her. Not yet. Gu Jiao shook her head. She wanted to say that she could eat while she was cooking the porridge. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lulang pushed the plate forward and said, Then let's eat together. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, Okay. Since there were more people in the family, the two hadn't eaten alone for a long time. The last time was at the inn in town, but that was more than half a year ago. The two sat face to face, as if they had returned to the early days. Gu Jiao laughed. What are you laughing at? Xiao Lulang asked. Gu Jiao held the big meat bun in her hand and said, I'm laughing at the first time I asked you to eat. Did you think that I poisoned it and didn't dare to eat it? I didn't. Xiao Lulang flatly denied. Gu Jiao suddenly leaned over and stared at his handsome face. Now you're not afraid that I poisoned it? Is it because you trust me too much? While Gu Jiao was feeling complacent, she saw Xiao Lulang looking at the bun in his hand with a complicated expression. Then, he took Gu Jiao's bun and gave his bun to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was speechless. After the two finished eating breakfast, the rest of the family was still asleep. Xiao Lulang had to report to the Imperial College. Gu Jiao estimated that they would sleep until noon, so she sent Xiao Lulang to the Imperial College. The Imperial College officially started school in late October. Nowadays, there were many supervisors coming to report. Some were from the capital, while others, like Xiao Lulang, had come from other places. The regular supervisors of the Imperial College didn't need to pay tuition. All expenses were paid by the Imperial Court, including the supervisors' dormitories and meals. These were all paid for by the Imperial Court. Xiao Lulang could go back today after reporting to the Academic Affairs Office. Of course, if he wanted, he could stay at the Imperial College to study. The Imperial College had the largest library in the entire Zhao Kingdom. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the holy land that all scholars dreamed of. Gu Jiao was waiting for him outside the Imperial College. Gu Jiao felt that the heavy traffic in front of her was very refreshing. So this was the capital. It was really different from the county town. The roads were much wider, and several carriages would pass by from time to time. Most of the girls on the road were wearing veils. There were very few girls like Gu Jiao who showed their faces in public. Gu Jiao was engrossed in watching when the crowd suddenly surged in one direction. Everyone stood on both sides of the street and looked in one direction. Gu Jiao wasn't standing far from the street. She was pushed to the side and someone stepped on her foot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The culprit hurriedly apologized to Gu Jiao. It was a boy dressed as a scholar, but whether it was her appearance or her deliberately lowered voice, it was clear that she was a girl. His features were delicate and pretty. I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. The girl dressed as a boy cupped her hands and bowed to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't take it to heart. She moved back to give way. However, the people behind her didn't give her a chance to move. She was stuck in the middle of the crowd and couldn't move forward or backward. The little scholar kept trying to squeeze forward, but she was too weak and couldn't get to the front. She gave up resisting and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She asked Gu Jiao, Miss, what happened to your face? Gu Jiao calmly said, Birthmark. The little scholar hurriedly covered her mouth. I thought it was rouge. I'm sorry. Gu Jiao didn't care about her unintentional offense. She felt apologetic. It was bad enough that she bumped into her, but she also stepped on her foot and said the wrong words that poked her sore spot. Sigh. There wasn't a day that she didn't offend people. The little scholar looked at Gu Jiao and said, "Miss, you're not from the capital, right? Your accent doesn't sound like it." Gu Jiao replied, "Yes." The little scholar continued, "Did you also come here to see the crown prince consort?" Gu Jiao asked strangely, "What consort?" The little scholar's almond eyes widened. "The crown prince consort? You came here so early because you heard that the crown prince consort came back from praying and was going to pass by the directorate, right?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "I don't know the crown prince consort. I don't want to see her." The little scholar took a cold breath. Who came to see her because they know her? Can common people like us know the crown prince consort? Don't we all want to see her from afar because we heard of her and admire her? Gu Jiao said seriously, "I have never heard of her and don't admire her." "Are you from the Zhao kingdom? You have never heard of the crown prince consort?" The little scholar's voice was unusually loud and caused the people in the surroundings to look at them. Everyone looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Clearly, like the little scholar, they found it strange that there was someone in the world who didn't know the crown prince consort of the Zhao kingdom. As they spoke, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "The crown prince consort is here. The crown prince consort is here." Following his exchange, the crowd became restless. Hundreds of imperial guards came on iron hooves. They formed an enormous formation and surrounded the crown prince consort's carriage. The common people didn't even see how many wheels the carriage had before the imperial guards escorted the crown prince consort's ceremonial procession down the street. The crowd dispersed. The little scholar looked at the disappearing figures of the imperial guards and stomped his feet in anger. I wasn't looking. Was it easy for me to come out? What a waste of waking up so early." Leaving the dense crowd, Gu Jiao sighed in relief. She really wasn't used to being so close to strangers. The little scholar saw that Gu Jiao wasn't upset or angry at all and asked curiously, "You really didn't come to see the crown prince consort?" Gu Jiao said calmly, "I said I wasn't." The little scholar asked, "Why?" Gu Jiao said, "I also said that." The little scholar said, "You really haven't heard of her?" Gu Jiao looked speechlessly at him. The crown prince consort was the person that the little scholar admired the most. He would not allow anyone in the world to not hear of her. The little scholar explained to Gu Jiao seriously, "Do you know who the crown prince consort is? She is the most outstanding woman in the entire Zhao kingdom. There is no man in the world that doesn't like her, no woman that doesn't envy her. Do you know the great scholar of the Zhuang family, Zhuang Xianji? He was once the crown prince consort's teacher. Do you know who went to school with him? The young Marquis of Zhaodu." Gu Jiao looked calmly at him. The little scholar exploded. "No way. Don't tell me you also don't know who the young Marquis of Zhaodu is." "The young Marquis? The young Chancellor?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "Oh, I've heard of him. It was a long time ago. Young Master Qin got a painting from somewhere and said it was the young Marquis calligraphy, but Xiao Lulang said it wasn't." This was the only time she had heard of the young Marquis of Zhao. The little scholar slapped his forehead. "Oh my God! Oh my God! Did you jump out of a rock? How can you not know the young Marquis and the crown prince consort? One of them was the #1 genius of Zhao Kingdom, and the other was the #1 genius of Zhao Kingdom. They were childhood sweethearts and even had an engagement. After the young Marquis died, the crown prince consort kept her chastity for him for 3 years. This year, she accepted the emperor's bestowment of marriage and married the crown prince. You actually haven't heard of such a legendary event?" Chapter 122. Gu Jiao hadn't heard of it before, and she wasn't interested either. However, Xiao Lulang hadn't come out yet, so she had no choice but to wait on the spot and listen to the little girl's chatter for a while. Xiao Lulang went to the directorate's Mingxian Hall. He didn't need anyone to lead the way as he was familiar with the place. His walking stick attracted the attention of many supervisors. He straightened his back and calmly walked past a bunch of strange gazes. Mingxian Hall was the directorate's academic affairs office. Every day, there would be supervisors and supervisors coming here to wait for supervisors from all over the country to report. Today, the supervisor of Mingxian Hall was a supervisor with the surname Gao, as well as 2 supervisors with the surname Wang and Su. "All right, follow Supervisor Su to the dormitory." School will start at the end of October. If you have nothing to do, you can go to the library first. Thank you. A supervisor from another place walked out of Ming Xian Hall under Supervisor Su's lead. Gao Shuezheng lowered his eyes and sorted out the supervisor's information. Next, a slender, jade-like hand placed an admission document in front of him. This hand was a bit too good-looking. Gao Shuezheng subconsciously raised his head and was shocked by the other party's appearance. Offer? Offer what? Libation? Gao Shuezheng suddenly realized that he had made a fool of himself. Little Chancellor had long passed away, so how could the person in front of him be him? It was just that they looked too similar at first glance, which caused him to lose his composure. However, upon closer inspection, they didn't look alike. The young Chancellor was a gentle youth. His eyes were always filled with a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Furthermore, there was a mole under his right eye. Not only did the person in front of him not have that mole, he also didn't have a gentle and bright temperament. Even his eyes were cold. Gao Shuezheng was secretly annoyed that he had almost mistaken the person for someone else because he was too tired recently. He composed himself and sat down to pick up the document. Xiao Lulang? Someone from Clear Spring Village? His surname was also Xiao. Could they be relatives? Soon, Gao Shuezheng shook his head in self-mockery. How could Marquis Xin Ping's mansion have a relative from a small village? Gao Shuezheng then said, "Your results are not bad. You're a top scorer from Yu Prefecture and was directly recruited. School will officially start on the 27th of October. Once school starts, you'll be assigned to different classes. Don't be complacent just because you're a top scorer. There are many top scorers in the Imperial College, and you'll soon realize that you're just one of them. Don't run around for the time being. Go to the library and read more books, understand?" Although he had said those words to deal a blow to Xiao Lulang, he had not said so much to the person who had recommended him. It was obvious that he had his eye on the top scorer. However, he had seen a lot of things. Many people who were number one in their local area were immediately defeated when they came to the Imperial College. He still hoped to give the other party a warning. After all, it was not easy for a small village to produce a top scorer. Gao Shuezheng wanted to arrange for Xiao Lulang to stay in the same dormitory as the other top scorers, but was rejected by Xiao Lulang. "I'll stay outside." "Why?" Gao Shuezheng was puzzled. "The dormitory won't charge you any money. You'll be able to focus on your studies if you stay in the Imperial College. The capital is filled with flowers. A poor kid like you who hasn't seen much of the world will easily be led astray." Gao Shuezheng had a sharp tongue. If not, he would not have remained a small official in the Imperial College for so long. However, he was not a bad person. Xiao Lulang said calmly, "It won't affect my studies." Gao Shuezheng sighed. "All right then, if you don't stay in the Imperial College, you'll have to come back 3 days later to collect your token." The Imperial College provided free food and lodging, but they could not force the students to stay here. Looking at Xiao Lulang's back, Gao Shuezheng shook his head. What a pity. He had already predicted that Xiao Lulang would be blinded by the prosperity of the capital and abandon himself. From then on, his grades would plummet. When Xiao Lulang walked out of the Imperial College, the talkative little scholar had already been found by his family's servants and left dejectedly. Gu Jiao looked at him. "Is it done?" Xiao Lulang nodded. "Yes. I'll come back 3 days later to collect my token from the Imperial College." The two of them returned home side by side. The journey was really short. After coming out of the Imperial College, they took a few steps and turned into the alley where they lived. They lived in the middle of the alley. Not all the houses in the alley were occupied. The environment was quite peaceful. "It's more convenient than going to school in the village," Gu Jiao said with a smile. Xiao Lulang nodded and said, "In the afternoon, I'll go take a look at the private school for Gu Yin and Xiao Shun. Little Jingkong will go take the Imperial College's entrance exam. He will take the exam 2 days later than me." Gu Jiao smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll do as you say." After a few words, they arrived home. Gu Jiao was very satisfied with this house. The two of them were just about to enter when a horse carriage came from the other side of the alley and stopped in front of their house. The carriage driver pulled on the reins and jumped off the horse. "Excuse me, is this top scorer Zhao's house?" Xiao Lulang saw the insignia on the carriage and his eyes turned cold. Gu Jiao asked, What's wrong? What do you want? The carriage driver said politely, It's like this. My housekeeper knew that top scorer Xiao had come to the capital and specially asked me to send some things over. Winter comes early in the capital. Next month, we will start burning charcoal. The carriage is filled with high-quality silver charcoal. There are also some materials and cotton wool, all of which are the warmest. You see, should I directly move the things in for the two of you? Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Liulang's expression was as cold as a knife. Gu Jiao said to the carriage driver, No need, we are not lacking in silver charcoal. We also do not need cotton wool mattresses. Give them to your housekeeper to take back. The carriage driver said awkwardly, but housekeeper Lu said, No buts. If he tells you to take it back, then take it back. Gu Jiao lightly finished speaking and entered the house with Xiao Lulang, closing the courtyard door. The carriage driver finally left. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Lulang. We just moved here yesterday. Only the Ding and marquee carriage driver and Zhang Bao know where we live. That housekeeper Lu's information is very fast. Xiao Lulang lightly said, No need to pay attention to him. Saying this, he turned around and went to the study to organize the books. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. It couldn't be that someone had set their sights on them, right? Who would have the courage to set their sights on her people? The carriage driver drove the carriage out of the alley and came to a corner on the other side. Housekeeper Lu had been waiting for a long time. How is it? Housekeeper Lu asked. The carriage driver said, Young master is not willing to accept it. Housekeeper Lu smiled. This young master is more stubborn than I imagined. The carriage driver asked, Should we tell the marquis? Housekeeper Lu faintly smiled. No need. There is no need to trouble the marquis over such a small matter. Just wait. He will quickly find out how difficult it is for a commoner to survive in the capital. When that day comes, he will obediently return to the manor. The matriarch and the others really slept until noon. When Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang entered the courtyard, Gu Yin and the other two were soullessly squatting by the well to wash their faces. There was a public well near the alley, but there was also a well in the manor. This saved them the trouble of fetching water from the outside. The millet porridge in the kitchen was ready. Gu Jiao heated up the steamed buns and stir-fried a plate of shredded bamboo shoots and black fungus, a plate of green vegetables and bean sprouts, and a large portion of chives and eggs. Little Jing Kong was not allowed to eat eggs, so Gu Jiao stewed a small pot of tender tofu soup for him. Although Little Jing Kong's dishes were all vegetarian, the plate presentation and utensils were more exquisite than other dishes. Gu Jiao pretended that he could not afford to eat them. Little Jing Kong was particularly arrogant to show off his dishes. The people at the table were not greedy at all, but they all pretended to be envious. After the meal, Little Jing Kong valiantly went to wash his small bowl. This was a habit cultivated in the temple. He washed his own alms bowl. The others were not idle either. The matriarch went to pick corn cobs, and Gu Yin sat over to pick corn cobs with her. They were the least able to do physical work in the family. They used to be the most pampered people, but they still took the initiative to share the housework within their ability. Gu Xiaoshun went to chop firewood. Xiao Lulang tidied up the kitchen, and Gu Jiao tidied up the two courtyards. She had thought about it. One courtyard was for planting vegetables and raising chickens and puppies, and the other courtyard was for the whole family to move around. There was a laurel tree in the backyard, and little Jing Kong could practice martial arts on the tree. Gu Jiao took a hoe and went to the front courtyard to plow the ground. Little Jing Kong came over with the chickens. Jiao Jiao, I'm going to walk the chickens. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Don't go too far. Okay. Little Jing Kong responded. Little Jing Kong used to walk the chickens from the front of the village to the back of the village. Here, he decided to walk from the front of the alley to the back of the alley. Gu Yan's puppy was very envious, and it also wanted to go out for a walk. However, its owner was too lazy to die. After picking the corn cobs, he lay on the rattan chair like a corpse. The puppy swung its butt and followed Little Jing Kong out. Little Jing Kong took 7 chickens and a puppy to the end of the alley and was about to turn back. At this time, 2 beggars nearby stared at his dog. The puppy was no longer a baby dog during its confinement period. It had a small fat body, and its meat looked very fresh and tender. The beggar's saliva flowed out. The 2 beggars exchanged glances, and one of them took out a meat bun from his pocket, broke it open, and shook it at the puppy. The puppy was a little stupid, and it was immediately fooled. It eagerly ran over and was immediately put into a sack. Oh, the puppy barked. Little Jing Kong turned his head. Where's Xiaoba? That's right, little Jing Kong named Gu Yan's dog Xiaoba. After the beggars caught the dog, they stared at little Jing Kong's chickens. 7 chickens. It was enough to eat for a few days. The beggars used the same trick to lure the chickens with big meat buns, but the 7 chickens didn't move. The 2 beggars simply grabbed the chickens with their hands. Little Jing Kong was only a 3-year-old child, so no one paid any attention to him. Even more so, no one paid any attention to the 7 half-grown chickens. But when the 2 beggars rushed over, the 7 chickens suddenly flapped their wings and jumped up. They were no longer little chicks that couldn't even jump over the threshold. They could jump as high as half a person, and it was only because the 2 beggars were short. The 7 chicks jumped onto their shoulders and pecked at their heads. Ah! The 2 beggars let out a miserable cry. The sack containing the puppy fell from one of the beggars. Little Jing Kong walked over and opened the sack. Xiaoba. Xiaoba was angry that the beggars put a sack over his head, so it decided to fight back. Xiaoba opened its big mouth and bit down a woo. It bit its own tail. Little Jing Kong covered his eyes. He couldn't bear to see it. The 2 beggars fell to the ground after being pecked by the 7 chickens, and they ran away. The 7 chickens fluttered their wings and chased after them. They chased them for half a street until little Jing Kong called them. Only then did they come back valiantly and spiritedly. However, just as they were crossing the street, a carriage sped past. The 6 carriages in front of them all stopped. Only little 7 did not stop the carriage. Little Jing Kong ran over with his short legs. The coachman might not notice a chicken, but he could still see a child. The horse carriage was too fast, and it was too late to tighten the reins. Seeing that the child's belly was about to be trampled by the horse's hooves, a long whip came, wrapped around little Jing Kong, and pulled him out of the carriage. The coachman breathed a sigh of relief and continued to move forward. Little Jing Kong was dizzy, and when he came back to his senses, he was sitting in a cold and broad embrace. He looked at the ground. It's so high. The man was sitting on a tall horse, wearing a black brocade robe, holding the reins with one hand and the whip with the other. He held little Jing Kong in his arms with the other hand. Little Jing Kong blinked his big eyes and looked at him. Thank you. The man looked at the chicken in his arms and said coldly, It's just a chicken. Don't do that again. It's called Little Chi. Little Jing Kong handed the chicken to the man. Where are your parents? The man asked. Little Jing Kong didn't have parents. He was abandoned in the temple when he was a few months old, but Jiao Jiao had parents. He thought for a while. My parents passed away. Orphan? The man frowned. Little Jing Kong shook his head like a rattle drum. I have a Jiao Jiao. The man asked, Where do you live? Little Jing Kong pointed there. The man sent little Jing Kong home. Gu Yin and the others were in the backyard, and Gu Jiao was in the front yard. She had just finished plowing the ground and was using the firewood that Gu Xiaoshun chopped to make a fence. She was wearing the clothes that she used to work in the village, and it was very simple. Jiao Jiao, I was almost hit by a horse carriage just now, and this big brother saved me. Little Jing Kong held the man's hand and walked into the yard. Gu Jiao put down the firewood in her hand and raised her sweaty head to look at the man. The man was tall and strong, and his facial features were cold and resolute. His aura was somewhat unapproachable. However, Gu Jiao didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that he looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Chapter 123. The man turned and left after sending little Jing Kong home. Gu Jiao didn't even have time to thank him. Gu Jiao asked little Jing Kong what happened. When she found out that he jumped out to save a chicken, Gu Jiao also felt that he shouldn't have done that. However, Gu Jiao was not in a hurry to express her opinion. Little Jing Kong frowned deeply and said, Big brother said that I shouldn't have done that. Does Jiao Jiao also think that I did wrong? Gu Jiao asked him, What do you think? Little Jing Kong puffed up his chest and said, I think I did the right thing. If I was the one in danger, Jiao Jiao would also jump out to save me. Great. He even used an idiom. Gu Jiao said, But have you ever thought that maybe little Chi doesn't need you to save it? Huh. Little Jing Kong didn't understand. Gu Jiao explained patiently, little Chi is very sensitive and small. A horse's hooves can't step on it easily, but a horse's hooves can easily step on you. Little Jing Kong suddenly realized something. He wasn't as sensitive as a chicken. Little Jing Kong secretly swore that he would practice even more diligently. He wanted to become more agile and protect his chicken. A few days later, Marquis Gu and his entourage arrived at the capital. The bumpy ride for more than a month made the three of them sick. Gu Jinyu had never sat in such a bad carriage. His whole body was so sore that it didn't feel like his own. Yao Shi didn't have any complaints. She was very glad that she sat in this carriage. If it were Jiao Jiao and Yin who had to suffer like this, her heart would ache. It's been hard on you. Yao Shi held Gu Jinyu's hand and said guiltily. Gu Jinyu said warmly, I'm fine. My younger brother's health is not good. He definitely won't be able to take such a jolt. I'm very happy that mother gave the carriage to elder sister and younger brother. Yao Shi patted Gu Jinyu's hand. You're so sensible. Marquis Gu helped Yao Shi and Gu Jinyu off the carriage. The servants in the manor were very happy to see the Marquis and Gu Jinyu, but they could not help but be shocked when they saw Yao Shi next to the Marquis. Yao Shi had lived in the villa for 10 years and had not returned to the manor even once. The male servants guarding the door did not recognize her at all. Marquis Gu said coldly, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and greet madam. The few of them looked at each other in dismay, then stepped forward and saluted in a daze. Greetings, madam. What madam? Did the Marquis have a mistress outside? Yao Shi had long passed the age where she would feel embarrassed over such a small offense. Also, she had been taking Jiao medication for the past half a year, so her mood and body were both very good. Marquis Gu brought Yao Shi and Gu Jinyu into the manor. The servants had already sent the news to old Madame Gu's Pine Crane courtyard. Old Madame Gu had not seen her son for half a year and was rather worried. She sent someone to call Marquis Gu to Pine Crane courtyard immediately. Marquis Gu had originally planned to bring Yao Shi to pay respects to the old madam tomorrow, but the old madam had urged him, so he could only change his route halfway to Pine Crane courtyard. Old Madame Gu was overjoyed to see her son, but when she saw Yao Shi next to her son, old Madame Gu's smile froze. Why is she back? Old Madame Gu asked mildly. Gu Jinyu felt awkward for his mother. Mother. Marquis Gu glanced at old Madame Gu, indicating that she should not embarrass Yao Shi like this. Old Madame Gu pretended not to see. Yao Shi saluted properly. Greetings, mother. Gu Jinyu also saluted. Greetings, grandmother. Old Madame Gu had originally found Gu Jinyu pleasing to the eye, but now that Yao Shi was here, she started to dislike Gu Jinyu as well. Yao Shi lived with Gu Yin at the Hot Springs Villa. Now that Yao Shi had returned, but Gu Yin was nowhere to be seen, old Madame Gu did not even think to ask. Marquis Gu tried to smooth things over. Mother, your son has been running around and is exhausted. I will come to pay respects to you tomorrow. He did not say that Yao Shi and Gu Jinyu were tired, but only that he was tired. How could old Madame Gu not let her own son rest? This was the reason why old Madame Gu disliked Yao Shi. It was not entirely because Yao Shi did not come from a good family, but more so because as long as Yao Shi was here, her son seemed to be possessed and did not care about anyone. Marquis Gu pretended not to understand old Madame Gu's displeasure. He chuckled and said, Your son will leave first. He then led Yao Shi and Gu Jinyu out of Pine Crane courtyard. The three of them had just stepped over the threshold when they bumped into a woman dressed in luxurious clothes and jewels. The woman looked at the three of them, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly bowed and said, Master, I'm here to greet you. Madam, Miss. Marquis Gu frowned. Concubine Ling, why are you here? The woman called Concubine Ling smiled and said, I am here to deliver ginseng soup to mother. Did she need to dress up like this to deliver ginseng soup to old madam? Even Gu Jinyu could tell that she was here to stop Marquis Gu. Old Madame Gu's surname was Ling. The former Madame Marquis was old Madame Gu's niece. Concubine Ling was the former Madame Marquis' stepsister and could be considered old Madame Gu's niece. When Madame Ling died of illness, Marquis Gu married Yao Shi. Old Madame Gu was worried that Marquis Gu would not love his three sons with his ex-wife after he had a new lover, so she made the decision to take concubine Ling as a concubine. Marquis Gu did not like concubine Ling, but with old Madame Gu's support, concubine Ling's life in the manor was very good. Especially after Yao Shi moved to the mountain villa with Gu Yin, concubine Ling was about to become the official madam of the manor. In addition, she was the aunt of the 3 young masters, so the 3 young masters were much closer to her than to Yao Shi. Then go send her off, Marquis Gu said faintly and left with Yao Shi. The next day, Yao Shi said that she was sick and did not go to pay respects to old Madame Gu. Nanny Fong advised Yao Shi, "Madam, why do you have to do this? You should be thorough in your etiquette so that people won't gossip." Yao Shi smiled bitterly. "No matter how thorough I am, there will always be people who will find fault with me. If I don't go, old Madam will not be bothered by it." Marquis Gu and Gu Jinyu went to Pine Crane Courtyard. Hearing that Yao Shi was sick, old Madame Gu snorted coldly. "She just doesn't want to see me." Marquis Gu hurriedly said, "Look at what you're saying. How could Yao not want to see you? Look, these gifts were all personally prepared by her. She respects you the most in her heart." The gifts were indeed chosen by Yao Shi, and she had put in a lot of effort. However, Yao Shi did not do it for herself. She did it to prevent old Madame Gu from venting her anger on Gu Jinyu. Old Madame Gu pursed her lips. She did not like Yao Shi. It was good that Yao Shi did not come. She would not be annoyed when she saw her. "Where's Yin?" Old Madame Gu finally asked about Gu Yin. "Why didn't he come with you?" Marquis Gu did not dare to say that Gu Yin had arrived in the capital long ago. He smiled and said, "Yin-er's health is not good. I told him to come slowly. There are doctors accompanying him." And old Madame Gu did not ask further. Marquis Gu said, "I'll bring Jinyu into the palace in a moment to pay respects to your ladyship." At the mention of Consort Shu, old Madame Gu looked at Gu Jinyu with more kindness. "That's good. Your aunt has been thinking about you for a long time. She sent people to the manor to ask about you several times." Gu Jinyu smiled as if relieved of a burden. Jinyu also misses aunt very much. As they spoke, a servant came to report that the 2nd and 3rd young masters had arrived. Old Madame Gu's face immediately showed unconcealable affection. If one were to ask who old Madame Gu doted on the most, it would be none other than her 3 precious grandsons. Even her own son, Marquis Gu, did not have as much weight as her grandsons in her heart. Gu Changfeng and Gu Chenglin drew the curtain and entered. "Grandmother, father," the 2 cupped their hands and bowed. Gu Jinyu stood up and bowed to her 2 elder brothers. "Second brother, 3rd brother." Gu Chenglin glanced at her indifferently. Gu Changfeng said, "No need to be so courteous." His words were polite, but his tone was very distant. Gu Jinyu was used to it. Her brothers did not target her, but her mother. As long as it was her mother's child, her brothers would not like them. "Where's your eldest brother? Why don't I see him?" old Madame Gu asked. Gu Changfeng said, "Eldest brother came back very late last night. He went to the army camp early in the morning." It was not easy to be the eldest grandson of Marquis Ding and Fu. He was the heir of the Marquis Fu. He shouldered the rise and fall of the Marquis Fu. It was harder than other children. Old Madame Gu's heart ached for her grandson, but she could not really drag him back from the army camp. Marquis Gu saw that it was about time to cut to the chase. He cleared his throat and said to old Madame Gu, "Mother, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Old Madame Gu looked at him in confusion. Marquis Gu glanced at Gu Jinyu and took a deep breath. He said solemnly, "It's about the background of the 2 children." Gu Jiao tidied up the house for a few days and finally fixed up the 2 courtyards. She planted green onions, rapeseed, and lettuce in the small vegetable garden. She also planted some peas at little Jinkong's request. The small vegetable garden only took up half of the courtyard on the left side. Gu Jiao was thinking of building a grape trellis on the right side and planting some gourds. Next year, she would plant some grapes and loofah during the sowing season. Xiao Lulang had already received the waist tag of the Imperial College and had also signed little Jinkong up. The Imperial College was also divided into classes. According to their grades and age, they were divided into 4 classes: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Outside of these 4 classes, There was also a very special class that specially recruited talented children. It was somewhat similar to the prodigy class in Gu Jiao's previous life. This class was only opened a few years ago. Xiao Lulang had never attended it when he was young. Gu Jiao stopped cutting vegetables. Wasn't the Imperial College closed for a few years? The elementary school isn't closed? Xiao Lulang added some firewood to the stove. Strictly speaking, the elementary school of the Imperial College does not completely belong to the Imperial College. It is separated from the Imperial College by an alley. When His Majesty closed the Imperial College, he did not mention anything about the elementary school. The elementary school took advantage of this loophole and has been open ever since. The elementary school had been open for a few years. It should be quite experienced in teaching prodigies. Gu Jiao asked, "What's the entrance exam about?" Xiao Lulang said, "Based on the results of the exams in previous years, the main exam is literacy, scripture writing, and arithmetic." Gu Jiao hummed. "There's no problem with these small clearances." Xiao Lulang nodded. However, to be safe, the two of them still spent a lot of money to buy the exam questions from previous years for little Jing Kong to do. Little Jing Kong's accuracy was very high, but his handwriting was slow and ugly. It was extremely ugly. Thus, Little Clear Sky's daily schedule had an additional item, writing calligraphy. Little Jing Kong was not happy. He suspected that his bad brother-in-law was depriving him of the joy of being a child. Xiao Lulang said to him, "Jiao Jiao also practices calligraphy every day. You two can practice together." Little Jing Kong happily agreed when he thought about being alone with Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao had not dreamed for a long time. The last time she had a dream was before Xiao Lulang went to the provincial urban and rural examination. It had been 4 months since then. She had almost forgotten that she could dream. However, that night, when she returned to her room after practicing calligraphy with Little Jing Kong, she soon fell into a strange dream. The reason why it was strange was because the person who appeared in her dream was neither Xiao Lulang nor herself. It was the man who saved Little Jing Kong, whom she had almost forgotten. The man was wearing green armor and a blood-red cloak. He was sitting on a majestic warhorse. When the man passed by a secluded alley, he was ambushed. The assassins were all first-class masters. Even so, they were still no match for the man. Just when the man was about to win, one of the assassins suddenly threw out a child and stabbed the child with his sword. In order to save the child, the man's right arm was cut off by the assassin. The assassin's sword was highly poisonous. Although the man's life was saved, his right arm was crippled. Strictly speaking, this assassination had something to do with Little Jing Kong. This group of assassins had been secretly watching the man for a long time. They did not dare to make a move until they accidentally saw the man giving birth to a defenseless child. They decided to do the same thing, which led to the subsequent assassination. When Gu Jiao woke up, she had a strange expression on her face. She was getting more and more confused about her dream. Could she dream of people who were not related to her? However, no matter what, he had saved Little Jing Kong's life. Moreover, the assassination was inspired by him saving Little Jing Kong. She could not sit back and do nothing. The assassination would take place tomorrow evening. As for the location, she remembered that there was a lucky cloud near where the man was assassinated. Chapter 124. The novel is updated faster. You can find all the novels that you can't find online. The next morning, she found Xiao Lulang and asked him where the Lucky Cloud Tavern was. Xiao Lulang was puzzled. "Where did you hear about the Lucky Cloud Tavern?" Gu Jiao's expression didn't change. "I heard about it when I went to the market yesterday." "Isn't the food in that tavern delicious?" Xiao Lulang said seriously. "It's a shady tavern." Huh. Gu Jiao was surprised. Xiao Lulang explained. "On the surface, it's an inn, but in reality, it's a gambling den. Many people have been fooled there, so don't be fooled." Xiao Lulang firmly believed that Gu Jiao was fooled by someone with ulterior motives. He refused to tell her where the Lucky Cloud Tavern was. Gu Jiao scratched her head and had to think of another way. After breakfast, Xiao Lulang went to find a suitable private school for Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Jiao went to the market with the excuse of buying groceries. She directly hired a carriage and said, "Go to the Lucky Cloud Tavern." The carriage driver said, "The Lucky Cloud Tavern is quite far. Miss, are you in a hurry? If you're not, please wait for a moment. I'll get another customer. I'm in a hurry, Gu Jiao said. Then it'll cost 200 copper coins. The carriage driver said. The Lucky Cloud Tavern was on the other side of the capital. His horse was not a good horse. It would take him more than half a day to go there and back, so he might not be able to get another customer. Okay, Gu Jiao agreed. The carriage driver was quite familiar with the capital's terrain, so he chose the nearest road. However, he didn't know what day it was, but there were two important people on the road, so all the people had to avoid them. When Gu Jiao arrived at the Lucky Cloud Tavern, the assassination had already begun. Gu Jiao heard the movement in the alley and jumped off the carriage without saying a word. She went around the other end of the alley. Both sides were in the midst of a fierce battle and did not notice that a thin and small figure had sneaked behind them. Gu Jiao found the sack hidden in the corner and carried the unconscious child out. Then, she found a large stone and put it inside. The assassins were no match for the man. They exchanged glances with each other and were about to start their dirty tricks. One of them picked up the sack with his sword and threw it at the man. The huge sword Qi split open the sack and the things hidden inside flew out. The assassins were all dumbfounded. Wasn't it the child's? How did it become a rock? The man was also puzzled. What kind of move was this? Was this the latest bewitching technique? Using stones? The man effortlessly split the rock into two halves. The best time for the assassination had passed. The assassins knew that they had no chance to kill the man today, so they did not continue fighting. After a few feints, they ran away one after another. The man did not chase after them. He put away his sword and was about to get on his horse when his ears suddenly twitched. He looked at the alley warily and asked, "Who is it?" His five senses were too sharp for him to be discovered. Gu Jiao came out from behind the pillar with the unconscious child in her arms. "It's me." The man recognized Gu Jiao. "Why are you here?" Gu Jiao shrugged. The man's gaze fell on the child in her arms. At first glance, it looked like the little guy from the other day. However, when he looked closer, he realized that the child had a buzz cut. The child's hair was very long and tied up. Moreover, the child's appearance was not as cute as the little guy from the other day. The man pondered for a moment and thought of the stone that flew out of the sack. He seemed to remember that the assassins were also very surprised at that time. Could it be? The man looked at Gu Jiao and asked suspiciously, "Did you swap the child out?" "Yes." Gu Jiao did not deny it. "I happened to pass by and saw them with a child. So, I followed them. Coincidentally, they were fighting with you. So I took the child out." She said it casually, but the man knew that the group of assassins were not ordinary. It was very difficult to follow them without being discovered. He looked at Gu Jiao with even more suspicion. "If I remember correctly, you live near the Imperial College. This place is in the east, and the Imperial College is in the west. Why did you pass by here? What are you doing here?" Gu Jiao paused and looked at Shang Yun and not far away. Gambling? The man was speechless. It was fine if she did not want to tell him. Of course, the man did not know that Gu Jiao came specially to save him. While the two of them were talking, the child's parents caught up with them. My son! My son!" The woman burst into tears. Gu Jiao returned the child to her and said, "He took a little knockout drug. It's not a big dose, so he'll be fine. He'll wake up when it's dark." "Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss." The woman held the child and kowtowed to Gu Jiao. Her husband also knelt down and kowtowed. Gu Jiao looked at the man and said, "You don't have to thank me. Thank him. He was the one who chased the assassins away." The two of them kowtowed to the man again. After the two of them left, the man was about to leave as well. He grabbed the reins of the horse with one hand and held the saddle with the other. Just as he was about to get on the horse, Gu Jiao stopped him. "Don't you need to treat your wound?" The man's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of vigilance. He drew his sword and pressed it against Gu Jiao's neck. "Who are you? How do you know that I'm injured?" Even the servants in the residence did not know that he was injured. Gu Jiao did not even look at the sword against her neck. She just calmly glanced at the man's waist and said, "You're bleeding." The man lowered his head to look. The clothes around his waist were soaked with blood, and there was a large patch of red. Gu Jiao said, "Be careful of losing too much blood." This amount of blood, if it was a normal person, they would have already fainted. He had been fighting for a long time. Gu Jiao looked around. There was no one in the alley. She simply put down the small basket and took out a small medicine box. She said to the man, "Lift up your clothes and let me see." The man asked, "What do you want to do?" Gu Jiao lightly said, "I'm going to stop your bleeding." The man knit his brows. Gu Jiao did not want to open the medicine box in front of him. She gave him a look and said, "Turn around and lift up your clothes." "Are you a doctor?" the man asked. "Yes, I am." "Don't talk nonsense. You fight so well. How can a doctor be so wishy-washy?" Gu Jiao realized that the people here were more or less afraid of treatment. Of course, it could also be because they did not trust her enough. The man was a little hesitant. It was not that he did not trust Gu Jiao, but Gu Jiao was a woman. How could he lift up his clothes in front of a woman? Gu Jiao sighed. If he was not going to do it, then she would. She walked behind the man, took off his armor, and lifted up his shirt. The man did not react at all. "It was just stitched up, right?" Gu Jiao looked at the wound. "It's torn. It needs to be stitched up again." The man's wound was stitched up by the medical officer in the military camp. Few doctors among the people were proficient in this kind of surgery. The man still had some doubts about Gu Jiao's medical skills. But looking at Gu Jiao's serious face, he could not refuse in the end. Gu Jiao said, "Turn around." The wound extended from the man's back to his right waist. It was indeed easier to stitch it up if he turned around. The man frowned and turned around. "The anesthetic has run out." Gu Jiao did not understand why it had not been replenished until now. Gu Jiao closed the box and waited for a while. She silently repeated the words anesthetic in her mind. But there was still no anesthetic after she opened the box. Gu Jiao said to him, "I can only stitch it up for you. Bear with it." The man was stunned. He said to Gu Jiao, "Is it an anesthetic? I don't use that. You can stitch it up." Gu Jiao did not explain the difference between local anesthesia and anesthetic. She stitched up his wound carefully. He did not make a sound during the entire process. He was a tough guy. But the two of them did not expect that when she was about to stitch up the wound, an assassin would turn back. The assassin had a bow in his hand. He knocked 5 arrows in a row. The man did not have time to react. He turned around and protected Gu Jiao with his arms. He planned to use his body to take the arrows. He saw Gu Jiao's eyes. They were calm and cold, filled with a flash of killing intent. Gu Jiao pulled out the dagger at his waist. With a sudden swing, she threw it at the assassin's chest. The assassin groaned and fell from the roof. His bow also fell to the ground. The man turned around in disbelief. Gu Jiao calmly squatted down and continued stitching up the man's wound. "It's done," Gu Jiao said. The man looked at Gu Jiao in a daze. He was still in a state of great shock. Gu Jiao blinked her eyes and looked at him. She suddenly realized, "Yes, I almost forgot about this." As she said this, she took out a bottle of medicine that she had concocted and handed it to him. "It's better than your medicine." Gu Jiao was not in a blindfolded contest. She had smelled the medicine when she was stitching up his wound. She carefully identified the ingredients and confirmed that it was not as good as her medicine. The man still had a look of disbelief. Was it not over yet? Gu Jiao looked at the assassin not far away. "He's not dead. We can still capture him and interrogate him. Or, do you want to arrest me?" "No." The man finally came back to his senses. "You were defending yourself. If you want to arrest someone, you should be arresting them." "Oh, then I'm leaving." Gu Jiao clapped her hands and carried the small basket on her back. She walked out of the alley with a calm expression. Gu Jiao had given the man too much shock. Even the assassins could not cause a ripple in his heart. He hesitated for a moment, but still urged his horse to catch up with her. "I'll send you home." Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. The man paused. "I also live in the direction of the Imperial College. It's on the way." "Up to you." Gu Jiao arrived at Lucky Cloud Inn and got into the carriage that she had hired from the market. The man was actually worried that the assassins had not gone far and had their eyes on Gu Jiao. That was why he offered to send her home. Fortunately, there were no signs of the assassins until they arrived at Gu Jiao's house. They probably did not catch up with her. That was good. He did not want to implicate her. Gu Jiao paid the fare, and the coachman drove the carriage away. The man also left. Goodbye. Gu Jiao nodded. Goodbye? Jiao Jiao, dear brother. Little Jing Kong saw the two of them through the crack of the door and ran over. He hid his little hands tightly behind his back to prevent Gu Jiao from seeing them. He tilted his head and asked, Jiao Jiao, why did you come back with dear brother? Is dear brother here to visit our house? His behavior reminded the man of Gu Jiao's behavior just now. They were indeed a family. Even their words and actions were so similar. Gu Jiao patted his little head and said, Dear brother is just passing by? Oh. Little Jing Kong thought for a while, moved a step towards the door and said, Then I'll talk to dear brother for a while. Okay. Gu Jiao pretended not to see that he was hiding something in his hands. After Gu Jiao entered the house, the man asked Little Jing Kong, What are you hiding in your hands? Little Jing Kong took out his little hands from behind his back and revealed a small box. He said quietly, Jiao Jiao's birthday is coming soon. I'm preparing a gift for Jiao Jiao. This is the first birthday I'm celebrating with Jiao Jiao. I want to give her a surprise. I'm afraid that she has already seen through your surprise, little guy. Little Jing Kong had a lot to say to the person he liked. He turned into a little loudspeaker again and kept blabbering. The man didn't feel annoyed at all. He only felt that this child was very cute. He was very puzzled. How did a woman who didn't even blink when killing someone raise such a naive and ignorant little guy? She must have protected him very well, he thought. Little Jing Kong's blabbering sounds echoed in his ears. The smell of food wafted from the courtyard. The man felt a trace of home in front of this unfamiliar house for the first time. The man said goodbye to Little Jing Kong and returned to the house. As soon as he stepped through the gate, a clever and delicate manservant rushed over with a hurried expression. Why did you come back so late? In the few days that you weren't in the residence, something big happened in our residence. What happened? The man asked. Sigh. The servant scratched his head and cheeks. He had been holding it in for a few days, but he suddenly didn't know where to start. The man ignored him and entered the house coldly. The servant chased after him. It's about the second madam. She lost the child in the past. The young miss in our house isn't the master's flesh and blood. The real young miss is outside and refuses to come back. I heard. She grew up in the countryside. She's timid and hasn't seen the world. She doesn't dare to come to the house. The matter of Gu Jiao and Gu Yin coming to the capital couldn't be covered up. Both of them refused to return to the house, so there were many guesses in the house. The servant sighed, Aya. After so long, it turns out that the master doted on the wrong person. She's not your biological sister. Gu Changqing's eyes were cold. I don't have a sister. I only have 2 younger brothers. Gu Changqing wouldn't recognize Yao Shi. He also wouldn't recognize the 2 children that Yao Shi had with his father. Chapter 125. Gu Changqing's body was injured. After returning to the manor, he did not alarm anyone. First, he had a servant call the manor doctor to his courtyard. The manor doctor was already accustomed to Gu Changqing's injuries. The heir was a person who did not care for his life. It would be abnormal if he didn't have some injuries when he came back. However, after examining the condition of the wound, the manor doctor was shocked. Heir, may I ask who stitched it up for you? Gu Changqing asked. What is it? The military camp doctor stitched it up once, and the doctor outside stitched it up once. Is there a problem? The manor doctor said, No, it was stitched up very well. I have never seen anyone who could treat a torn wound so well. Which doctor was it? Hearing the manor doctor say this, Gu Changqing had an idea. You can withdraw. Don't spread the news of my injuries. This small one understands. He had been the manor doctor for a few days and understood this heir's habits. He did not like to make a big fuss and cause the entire manor to panic. After the manor doctor withdrew, the servant brought over a basin of hot water and a set of clean clothes. Earlier, in order to not attract attention, he had used a cloak to cover the wound. Now, even the cloak was stained with blood. The servant helped Gu Changqing take off his clothes while muttering, Heir, how did you get injured this time? Ever since you were transferred to General Rant's command, You have been injured more than before. Is General Ran especially scary? How can there be no injuries when practicing martial arts? General Ran's rule is strict. This is a good thing. It is Zhao country's fortune. Don't say these words again in the future. Oh. The servant muffled a response. He put the blood-stained cloak into the basket and began to take off his outer and inner robes. That's right, heir. Did you call the manor doctor over because you were worried? In the past, after you were treated in the military camp, you would not let the manor doctor see you a second time. Since you were worried about that person's medical skills, why did you let him treat you? That's right. Why did he let her treat him? Gu Chongqing couldn't answer either. She did not look very old and seemed to be about the same age as Gu Jinyu. It would be good if a girl of her age did not cry out in fright when she saw such a hideous injury, but she could still calmly stitch it up for him. Not only that, she had also killed an assassin. After killing him, she continued to stitch him up as if nothing had happened. He had lived for 20 years, but this was the first time he had seen such a strange woman. His small body seemed to contain a great amount of power. Your Highness, concubine Ling wants to see you. A maid outside the door reported. The manservant looked at him and said, Your Highness is injured. Why don't I go and help her? No need. Gu Chongqing changed into clean clothes and went to the flower hall to see concubine Ling. Concubine Ling was Madame Little Ling's younger sister. She did not look much like Madame Little Ling. She was more beautiful than Madame Little Ling, but unfortunately, neither she nor Madame Little Ling could compare to Madame Yao. Perhaps it was not only because concubine Ling had the same bloodline as Madame Little Ling, but also because concubine Ling had some of Madame Little Ling's desolation back then. Gu Chongqing was still polite to her. Gu Chongqing said, It's so late. Concubine Ling, haven't you slept yet? Concubine Ling smiled. I'm old now. I don't always feel sleepy like when I was young. It's enough to sleep for 6 to 4 hours a day. These days, you always go out early and come back late. I haven't seen you for a long time, so I wanted to come and see you. Gu Chongqing said, I've made you worry. Concubine Ling said earnestly, Don't be too tired. You still have to take care of your body. There will be a long way to go in the manor, but you can't let anything happen to your body. I know. Although he said so, Gu Chongqing didn't dare to forget the old duke's instructions before he left. He was the eldest grandson and also the eldest brother. He had the old madam, younger brothers and sisters, and the manor's 100 years of history. He had to support the entire manor even if he had to kneel. After the greetings, concubine Ling didn't have the intention to leave. Gu Chongqing asked, Is there anything else, concubine Ling? Concubine Ling twirled the handkerchief in her hand and smiled embarrassedly. It's like this. Madam has returned to the manor. You must have heard about her. Gu Chongqing looked at concubine Ling. Concubine Ling, are you talking about the 2 children being swapped? Concubine Ling was slightly stunned. You know, Gu Chongqing said, I just found out. Concubine Ling glanced at the manservant standing behind Gu Chongqing and understood. She said, Although Jinyu isn't your father's biological child, she has been raised in our manor for many years. We have developed feelings for her. If we send her away, not only will your father and madam be reluctant, even the old madam will be reluctant. Gu Chongqing didn't think much about this matter. He didn't care, so he didn't fuss about it. Concubine Ling smiled warmly. Jinyu's birthday is coming soon. Do you need me to prepare a birthday gift for her? Gu Chongqing said, Concubine Ling, just arrange it like in the past. Although he didn't recognize Gu Jinyu as his sister, he wouldn't deliberately embarrass her. He didn't have the hobby of bullying a young girl. Concubine Ling continued, Yin also came to the capital. As for Yin and that child, should we also send a birthday gift to each of them? Gu Yin moved to the villa before she was 4 years old. They hadn't seen each other for 10 years. Gu Chongqing actually couldn't remember what Gu Yin looked like. He nodded. If you can send it, then send it together. It was just a matter of face. Concubine Ling smiled. Okay, I'll prepare the gift for your father and let him bring it over. Gu Chongqing didn't have any objections. Concubine Ling, you can make the decision for such a small matter. Concubine Ling reminded him to take care of his body before leaving. Gu Chongqing knew how badly injured he was. The pain wouldn't go away for 3 to 5 days. However, he slept for a night. When he woke up the next day, he didn't feel much pain. He applied some of the medicine that Gu Jiao gave him. It was cool and the pain in his wound lessened. Gu Chongqing felt that it was very magical. Where did that girl's medical skills come from? She was actually better than the medical officer in the military camp. There was no training for the next 2 days, but Gu Chongqing still decided to go to the military camp. When he passed by Chuehua Pavilion, he happened to bump into Gu Jinyu accompanying Yao Shi for a walk in the garden. He saw the other, and the other also saw him. The scene was slightly awkward. When Yao Shi had first married into the Marquis Fu, Gu Chongqing hadn't even been 10 years old. He was a half-grown brat, and he had just lost his mother. His heart was filled with resentment, and he had spoken ill of Yao Shi many times. He had even threatened to chase Yao Shi out. In this Fu, if there was him, there would be no Yao Shi. If there was Yao Shi, there would be no him. He had even complained about Yao Shi in front of his grandfather and grandmother. Now that he was older, he would not be as insensible as he had been when he was young. However, he would not call Yao Shi mother. Not in this lifetime. Yao Shi nodded from afar. He also raised his hands in a faint greeting. They greeted each other politely and distantly. Logically, this awkward encounter should have ended, but Gu Jinyu suddenly walked down the pavilion and came in front of Gu Chongqing. He curtsied and said, "Eldest brother, good morning." "Good morning." Gu Chongqing's expression was indifferent. Gu Jinyu didn't seem to care. He raised a sweet smile and said, "Eldest brother, it will be my birthday in a few days. Will eldest brother return to the Fu on that day?" Without waiting for Gu Chongqing to speak, Gu Jinyu continued. "Nyang Yang said that she will also come. I hope that eldest brother will also come." Facing those eyes that were smiling but could not hide their unease, Gu Chongqing did not reject him as thoroughly as he usually did. "I will return when I have time." Gu Jinyu smiled. "Many thanks, eldest brother." Gu Chongqing said coldly, "Don't thank me too early. I might not have time." With that, he brushed past Gu Jinyu and left without looking back. Gu Jinyu thought to herself, it seemed that not being mother's child made eldest brother less angry at her. Before returning to the capital, she had worried that she would be looked down upon by the world after her identity was exposed. In the end, this was not the case. Imperial concubine Shu liked her because of her talent. Old Madam liked her because Imperial concubine Shu also liked her. What did it matter if she was father's flesh and blood? Once she became a county princess and had eldest brother's love, who would dare to look down on her in the future? Oh right, there was also Royal Princeton. Last time when she entered the palace, she was so focused on solving problems for the 5th prince that she forgot to mention Royal Prince N. This coming-of-age banquet was a great opportunity to meet Royal Prince N. After taking a walk, Gu Jinyu found Marquis Gu and told him her thoughts. Marquis Gu was shocked. "What? Send an invitation to Royal Prince N? That's not appropriate, right? We are not familiar with Royal Prince N." He did not dare to rush to establish a relationship with Royal Prince, and just because he had taken in Royal Prince and his sister for a few nights. Putting aside the interests between the major powers, Royal Prince N alone was not someone he could establish a relationship with. The old Marquis might have some face. After all, the old Marquis had military achievements. But he was not his father. Gu Jinyu said confidently, "Father, trust me. The royal prince will definitely come." Marquis Gu could not resist his daughter's coaxing. In a moment of impulse, he sent the invitation to Royal Prince N. Chapter 126. The newest chapter of this book is not finished. That night, Jun Wang received an invitation from Marquis Ding and Fu. Ever since Jun Wang ended his life as a hostage in the country of Chun and returned to the capital, he kept a low profile. Other than studying for the imperial exams, he did not interact with anyone. Everyone in the capital knew this in Jun Wang's personality. Normally, they would not take the initiative to interact with him. Thus, looking at the invitation in his hand, Jun Wang was surprised. In order to not appear rude, Marquis Gu's invitation was for Jun Wang and Zhuang Mingdai. Jun Wang was surprised, but seeing Zhuang Mingdai's name, he was not surprised. Marquis Gu really raised a restless daughter. He did not need to think to guess that it was done by Gu Jinyu who had swapped places. However, Jun Wang did not expect that Gu Jinyu had misunderstood his words. causing Gu Jinyu to have thoughts that she should not have. He only thought that she was trying to win over Zhuang Mingdai and use Zhuang Mingdai to invite him to the food of bask in his glory. He sneered and threw the invitation on the table. Wu Yang asked, Jun Wang, what is Ding and Fu thinking? Why did they send you and young Miss Kai Dai an invitation? The relationship between the two parties was a bit complicated. Last time at the villa was an accident. It was late, and there were no ones nearby. He could not see at night and was afraid that his illness would be exposed, so he stayed at Ding and Fu's villa. However, behind Ding and Fu was Imperial Concubine Shu. Behind Imperial Concubine Shu was the Emperor. They were too close to the Zhuang family. Were they not afraid of causing the Emperor's suspicions? And Junwang sneered, if someone really asks, it's just a relationship between two young girls. It can't be considered a faction. Wu Yang curled his lips in disdain. Don't go to this kind of Fu's banquet. When the old Marquis was on the throne, he did not have the right to have relations with our Zhuang family, much less now. And Junwang faintly said, don't look down on Marquis Ding and Fu. The old Marquis had outstanding military service in the past, but suddenly had his military power taken away by His Majesty. He even had to hand over the loyalists that he had secretly trained. Do you think it's really like this? Isn't it? Wu Yang asked. Royal Prince and narrowed his eyes. I've always suspected that the old Marquis had severed ties with His Majesty on the surface, but in reality, he took the opportunity to leave the capital to secretly cultivate troops for His Majesty. If Xianping Marquis Fu is the open spear in Your Majesty's hand, then Ding and Marquis Fu is the hidden arrow behind Your Majesty. Wu Yang expressed his doubts, but no matter how I look at Marquis Gu, he doesn't look like someone who can achieve great things. How long can old Marquis hold on by himself? Isn't Your Majesty making the wrong bet? Royal Prince An's gaze was deep. Marquis Gu can't, but Gu Chongqing can. Wu Yang, this. Royal Prince and did not continue this topic. Instead, he asked, Miss Gu's birthday is also on the same day, right? Wu Yang naturally understood that the Miss Gu his master was referring to was not Gu Jinyu. He said, it should be. There's also young Master Gu. Royal Prince nodded. Have you found out where they are staying in the capital? Wu Yang said, I've heard about it. Miss Gu's husband went to the Imperial College to register and left his address. But what? Royal Prince asked. Wu Yang said, that residence was the one that Royal Prince wanted to buy. Unfortunately, it was bought by someone for 10 times the price. Royal Prince had a bit of an impression. You're talking about the residence that is very close to the Imperial College and has 2 large courtyards? That's right. Wu Yang nodded. Royal Prince was confused. How did they get into that residence? Wu Yang said, I heard that Miss Gu's husband rented it for 30 taels of silver every month. Royal Prince was even more confused. Only 30 taels? 30 taels was not a small amount. But if one knew that the residence was bought for 10 times the price, they would feel that the rent was not worth mentioning. All of the residences in the alley were very close to the Imperial College, but only that residence had the largest courtyard. It was very suitable for people with small children. She just happened to have a 3-year-old little brother. But how did they rent it? Maybe it's good luck. What Wu Yang really wanted to say was that the person who bought the residence was an idiot. Spending so much money to buy a residence in the Imperial College just to rent it out? Royal Prince shook his head. Forget it. There's no need to look into this. It's not bad for them to live there. There are students from the Imperial College nearby. No one will recognize the Empress Dowager. There's one more thing, Wu Yang said. What is it? Royal Prince asked. Wu Yang said with a strange expression, does Royal Prince still remember the recommendation quota for the county? This subordinate asked around. Miss Gu's husband got 2 first places in the county exam. His total score is first in the county. Royal Prince said, I know about this. It's because his grades are good enough that I persuaded grandfather to think of a way to reopen the Imperial College. This way, his entire family can enter the college. The Empress Dowager can also enter the capital without attracting attention. Is there a problem? Wu Yang said with a puzzled expression. The recommendation quota for the county wasn't his. He got in himself. Royal Prince gave a puzzled sound. It was unknown if he was more surprised that the other party got first place in the provincial exam or more surprised about the quota. Who was the quota given to? He asked. Wu Yang said, it was given to a friend of his called Feng Lin. This subordinate has checked. This Feng Lin has no background. He ranked 17 in the provincial exam. The provincial exam was taken in Song County. He didn't even get into the Imperial College. I don't know how he got the recommendation quota for the Imperial College. Royal Prince sneered. It's enough to bribe the county magistrate. Wu Yang frowned. But the quota for the Imperial College is handed in first. The results of the provincial exam will come out later. Could it be that Xiao Lulang was confident that he could get first place before the results came out? So he bribed the county magistrate in advance and gave the quota that should have belonged to him to his good friend? Isn't this too outrageous? It was indeed outrageous. After all, even Royal Prince didn't dare to make such a risky move. But Royal Prince didn't believe that there was a hidden reason. After all, Wu Yang had also checked Xiao Yulong's background. He was an orphan from outside the city. He lost his father when he was young. His mother raised him and his older brother, but died with his older brother. In the end, he was the only one left. He fainted at the entrance of the village and was saved by Gu Jiao. After they got married, he was registered in the village. He was appreciated by Principal Li. Principal Li even unilaterally announced that he was his direct disciple. He didn't say anything, but it was true that after he became Principal Li's disciple, his results improved by leaps and bounds. He was originally at the bottom of the class. Who would have thought that in less than a year, he would soar to the sky and become the provincial capital's top scorer? Royal Prince smiled faintly. Back then, Principal Li and my fourth uncle were listed as the capital's 4 great talents. My fourth uncle had always been unconvinced. Why is Principal Li ranked higher than him? Now, we have an answer. Was it really Principal Li's credit? Why did Wu Yang feel that top scorer Xiao was the one who wasn't simple? But Wu Yang didn't say these words. He knew his royal prince's personality. He was resourceful and far-sighted, but at the same time, he thought highly of himself. He didn't think that anyone in the world could be smarter than him. In the blink of an eye, it was the 18th of October. The autumn air was crisp and the clouds were light. The manor was busy even before the sun rose. Today was not only Gu Jinyu's birthday, but also her coming-of-age ceremony. Marquis Gu's original intention was for Gu Jiao and Gu Yin to return to the manor to celebrate their birthday, but the siblings heartlessly rejected him. Gu Jiao didn't return because she didn't think of herself as part of the Marquis's manor. Gu Yin didn't return because there weren't many people in the manor who truly welcomed him. His grandmother only had 3 older brothers in her heart. He was sickly and had bad luck. Ever since he was young, his grandmother didn't like him. As for his 3 older brothers, when he was young, he naively thought that they were really his older brothers. After being beaten a few times, he understood that they would never be a family. Gu Jinyu's background was only known to the masters and a few trusted servants in the manor. Outsiders didn't know that Gu Jinyu was the wrong daughter, nor did they know that Madame Yao and her children had returned to the capital. They just thought that it was the same as the previous years, that Gu Jinyu was the only daughter celebrating her birthday, so they didn't suspect anything. Madame Yao had given her present to Gu Jinyu last night. Early in the morning, she had gone to the Imperial College to celebrate the twins' birthday. Gu Jinyu couldn't care less about her disappointment because she had too many surprises today. Consort Shu couldn't come to the Marquis's manor because something had happened at the last minute in the palace. She had asked the 5th prince to come in her place. The 5th prince even brought the emperor's imperial edict, officially conferring her the title of county princess with the title of Hui. This was the Marquis's manor's first county princess. Everyone felt honored. Old Madame Gu also felt honored and knelt down to thank the emperor for his grace. Grandmother, Gu Jinyu helped Old Madame Gu up. Old Madame Gu patted her hand in relief, her eyes full of affection. I knew you were capable. His Majesty has conferred you the title of County Princess Hui. The word Hui shows how much His Majesty appreciates you. She was praising Gu Jinyu for her intelligence. Gu Jinyu bowed and said, It's all thanks to grandmother's good teachings. I've been under grandmother's influence since I was young. It's all thanks to grandmother that I have the knowledge I have today. Grandmother didn't favor one over the other, just because I'm a girl. She hired so many outstanding tutors for me. Without grandmother, Jinyu wouldn't have the title of county princess. Old Madame Gu was overjoyed when she heard this. Old Madame Gu did dote on Gu Jinyu, but she couldn't compare to her 3 grandsons. The tutors were all hired by Marquis Gu. Old Madame Gu just didn't object. However, Gu Jinyu was willing to give her all the credit, which showed her filial piety. She wasn't like that wild girl who grew up in the countryside. She had been in the capital for so long, but didn't even kowtow to her. It was a pity that she wasn't her biological daughter. They were separated by a layer. Congratulations, old madam. Congratulations, county princess. Concubine Ling presented her carefully prepared gift. Gu Jinyu didn't like Concubine Ling, but she knew that old madam liked Concubine Ling. She wouldn't disrespect old madam. She personally took Concubine Ling's gift. Thank you, Concubine Ling. Concubine Ling took out another gift. Your eldest brother prepared this for you. He can't leave the military camp, so he asked me to send this to you first. Gu Jinyu knew that this was actually prepared by Concubine Ling. She wasn't disappointed. She couldn't eat everything in one go. Her eldest brother's change in attitude towards her would take time. She already saw the signs. She believed that in time, her eldest brother would definitely accept her from the bottom of his heart. Gu Jinyu's coming-of-age ceremony was very grand. Many influential officials in the capital came. Even the Minister of Education of the Imperial College came. The Minister of Education was an official position second only to the Chancellor in the Imperial College. There were 2 ministers, 1 minister and 1 deputy. The one who came was the Minister of Education, Lord Zheng. The young Chancellor had passed away, and the old Chancellor had resigned and left the capital. Everyone in the capital was saying that this Lord Zheng would be the next Chancellor of the Imperial College. Gu Jinyu felt extremely honored. All the grievances she had suffered in the villa for half a year had all disappeared. She indeed belonged in the capital. The capital was her place. Here, she could shine. If Minister of Education Zheng's arrival made Gu Jinyu feel extremely honored, then the next person would make the entire Marquis' residence feel extremely honored. The person who came was the Crown Princess's trusted aide. The Crown Princess had sent Gu Jinyu her coming-of-age gift. Gu Jinyu simply didn't know what to say. The Crown Princess was the future Empress. Her status was second only to the Empress and the Crown Prince. Even Consort Shu didn't dare to put on airs in front of her. Such a powerful person actually sent someone to attend her coming-of-age ceremony? Gu Jinyu was overwhelmed by the favor. The eunuch smiled and said, "Congratulations, County Princess Hui." The Crown Princess said that if County Princess Hui is free, you can visit the Eastern Palace and play chess with her to relieve your boredom. Yes, Gu Jinyu respectfully replied. The eunuch waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and smiled. It's getting late. The Crown Princess is still waiting for me to report back. I'll send you off. Please wait, County Princess Hui. After the eunuch left, old Madame Gu and Marquis Gu both felt that this was unreal. In one night, they even had dealings with the Crown Princess. It might be an exaggeration to say that they had dealings. The Crown Princess had most likely sent a congratulatory gift on account of His Majesty. But no matter what, this was enough for them to be prominent in the capital for a while. Jinyu didn't disappoint grandmother. Old Madame Gu's last bit of resentment that Gu Jinyu wasn't her biological granddaughter disappeared. So what if she wasn't her biological granddaughter? Anyone who walked out of the Marquis' residence would represent the Marquis' residence in the future. Chapter 127. Marquis Ding and Manor was not too far from the directorate, so Yao Shi arrived very early. Gu Jiao had just finished washing up when she heard a knock on the door. She opened it and saw that it was Yao Shi. She could not help but be stunned. Yao Shi gently smiled and said, "I didn't disturb you, right?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "I didn't. I'm already up." Yao Shi smiled and said, "You haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? I brought steamed buns and brown sugar steamed buns." The manor was preparing for Gu Jinyu's banquet. Yao Shi had bought breakfast on the way. It was from a famous steamed bun shop in the capital. "Come in." Gu Jiao invited Yao Shi into the yard. Xiao Lulang had also gotten up and was drawing water from the well. Yao Shi and Xiao Lulang had met a few times in the countryside. Unlike Marquis Gu's pickiness, Yao Shi was very satisfied with Xiao Lulang. He was handsome. This was important. He also studied well and was diligent. Originally, because they had not consummated their marriage, Yao Shi was worried about the relationship between the two. But after observing a few times, she found that the two were getting along very well. It was just that they had not been enlightened. Madame Gu. Xiao Lulang politely greeted Yao Shi. Gu Jiao called Yao Shi Madame Gu. Xiao Lulang also called her this. Yao Shi did not care about the title and happily gave it to Xiao Lulang. Gu Jiao wanted to go to the kitchen to make porridge for the family, but she was rejected by Yao Shi. Yao Shi would let her do anything else, but today was her and Gu Yan's birthday. Yao Shi would not let her do anything. Yao Shi would occasionally make some pastries in the manner, so she was quite familiar with the kitchen. She first made the morning porridge and then began to prepare the next two meals. She sent Granny Fong to buy groceries. What to buy and how much to buy were all written down on the list. This was the first birthday that Yao Shi was celebrating for her daughter. She had prepared for a long time and had even practiced the dishes. Yao Shi was still very popular in the family. Even the strange-tempered matriarch had been won over by her pastries. With her coming, everyone was quite happy. Gu Yin had nothing to do after breakfast, so he went to pick the corn cobs. However, he was stopped by little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong took the corn cob and raised his little hand to stop her. He said sternly, "Today is your birthday too. You don't have to do anything. I won't quarrel with you and let you have a day." Yao Shi made a table full of delicious dishes. Not only did she take care of Gu Jiao and Gu Yan's tastes, she also took care of everyone else's. Gu Xiaoshun stared at the dishes that she could barely put down. She was so shocked that she was speechless. Was this the new year? Why are there so many good dishes? Braised pig trotters with soybeans. Gu Xiaoshun's saliva immediately flowed down. This was his favorite dish. The pig trotters were shiny and oily. When you poked them with chopsticks, the skin was still springy. Gu Xiaoshun felt that he couldn't take it anymore. The pig trotters were first braised and then stewed in a clay pot. They were sticky and melted in the mouth. Xiao Lulang loved to eat fish, so Yao Shi made delicious crucian carp soup. The matriarch liked sweet things, so Yao Shi made brown sugar glutinous rice cake and only used half of the sugar. There was also a vegetarian meal for little Jing Kong. Yao Shi didn't forget to put it in little Jing Kong's exclusive small exquisite bowl. She had asked Gu Yin about these things. She remembered them one by one and prepared them carefully. This was also one of the reasons why everyone liked Yao Shi. She was always able to take care of people without making a sound. In addition to these dishes, Yao Shi also made a bowl of longevity noodles for the siblings. There were no extra ingredients for the longevity noodles. She only added a few green onions and drizzled a few drops of sesame oil. However, Gu Jiao felt that this bowl of longevity noodles was better than other noodles. There was an indescribable taste that warmed her heart and made her nose sour. She couldn't tell if this was her own feeling or Gu Yan's. After eating, everyone began to give Gu Jiao gifts. The first to give was little Jing Kong. He was the youngest and the most eager. He gave Gu Jiao and Gu Yin a small house made of clay. It was made of clay. After he made it, he asked his bad brother-in-law to help him roast it in the stove. Actually, he remembered that the small house he made didn't look like this. He didn't know why it changed shape after he roasted it. The truth was that he made it too ugly. Xiao Lulang couldn't stand it and secretly repaired it for him. It looked better. The door of the small house could be opened. There was also a small wooden figure inside. He asked Gu Xiaoshun to help him carve it. Gu Yin lived in Gu Yan's house. Gu Jiao lived in Gu Jiao's house. However, when Gu Yin opened the door of the small house, he was dumbfounded. "Why are you in my sister's house?" Little Jing Kong. "Ah, I've been discovered." That's right. The scheming monk, little Jing Kong, secretly asked Gu Xiaoshun to make a small wooden figure and secretly put it in Jiao Jiao's house. This way, he could be with Jiao Jiao every day. Gu Yin wasn't happy. He asked little Jing Kong to move out of Gu Jiao's house. Little Jing Kong refused. He even said sternly, "This is Jiao Jiao's gift. You can't destroy Jiao Jiao's things." "Fine, I won't destroy it. I'll move in." In the end, the three wooden figures, Gu Jiao, Gu Yin, and little Jing Kong all moved into Gu Jiao's small house. Gu Yan's small house was empty. Gu Xiaoshun gave 2 Buddhist scriptures that he carved himself. In exchange for helping him carve the wooden figures, little Jing Kong took out his attire, put on the prayer beads, put on the monk's robe, took out a small wooden fish, and performed a ritual for the Buddhist scriptures sincerely. So these were Buddhist scriptures that had been blessed. Gu Jiao flipped through the Buddhist scriptures in his hands. He was in disbelief. Gu Xiaoshun was the most worry-free child in the family. However, because of this, he was easily neglected by his family. Gu Jiao didn't know that he could learn so many words in just a few months. Many of them were rare words. Can you read all of them? Gu Jiao asked. Yes, I can. Gu Xiaoshun nodded. Brother-in-law said that if he didn't know how to read them, he wouldn't know how to answer if someone asked him what he carved. Therefore, even though it was very difficult, he still tried his best to remember these words, including their meaning. Gu Xiaoshun saw Gu Jiao's thoughtful expression. He scratched his head. Sister, do you not like it? Gu Jiao looked up and smiled. I like it. I like it very much. Gu Yin gave Gu Jiao a bracelet. He had bought it with his hard-earned money. From the moment he refused to move back to the Lord Protector's mansion, his father cut off his monthly allowance. Gu Jiao gave him pocket money every month. However, Gu Jiao gave him money to buy a gift for Gu Jiao. He always felt that something was wrong. Therefore, he decided to earn it himself. He didn't have any work to do at his great-aunt's place. He didn't know how to copy books at his brother-in-law's place. He also didn't know how to carve at Gu Xiaoshun's place. After thinking about it, he decided on little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong had a monthly rent of 30 taels of silver. His family was definitely a small local tycoon. Gu Yan's process of earning money was like this. Every day, he fed the chickens in little Jing Kong 5 copper coins. Every day, he took the chickens in little Jing Kong 5 copper coins. Every day, he cleaned the chicken poop 5 copper coins. Every day, he praised little Jing Kong in fancy ways 10 copper coins. He worked for a total of 10 days and earned 250 copper coins. He originally liked a pair of pearl hair clips, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough copper coins. Therefore, he settled for the next best thing and bought a bracelet. The bracelet was strung with jade stones. Any stone in Gu Yan's house was worth more than these jade stones. However, he didn't earn them himself. Gu Jiao put on the bracelet. It looked very nice. Gu Jiao also prepared a gift for Gu Yan. Gu Yan didn't open it in front of everyone. He wanted to go back to his room and open it secretly. Little Jing Kong was very curious. He really wanted to know what Jiao Jiao gave Gu Yan. Great aunt, where's your gift? Gu Yan asked. I didn't. The old lady turned her face away. Gu Yan muttered. I clearly saw it. You secretly did it every day. Gu Jiao looked at the old lady. The old lady reluctantly took out a pouch and put it on the table. Then, she looked up at the sky and ignored everyone. I did it blindly. Gu Jiao picked up the pouch. Little Jing Kong came over to take a look and said in surprise, Wow, great aunt. You know how to embroider ducks. What ducks? Those are mandarin ducks. One is your sister. The other is your brother-in-law. There are also a few duck eggs. No, it's mandarin duck eggs. Look at how this little stinky monk led her astray. The Empress Dowager was a beauty when she was young. The Zhuang family was very powerful. She didn't need to be virtuous. It was enough for her to be beautiful in the harem. Later, the Empress Dowager realized that beauty wasn't necessary. After all, the emperor was blind. Therefore, the Empress Dowager really didn't know how to embroider. The Empress Dowager didn't directly embroider mandarin ducks into duck eggs. It was the result of her secretly sewing many pouches. Gu Jiao's pouch was indeed shabby. It should be replaced. The old lady looked like she didn't care about what was happening outside, but she was very meticulous. Gu Jiao smiled slightly. Thank you, great. Although the old lady's pouch didn't look good, it was very practical. It was divided into several layers. It could separate banknotes, silver pieces, copper coins, and small items. In addition, it was inlaid with a special sewing layer. How could a normal person think so carefully? This was the Empress Dowager's love for Gu Jiao. It was also the Empress Dowager's excellence. Yao Shi made 2 sets of clothes for the 2 children. After coming to the capital, Gu Jiao didn't need to go up the mountain to chop firewood. Yao Shi made a set of clothes for her to work at home. The other set was the same as the noble ladies in the capital. It was an elegant and beautiful dress. There was also a box of gifts prepared for Marquis Gu and the older brother in the Fu. The two of them didn't open it. Finally, there was Xiao Liulong's gift. Everyone was looking forward to it. He never gave pen or paper. The whole family knew what he would give this time. It couldn't be a copybook, right? Then Xiao Lulang took out a brocade box. Under everyone's impatient gaze, Gu Jiao opened the box. It turned out to be a stack of copybooks. Gu Jiao, everyone, however, it didn't seem to be a normal copybook. Each copybook was a poem. Gu Jiao felt that these poems were very well written, although she didn't understand what they meant. Gu Jiao patiently flipped through each copybook. Xiao Lulang didn't expect that she would flip through the copybooks in front of everyone. His expression inexplicably became nervous. Gu Jiao flipped to the end and found an unexpected surprise. This box was specially made. At the bottom, there was a white magnolia hairpin. Oh, Gu Jiao's eyes widened. This iron-like man finally knew to give her a hairpin? What Gu Jiao didn't know was that this hairpin was also called a hairpin ceremony. When a woman of Zhao country reached the age of 15, the elders in the family would hold her hair and give her a hairpin ceremony. This meant that the woman had reached adulthood and was of marriageable age. Of course, if the woman got married before she reached the age of 15, she would have a hairpin ceremony on the day of her marriage. This also meant that she had reached adulthood. When Gu Jiao got married, she didn't have a hairpin ceremony. Gu Jiao wouldn't spend so much effort on a fool, but Xiao Lulang still had an impression of it. When Yao Shi saw the hairpin that her son-in-law gave to her daughter, she instantly understood what was going on. She originally thought that her daughter had already had a hairpin ceremony, so she thought that today was just a normal birthday. Her son-in-law was very considerate. Gu Jiao finally understood why this guy didn't give her a hairpin. It turned out that hairpins were really troublesome. Since she hadn't had a hairpin ceremony, she couldn't use a hairpin. Yao Shi's eyes immediately turned red. Jiao Jiao, I'll comb your hair. Yao Shi and the matriarch combed Gu Jiao's hair. Under everyone's witness, Gu Jiao completed her hairpin ceremony. The moon was in the sky. The bustling streets were left behind by the horses. Gu Chongqing rode the horse to a quiet alley. He dismounted and led the horse into the alley. Unknowingly, he arrived in front of a familiar courtyard. The courtyard's door was half open. From time to time, the laughter of women and children could be heard. It was accompanied by the voices of young men. It was a joyous atmosphere. Gu Chongqing paused at the door for a while. In the end, he didn't go in. He turned around and was about to get on the horse. But suddenly, little Jing Kong ran over. His small body squeezed through the gap in the door. "De Gidge, is it you?" Gu Chongqing turned around and looked at him. "It's me." "Jing Kong, who is it?" Yao Shi opened the half-closed door and saw Gu Chongqing outside. Her smile froze. Gu Chongqing was very surprised to see Yao Shi here. He was even more surprised by Yao Shi's unguarded smile. Although it quickly froze, he still saw it. He never knew that the depressed Yao Shi could be so happy. She was smiling like a child. "You." Yao Shi wanted to say something but stopped. Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Chongqing, then looked at Yao Shi and asked, "Benefactor Yao, do you know each other?" "Benefactor?" Most people wouldn't call him that. Gu Chongqing looked at him strangely. "Are you a monk?" Little Jing Kong explained seriously. "I was a monk before I came down the mountain. I'm not anymore. Benefactor Yao is a pilgrim of our temple. I see her often. I'm very familiar with her. De Gidge, are you also here to celebrate Jiao Jiao's birthday?" Little Jing Kong said it based on his identity. But in Gu Chongqing's ears, he thought that Yao Shi and the little monk's family were just old friends. It was really a coincidence that he and his stepmother knew the same friend. Gu Chongqing said seriously, "No, I'm just passing by. Do you like birds?" Little Jing Kong tilted his head and thought for a while. "Yes." Gu Chongqing handed him a bird cage covered with a cloth hanging from the saddle. "This is for you." After saying that, he got on the horse and left without looking back. Little Jing Kong looked at the back of the horse and waved his little hand. Thank you, Degij. Chapter 128. Novels that cannot be found on the internet will be available here. Yao Shi lifted the cloth of the birdcage to take a look. There was actually an eagle chick inside. Yao Shi asked Little Jing Kong how he knew that Big Brother. Little Jing Kong told her how he was saved. I went to save Little Chi and was almost hit by a carriage. It was Big Brother who saved me. Big Brother is so amazing. As he spoke, his eyes were full of admiration for Gu Chongqing. Yao Shi and Gu Chongqing had not lived together for 10 years. Her impression of Gu Chongqing was still from before he was 11 years old. At that time, Gu Chongqing believed someone's slanderous words and believed that Yao Shi killed his mother. Gu Chongqing did his best to oppose Yao Shi. His gaze towards Yao Shi was full of hatred. He also did not treat Gu Yin well. At first, Gu Yin did not understand and often went to find his 3 brothers. In the end, he always came back with bruises all over his body. Every time Marquis Gu found out, he would beat his 3 sons. But after the beating, someone would report it to the old madam. The ones who suffered losses were Yao Shi and Gu Yin. Yao Shi knew that Gu Chongqing did not beat Gu Yin, but he also did not save Gu Yin from his 2 brothers' evil clutches like how he saved Little Jing Kong. Yao Shi's heart was sour. He could be kind to strangers, but why couldn't he be kind to Gu Yin? Forget it. 10 years had passed. She had already let it go. Gu Yin had a Jiao. He lived a good life here in Jiao. He did not need to go back to the residence to look at anyone's face. He also did not need to suffer any unnecessary harm. Big Brother is a good person, Little Jing Kong said as he hugged the birdcage. Yao Shi smiled bitterly but did not say anything. Gu Chongqing was a soldier of the Zhao country. He had the duty to protect the people of the Zhao country. He was a good person to everyone, but to her and Yin he was someone who wanted to eat their flesh and drink their blood. From Little Jing Kong, Yao Shi found out that Gu Jiao had also met Gu Chongqing, but the 2 of them did not know each other's identity. Gu Chongqing didn't see Gu Yin. Even if he saw them, he probably wouldn't be able to guess each other's identities. Has Big Brother only come once? Yao Shi asked. Including today, it's 2 times, Little Jing Kong said. The first time was when she saved Little Jing Kong and sent him home. This time, she was probably just passing by and thought that Little Jing Kong was cute, so she brought him a bird. What else could he do? Could it be that he's here to celebrate Jiao Jiao's birthday? He was the one who saved Jiao Jiao's younger brother, not the Jiao Jiao who saved him. Moreover, no one would give a fierce little chick to a girl's birthday, right? That's right, Gu Chongqing brought over a chick. It was even a gerfalcon chick that was known as 1 in 100,000 divine birds. Little Jing Kong didn't know what an eagle was. He only felt that this baby bird was very big. Okay, from now on, you'll be called Little Joe. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. Big Brother came just now. He gave me a bird. Little Jing Kong hugged the birdcage and went to look for Gu Jiao. Today, the small alley was very lively. Not long after Gu Chongqing left, Wu Yang came. He was ordered by Royal Prince and to send birthday gifts to Gu Jiao and Gu Yin. Royal Prince An's reason was very open and above board. My Royal Prince received Marquis Gu's invitation and originally planned to personally come and congratulate him. However, he has not been well these few days, so he asked me to send birthday gifts to Miss Gu and young Master Gu. Since Marquis Gu sent the invitation first, then it was reasonable for Royal Prince and to send gifts. However, Yao vaguely remembered that Marquis Gu wrote Marquis Gu's residence on the invitation. How did Royal Prince and find this place? Gu Jiao asked. How did your Royal Prince know that we came to the capital? Wu Yang smiled. Royal Prince is also a student of the Imperial College. He saw the register of the Imperial College and knew that young Master Shao also came to the Imperial College. He spent some effort to find this place. Gu Jiao snorted and sized Wu Yang up. I suddenly feel that you look a little familiar. Are you the thief from that night? Wu Yang shook his head like a rattle drum. I'm not. Oh my God. It's been so long. How can you still remember? You were almost recognized. When Royal Princeton came, Xiao Lulang was not home. Xiao Lulang only heard about it afterwards. Xiao Yulong's gaze landed on Wu Yang. Wu Yang felt strange being stared at. He coughed lightly and said, "Is Grandaunt here? I'll go greet her." A meaningful light flashed through Xiao Yulong's eyes. Wu Yang went to the backyard to see the matriarch and gave her 2 boxes of delicious osmanthus cakes. The matriarch was very happy. Wu Yang saw that the Empress Dowager was in good spirits and was secretly relieved. In fact, Gu Jiao also felt that Wu Yang treated the old lady differently. Commandery Prince and was very strange when he first came. He said that he came to apologize to her for Zhuang Kaidai, but who would come all the way to apologize empty-handed and only send the apology gift the next day? In fact, Royal Prince and was not unaware of his flaw. He just thought that Shi Yi did not have a better excuse. He only prayed that Gu Jiao would not be so smart to think of this flaw. Gu Jiao felt that the assassinations that night was related to Royal Princeton. The more she looked at this guy called Wu Yang, the more he looked like the man in black who shot arrows at the matriarch that night. Gu Jiao did not know that Wu Yang missed and thought that they came to kill the matriarch. Therefore, Gu Jiao was very cautious of Wu Yang. When he went to see the matriarch, Gu Jiao stared at him from the side. Wu Yang could not even whisper a few words to the Empress Dowager. Halfway through, Gu Jiao asked little Jing Kong to call him over. However, he came back quickly. Wu Yang sighed and left resentfully. Royal Prince. In another alley near the Imperial College, Wu Yang got on the carriage and reported to Royal Prince An. "Does she like the gift?" Royal Prince An asked. Wu Yang was not sure. Wu Yang asked, "Royal Prince, why don't you personally give the gift to Miss Gu?" Royal Prince An sneered, "There are many people in the capital who are watching this prince. This prince has to be careful with every move. If someone discovers this place, the Empress Dowager will not be able to hide." On the twins' birthday, the whole family had a fulfilling and happy day. When it was close to midnight, Madame Yao returned to the residence. The residence had been busy for a day, and everyone was exhausted. The masters had gone to rest early. The servants still had unfinished work and yawned as they worked. When Madame Yao entered the courtyard, she was surprised to find Gu Jinyu waiting for her in the room. Madame Yao thought about how she had spent the birthday with the twins, but neglected Gu Jinyu for an entire day. She felt very apologetic. She walked over and stroked Gu Jinyu's hair. She said, "Sorry, Mother came back late." She had originally planned to return after lunch, but she really could not bear to leave Jiao Jiao and Yin Er. She had stayed there for a few hours. If Nurse Fong had not reminded her repeatedly, she would not have known that it was already so late. Gu Jinyu's face did not show any grievance or anger. On the contrary, she was very happy. "Mother, do you know how many guests came today?" "HM?" Madame Yao was stunned. Her daughter did not sleep in the middle of the night to wait for her. So it was not because she felt wrong that she came back late, but because the banquet was too lively and she was happy until now. Madame Yao sat down beside her. She endured her fatigue and said with a smile, "Did many come?" "Yes." Gu Jinyu recited the names of all the distinguished guests as if he was very familiar with them. He then emphasized the details of a few of them. "Sir Zhang from the Imperial College is also here. He is the Minister of Justice, the next Chancellor of the Imperial College." "That's great." Madame Yao smiled and nodded. Gu Jinyu continued, "Although Royal Prince and did not come to the residence personally, he sent someone to give me a generous gift. Mother, look, these are all gifts from him. There are truly too many gifts today. Your daughter will not be able to use them all in this lifetime. Elder sister is not willing to return to the residence, so your birthday must be very shabby. Tomorrow, I will choose some valuable gifts to send to elder sister." Madame Yao thought that there was no need. Turning her head, she saw that Royal Prince and had indeed given her daughter a valuable gift, but it could not compare to what Royal Prince and had given the Jiao Jiao siblings. This time, there really was no need. Gu Jinyu continued to show off. "The Crown Princess also gave your daughter a birthday gift." This was something that Gu Jinyu was most proud of. However, Madame Yao remembered something. When Wu Yang was talking with the matriarch, he seemed to have called out, "the Empress Dowager." His voice was a bit soft, so the matriarch did not hear it clearly. Madame Yao happened to walk past him and accidentally heard it. She should have heard wrong, right? How could Liulong's grandaunt be the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager had not only personally made a pouch for her daughter, but also personally combed her daughter's hair for her coming-of-age ceremony? Even the princesses of the imperial family did not receive such treatment. I must be overthinking. Madame Yao shook her head. Mother, what did you say? Gu Jinyu did not hear clearly. Madame Yao returned to her senses. Nothing. I was saying that since these are gifts from guests, then you should keep them well. Gu Jinyu insisted. How can that be? I want to share them with elder sister. Madame Yao was very, very tired. She patted her hand. No need. You can keep them for yourself. She doesn't have many rooms and can't fit them all. Gu Jinyu still really wanted to give them to Gu Jiaojiao. She wanted Gu Jiaojiao to know that even if she was a daughter that had been brought back, she would still have limitless glory. No one could look down on her. Thinking of something, Gu Jinyu sighed. The only regret is that eldest brother was at the military camp the entire day and could not come back to attend my coming-of-age ceremony. Madame Yao could not bear to tell her that her eldest brother had just gone to Jiao Jiao's home. The directorate was not far from Marquis Ding and Fu. If Gu Chongqing wanted to, he would definitely be able to rush back to attend Gu Jinyu's coming-of-age ceremony. It could only mean that Gu Chongqing had not truly accepted Gu Jinyu in his heart. Madame Yao's impression of Gu Chongqing could not be considered good. He was a person without feelings. In the future, if you have nothing to do, don't go looking for your eldest brother. What's wrong? Gu Jinyu asked in confusion. Madame Yao held her hand and sincerely said, Listen to mother. Your eldest brother will not accept us. Oh. Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and complied. She agreed verbally, but the next morning, when she heard that her eldest brother had returned to the manor, she immediately went to wander around Gu Chongqing's courtyard. Gu Chongqing had just finished practicing and came out to see her. He coldly asked, What is it? That? Gu Jinyu shyly and nervously took out a pouch from behind her back. Many thanks to eldest brother for the birthday gift. This is my return gift to eldest brother. I made it myself. The birthday gift had been prepared by concubine Mother Ling. Gu Chongqing had long forgotten about it. He did not reach out to take it. Gu Jinyu said in a low voice, I know. I am not father's flesh and blood. I am not worthy to call you eldest brother. I stole the life that should have belonged to eldest sister. If possible, I would rather not have carried the wrong child. The Marquis's manners, glory, and wealth are all eldest sisters. I should not have taken the nest for myself. Gu Chongqing more or less wanted to vent his anger on Gu Jinyu, but since she was not Madame Yao's flesh and blood, then he had vented his anger on the wrong person all these years. Gu Chongqing took the pouch. You are very thoughtful. Eldest brother had actually accepted her gift. Gu Jinyu could not believe it and was extremely excited. Is there anything else? Gu Chongqing asked. No. I will go pay respects to grandmother. Gu Jinyu suppressed her excitement and respectfully bowed to Gu Chongqing. She excitedly went to find old Madame Gu. The Imperial College examination was on the 27th of October. On the 22nd of October, Feng Lin also arrived in the capital. He first reported to the Imperial College, allocated his dormitory, and inquired about Xiao Liulang's address. Then, he quickly went to find Xiao Lulang. He didn't go alone. There was an acquaintance by his side. The person who opened the door was little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong looked at the person outside the door and exclaimed, Brother Feng Lin, Brother Chengye. That's right, Lin Chengye was also here. He was also a student of the Imperial College. However, Lin Chengye was not admitted to the Imperial College on his own, nor was he recommended by the local county government. He was specially admitted to the Imperial College after the Lin family donated a building to the Imperial College. The two met on the way. Then, Feng Lin and the Lin family entered the capital together. Hearing that Feng Lin was coming to find Xiao Lulang, Lin Chengye also expressed that he wanted to visit his little teacher. The two of them were very happy to see little Jing Kong. Feng Lin touched little Jing Kong's buzz cut and said, I haven't seen you for a few days. You have grown taller. Little Jing Kong's face immediately darkened. He was clearly not. He was gaining weight every day. Lin Chengye pinched his little face and said, You have gained weight. Little Jing Kong's face darkened even more. He was not fat. He was not fat. He did not grow horizontally. Little Jing Kong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The adults in this batch really drove him crazy. For more exciting content, Chapter 129. The novel will be updated faster. Great Aunt, Jiaonyang, I'm coming. I missed you so much. Feng Lin shouted as he ran into the yard. Xiao Lulang, who was marking little Jing Kong's homework in the study, suddenly jerked his hand and drew a long ink mark on little Jing Kong's homework. It was a sunny day. The old lady was sitting on a rattan chair in the backyard, basking in the sun leisurely. From time to time, she would grab a handful of sunflower seeds and munch on them. Gu Jiao was cooking in the kitchen. Xiao Lulang waited in the study for a long time, but Feng Lin didn't come to find him. The silly boy who was chasing after him, he finally lost him. After greeting the old lady, Feng Lin went to the kitchen to find Gu Jiao. He told Gu Jiao about his journey. He took the waterway back to Song County and met his old parents. He also met his older sister who was already married and his younger sister who was about to get married. In order to support his education, one of the sisters married a widower and the other married a tea merchant who was over 50 years old. Feng Lin, who was already married, had no choice. Moreover, the widower was good to his sister. His sister was pregnant with his child. The couple lived a good life and was very filial to their parents. My sister's marriage, I broke it off. Feng Lin mumbled. Oh. Gu Jiao opened the lid of the pot and added a ladle of water. Feng Lin skillfully added a handful of firewood to the stove. Xiao Lulang, who was watching from outside the door, felt his temples throbbing. Boy, you're even more skilled than me at starting a fire for Jiao Jiao. That tea merchant is not a good person. He's so old and his son is older than me. And his reputation is terrible. I heard that he hit his wife. I don't want my sister to suffer after marrying him, so I returned the betrothal money to him and broke off the marriage. If it was the old Feng Lin, this marriage would definitely be impossible to break off. The tea merchant was in cahoots with the local government. Who could offend him? But Feng Lin had passed. He was already a high scholar. Not only that, he had also obtained a place in the Imperial College and was going to study in the capital. Feng Lin said to the tea merchant, if you cancel the engagement today, I, Feng Lin, will owe you a favor. Otherwise, when I, Feng Lin, become successful in the future, the first person I will punish will be you. The tea merchant was frightened by Feng Lin's words. After much deliberation, he finally canceled the engagement. Strictly speaking, I have to thank Lulang. If it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't have been able to get in. Feng Lin was well aware of his own capabilities. Like Lin Chengye, he was not a gifted student. His grades were all obtained through hard work. Hard work was one aspect of it, but a good teacher was also a very important aspect. When Xiao Lulang was tutoring Lin Chengye, Feng Lin had listened to a lot and benefited a lot. There's also the spot for the Imperial College. I didn't expect that Lulang would give it to me. Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to become a top scorer? It's so risky. Feng Lin didn't know that it was Steward Liu who had interfered in the matter of the spot. He thought that Xiao Lulang had directly told the county magistrate to give it to him. Xiao Lulang wanted to give it to him, but with his current status, he couldn't bribe the county magistrate to do it. Fortunately, Steward Liu helped him. Xiao Lulang stood outside the door and glared at Feng Lin fiercely. Why don't you come and thank me? Can you thank me enough to thank my wife? Feng Lin was talking nonstop. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yin went out. Little Jing Kong looked at the hands of the sundial in the courtyard. Usually, they would only go out for an hour, according to Little Jing Kong's rules. Today, they were out for more than 15 minutes. Little Jing Kong's obsessive-compulsive disorder was acting up again. He frowned seriously. They had been playing for so long that they didn't have any sense of time. Little Jing Kong decided to find his two playful brothers. He knew where they went. They went to an orchard near the market. It was free to enter, but if they wanted to pick their fruits, they had to buy them by the weight. Their fruits were fresh and not expensive. The grapefruit from a few days ago was quite good. They must have gone to pick grapefruit again. Little Jing Kong went to the grapefruit tree in the orchard. As expected, he saw Gu Yin. Gu Yin was sitting on a high branch and hugging the trunk in front of him tightly. However, Gu Shaoshun was nowhere to be seen. Little Jing Kong raised his head and looked at Gu Yin, who was on the branch. Brother Yin, why are you on the tree? Gu Yin said coldly, because I'm more powerful? Little Jing Kong didn't have the ability to distinguish sarcasm from irony. He only understood the meaning of the words. But you're obviously not powerful, he said seriously. Gu Yin was speechless. Where's Brother Shaoshun? Little Jing Kong asked again. He couldn't climb up, so he went to get a ladder. Gu Yin wouldn't admit that he couldn't climb down, so Gu Shaoshun went to get a ladder and a rope to help him climb down. Little Jing Kong said, It's getting late. You should go home. Come down. Gu Yin said, I'm not coming down. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips. Why don't you come down? You've already played over time today. I'm going to deduct your time tomorrow. Gu Yin stuck his tongue out at Little Jing Kong. Fine, I won't come down. Come up and catch me if you can. Little Jing Kong really couldn't understand Brother Gu Yan's naughty behavior. He was only 3 years old, but he already didn't climb trees, let alone make funny faces at people. He was a mature child, but Brother Gu Yin still hadn't grown up. He was still a baby. Don't tell me you don't dare to come down? Little Jing Kong made a bold guess. No, I don't. Gu Yin firmly denied. According to Little Jing Kong's strict observation, whenever Brother Yin lied, he would look left and right. He wouldn't dare to look at people directly. He was right on all 3 of them. You just don't dare to come down. I don't. You're the one who doesn't dare to come up. Why should I come up? Gu Yin choked on her words. Gu Shaoshun went to look for a ladder, but he didn't know where he went. Gu Yan's strength was almost used up. He felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. If Gu Shaoshun didn't come up, he was afraid that he would fall down. Just when the atmosphere was awkward and anxious, Gu Chongqing, who was passing by, heard Little Jing Kong's voice. It wasn't that he deliberately walked in this direction, but this was the only way to get to Marquis Ding and's manor from the military camp. If not, he wouldn't have met Little Jing Kong last time. He heard Little Jing Kong's voice was a little anxious, as if he was arguing with someone. He paused for a moment, then urged his horse to go over. What are you doing? His horse stopped behind Little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong raised his head. His big black eyes lit up. Big brother, it's you. We meet again. And Gu Chongqing nodded slightly. Are you arguing with someone? Little Jing Kong sighed. No, it's one of my brothers. He climbed up a tree and can't get down. I'm worried to death. His words were exactly like, it's my family's child who doesn't know any better. He climbed up a tree and can't get down. I'm worried to death. Gu Chongqing felt his eyelids twitch. He was only 3 years old, but he had the heart of a 30-year-old. He raised his head and looked at Gu Yin on the tree. Without saying anything, he flew up and carried Gu Yin down. Gu Yin was already exhausted, so he was easy to carry. Also, Gu Yin was very light. Gu Chongqing almost couldn't feel the weight of the person in his hands. Gu Yin's head was spinning. He didn't understand what was happening. When he regained his senses, he was already on the ground. And he blinked his eyes strangely and looked at the tall and strong man in front of him. He was stunned for a moment. Who are you? Little Jing Kong explained. He's Big Brother. The big brother who saved me last time and even gave me a bird. Oh, that fierce little eagle was a gift from this big guy. Big Brother Yin, what's wrong with your face? Little Jing Kong asked. What? Gu Yin touched his face subconsciously. When he touched it, it didn't feel right. Little Jing Kong took out a small mahogany bronze mirror from his pocket and put it in front of Gu Yin. See for yourself. Gu Yin looked at his red and swollen face in the mirror. He was so scared that he almost fainted. My face, why is it like this? He was going to die. He was going to die. His handsome face was gone. Maybe you were bitten by the insects on the tree. You have to see a doctor quickly, Gu Chongqing said. He remembered that the little girl was a doctor. He said, Go back quickly. Gu Yin looked down at his swollen ankle. My ankle. Gu Chongqing paused and said, I'll send you back. And? Gu Yin was stunned. Little Jing Kong nodded and said, Thank you, Big Brother. You send Big Brother Yin back first. I'll wait here for Shaoshun Big Brother. Otherwise, I won't be able to find him when I come back later. Gu Chongqing looked at little Jing Kong and said, Can you do it by yourself? Little Jing Kong patted his small chest. Yes, I can. I'm very familiar with this place. I won't get lost. That's good. Gu Chongqing mounted the horse and reached out his hand to Gu Yin. Gu Yin was stunned and didn't move. Gu Chongqing grabbed Gu Yin and put him on the saddle in front of him. Then, he held the reins tightly with both hands and held Gu Yin in his arms. Gu Yin had never been so close to anyone since he could remember, except for Gu Jiao. But Gu Jiao was his sister. They were fraternal twins and were together before they were born. Gu Yin felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to get off the horse, but he couldn't say the words to scold him. He couldn't tell whether he was frightened by the other party's imposing manner or the condition of his feet and face really scared him. Gu Yin sat on the saddle like a little quail and tried to distance himself from Gu Chongqing. But the saddle was only so big. Gu Yin's back bumped into Gu Chongqing's chest from time to time. Gu Yin gasped in pain and whispered, Is it made of iron? Why is it so hard? The road wasn't long. They soon arrived at their house. Gu Chongqing dismounted first and then looked at Gu Yin with a bitter face. Can you get off? Gu Yin used his sleeve to cover his swollen face. It was so ugly. It was so embarrassing. Turn around. I'll get off by myself, he said. Gu Chongqing didn't move. He just looked at Gu Yin coldly. Gu Yin's hair stood on end. He stuck half of his head out from behind his sleeve. I told you to turn around. Gu Chongqing directly carried him down. If this silly boy could get off, he would write his own name upside down. Gu Yin roared in his heart. Even my own brother didn't carry me like this. Put me down. Gu Chongqing carried him into the courtyard and put him on a rattan chair. Gu Yin was so angry that smoke came out of his head. In the past, he would look good no matter how angry he was. But today, his face was swollen like a pig's head. Now that there was smoke coming out of his head, he looked like a cooked pig's head. He even had a death stare in his eyes. Gu Chongqing, who was usually reserved, couldn't help but laugh. Gu Yin couldn't beat him or scold him. His eyes were like daggers. Gu Chongqing suddenly narrowed his eyes. He stuck out his finger and flicked Gu Yin's forehead. Gu Yin was like a baby who couldn't sit still. He fell down. Baby Gu was stunned. Gu Chongqing directly laughed this time. If the people in the barracks saw this scene, they would be scared to death. Gu Chongqing, who was known as the Iron Face King of Hell, actually knew how to tease a child. He even made himself laugh. There was a saying in the barracks. When the King of Hell laughs, the King of Hell's palace opens. Gu Chongqing would only laugh when he killed someone. Those who saw him laugh were all dead. Gu Yin hummed and turned around. He slapped Gu Chongqing's butt. Gu Chongqing went to the orchard and saw little Jing Kong with another 13 or 14-year-old boy. That boy must be Xiaoshuan's brother. Gu Chongqing didn't show up. He rode his horse to the barracks. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Imperial College entrance examination. The preliminary exam was originally on the same day as the Imperial College. However, due to various reasons, the preliminary exam was brought forward by 2 days. It was on the 25th. There were 2 exams. One was arithmetic, and the other was poetry. It sounded simple, but the questions were very difficult. The number of questions was also very large. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao sent little Jing Kong to the examination hall. Don't be nervous, Xiao Lulang said to the little guy. Little Jing Kong raised his small chin and said, I'm not you. I won't be nervous. Gu Jiao squatted down and checked his small bag again, just like how you usually do at home. Pay attention to your writing. There's no need to rush. The reason why she deliberately emphasized this was because little Jing Kong's only shortcoming was that his writing was too slow. Gu Jiao was worried that if the number of questions was too large, he would be anxious. Little Jing Kong patted his small chest. Don't worry, Jiao Jiao. My handwriting is already very fast and very good now. Xiao Lulang looked at his arrogant little face and laughed. You're so good. What rank do you plan to get? Little Jing Kong said seriously, I'll definitely get the first place. Most of the children who came to take the exam were 6 to 8 years old. Little Jing Kong was the youngest one. If it wasn't for the exam fee being as high as 1 tael of silver, Gu Jiao suspected that they wouldn't even allow such a young child to take the exam. Little Jing Kong took the exam and found his seat. He was the youngest candidate, but he was also the calmest one. The preliminary exam wasn't held in a booth. Instead, dozens of children sat in a large classroom with a large distance between them. When the bell rang, the invigilators in each examination hall began to distribute the exam papers. Little Jing Kong didn't feel any pressure to fill in the first few pages. However, when he reached the last 3 pages, he was dumbfounded. What are all these weird scribbles? They were Qi's folk rhyme, Chen's 5 characters 8 rhyme poems, and Zhao's 7 characters quatrains. They were all questions written in different languages. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang, who were outside the examination hall, heard the news. When they heard that there was a 3-language exam this year, they felt guilty. They had made a mistake. They forgot to teach little Jing Kong a foreign language. Chapter 130. Strictly speaking, the two of them couldn't be blamed for this. The exam papers of the Imperial College were different every year. Only one year had a foreign language exam, and that was 10 years ago. That exam paper had been sold out for a long time, so the people in the study room didn't copy it. Therefore, when Xiao Lulang went to the study room to buy the entrance exam papers of the Imperial College over the years, he didn't buy this one. Little Jing Kong was a very smart kid. He could learn everything that was taught to him seriously. If he didn't pass the exam, it would be the fault of the 2 adults. The examiners did have the intention to make things difficult for the prodigies this time. These prodigies were naturally smarter than ordinary people, so it was inevitable that they would be arrogant and conceited. The examiners wanted to give them a heads-up during the exam and break their spirit. When the examiners started to mark the papers, as expected, the last 3 questions all failed. None of them got all the questions right. The most impressive one was that he wrote a complete 7-character quatrain from the state of Zhao, but he got 3 words wrong. The rest of the examinees only wrote a few words. The examiners were very happy. It seemed that this year's prodigies would be obedient in class. However, when they came to the last exam paper, they couldn't laugh anymore. Who was this? What was written all over it? This kid wrote it blindly, right? An examiner asked. Another examiner faintly felt that something was wrong. I think I've seen this kind of writing somewhere before. The 2 of them invited the most prestigious language teacher of the Imperial College over. After the teacher read it, he couldn't give a definite answer. I have to let my teacher read it. The teacher took little Jing Kong's exam paper to a house in the capital and found an old Sanskrit researcher who was over 70 years old. In the end, more than 10 old Sanskrit researchers concluded that this examinee wrote in Indian. It was said that Indian was a language created by Brahma, the guardian of Buddhism, so it was also called Sanskrit. What did he write? An examiner asked. The teacher said, he wrote a Buddhist sutra. Everyone was speechless. What the fuck? It took them a day to come up with the scripts and 3 days to translate the Buddhist scriptures in Little Jing Kong. For the first time, the examiners of the 10,000-year exam were confused by a student. Examiner 1. I can't give marks. Examiner 2. That's right. He didn't answer the questions according to the requirements. Examiner 3. And the words are written in a way that I can't understand. Examiner 4. Is it because he wrote in Sanskrit? Examiner 4 was collectively beaten up. What kind of truth was that? In the end, Little Jing Kong entered the Imperial College in 7th place. Little Jing Kong was very upset. For the first time in his life, he tasted defeat. He had boasted in front of his bad brother-in-law that he would definitely get 1st place, but in the end, he only got 7th place. Little Jing Kong did not even have a good meal. It was rare that Gu Yin did not take the opportunity to ridicule him. He patted his little shoulder and said, "All right, you're already better than many kids. When I was your age, I couldn't even read a word." Little Jing Kong pondered seriously for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. "Will I be as stupid as you when I grow up?" Wah! Gu Yin was speechless. How could I, a flunky, comfort a straight-A student? On the morning of October 27th, Xiao Lulang also started his entrance exam at the Imperial College. The Imperial College had been suspended for almost 4 years. Most of the original students rushed over to take the exam. There were 3 grades in the Imperial College. After entering the Imperial College, the ranking was not based on age, but on grades. Those with poor grades would enter the Justice Hall, Chongji Hall, and Guangya Hall. This was the first grade, and the semester was 1.5 years. Those with average grades would enter the Cultivation Hall and Sincerity Hall. This was the second grade, and the semester was also 1.5 years. Finally, there was the Easygoing Hall. This was the highest grade in the Imperial College. Unlike the previous 5 halls, which were divided into classes, there was only one class in the Easygoing Hall. The probability of a new student entering the Imperial College was not high. Normally, they could only enter the Easygoing Hall after 3 years in the Imperial College. However, this year, there was a guaranteed spot in the Easygoing Hall. It was Royal Tutor Zhuang's grandson, Royal Prince and Royal Prince, and was recognized as a young talent. When he was a hostage in the state of Chun, his talent was well known in the 6 states. Logically speaking, such a talented person could be valued by the imperial court without the need for imperial examinations. However, the Zhuang family had an ancestral rule that all descendants of the Zhuang family had to take the imperial examinations. Over the years, the Zhuang family had produced many talents in the imperial examinations. Of course, there were also some who failed the examinations. The Zhuang family was so powerful that it was normal for them to pass the examinations. However, if they failed the examinations, they would be ridiculed by the public. The Zhuang family did not care about the public's comments. They insisted that all the sons of the Zhuang family were sent to the examination. Royal Prince and did not disappoint. During the provincial examination, he was the top scorer in the capital. As everyone knew, the competition in the capital was the fiercest. Top scorer in the capital was also the rarest. Otherwise, the Imperial College would not have made an exception and guaranteed him entry into the Easygoing Hall. The Imperial College's grading speed was not exaggerated. After the examination on the 27th, the results were released on the morning of the 29th. This year's new students generally performed well. However, some of the older students who had been delayed for a few years due to the closed-door examination were slacking. Studying was like rowing a boat against the current. If you did not improve, you would fall behind. However, not all of the older students were like this. The quality of the Imperial College's teaching was unquestionable. As long as they put in some effort, their results would not be too bad. Unsurprisingly, most of the students who entered the Easygoing Hall were older students. However, when they were sorting out the last set of papers, they found an unfamiliar name. Xiao Lulang. Zhang Sai asked, "Where did this student come from? Has there ever been a student called Xiao Lulang in the Imperial College? Could it be a new student?" Li Sai asked. Zhang Sai frowned. How could a new student do so well? This result could be ranked among the top in the Easygoing Hall. The 2 Sai officials checked Xiao Liulang's student record and found that he was really a new student. Moreover, he had surpassed the top scorer in the Yuzhou region in the provincial examination. Li Sai smiled. This is the first time a new student has entered the Easygoing Hall, right? He was inexplicably looking forward to it. Zhang Sai said coldly, "Don't forget, Prince An is also a new student. This student called Xiao Lulang was just lucky. The title of the new student king will definitely be Prince An." Li Sai did not dare to refute this. Even though Prince An did not participate in the entrance examination, anyone with a discerning eye could see that his talent was above the older students in the Easygoing Hall. If he took the exam, would the first place belong to anyone else? Of course, this new student was also dazzling enough. Li Sai kept an eye on him and looked through his student records and information. Then, he realized something. He can't be the examinee who wrote in favor of removing the vassals and scolded the emperor so badly, right? At the time, the matter was a bit big. All of the invigilators in Yuzhou were shocked. The main invigilator who was sent to Yuzhou to preside over the provincial examination was Li Sai's good friend. After he returned to the capital, he told Li Sai about the article in private. Li Sai's eyelids twitched when he heard it. Did that student not want to live? He dared to slander the emperor like that? He did not dare to give too high a score for this test. He was afraid that if the emperor wanted to see it, the emperor would be angry and fall ill. However, he could not stop him from doing too well in the first and third tests. Overall, he still had to understand the yuan. Therefore, this was a very strong student. He definitely did not enter the easygoing hall by luck. However, Li Sai could not explain so much to Zhang Sai. The Imperial College's examination did not have a ranking. It only showed the student's class. Xiao Lulang entered the easygoing hall. Feng Lin entered the second-grade Sincerity Hall. Lin Qingye also entered Sincerity Hall. The difference was that Feng Lin was in Class A of Sincerity Hall, while Lin Qingye was in Class B. On the other side, Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshuan's private school was also settled. It was in the Qinghe Academy near the Imperial College. The procedures were completed, and they could enter the school next month. Gu Jiao made a table full of delicious dishes and called Feng Lin and Lin Qingye to the house to celebrate the start of the school year. The capital became cold at the end of October. It was said that the first snow had already fallen on the mountaintop of the Hugua Dragon Temple. It would probably snow in the city soon. The silver charcoal that Gu Jiao had stockpiled earlier was put to use. She bought a few hand heaters and put the silver charcoal in them. They could be warm for 2 hours. When they came back at noon, she would replace them with new charcoal. Now the price of charcoal had risen again. Fortunately, Gu Jiao had the foresight to stockpile enough charcoal and save a lot of money for the family. On the first day of school, little Jing Kong wanted to send them to the Jiaojiao. Gu Jiao sent him and Xiao Lulang to the Imperial College. After that, she sent Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yin to the Qinghe Academy. When she returned to the house in Bai Shui Hudong, the old lady had just woken up and was sitting on a rattan chair in the backyard playing with the baby eagle that Gu Chongqing sent. This baby eagle was picked up by Gu Chongqing at the bottom of the cliff. It should have fallen from the cliff not long after it was born. As for whether it fell on its own or was slapped down by its mother's wings, it was unknown. In short, its mother seemed to have forgotten to pick it up. Even so, it did not accept its fate. It stubbornly struggled to stand up. Its small body seemed to hide a great power. A thin little figure quickly appeared in Gu Chongqing's mind. He brought the baby eagle back and brought it to the Hutong. The people in the Hutong knew nothing about the baby eagle's origin. They only thought that it was a gift from his big brother, just as little Jing Kong said. The baby eagle was very fierce. Whoever fed it in the family would be pecked by it. But the old lady had a unique skill. The old lady opened the chicken coop. Little Jing Kong's 7 chicks swaggered out. They were very brave chicks. Without any fear, they entered the cage of the young eagles. Then, they lined up just like how little Jing Kong would usually sneak them out. Each of the chicks took a mouthful of raw meat and fed it to the young eagles. The baby eagle had 7 chicks. It was very obedient and waited to be fed. The old lady looked at it happily. Gu Jiao came over and said, "Great aunt, I'm going to the military camp to give something to second uncle Go Hua." When they left the village, Xuaning Xiang asked them to give a letter and a few thick winter clothes to second uncle Go Hua. There was also a protective talisman that Xuaning Xiang got from the temple. Gu Jiao also added a jar of pickled vegetables and jerky that she made herself. The old lady nodded. "Go ahead." There were several military camps in the capital. The Gu family was going to Hushan military camp. It was not too far away. If they were fast, they would arrive in half an hour. Gu Jiao hired a carriage. When they arrived at the military camp, the soldiers were training. They could hear the vigorous voices of the soldiers from afar. The carriage stopped outside the military camp. A soldier came over and stopped the carriage. "Who are you?" Gu Jiao got out of the carriage and said to him, "I'm looking for someone. He's Deputy General Hu's subordinate. His name is Zhou Erzwang." Go Hua's father was Zhou Dazhuang. The soldier looked at Gu Jiao from head to toe and said impatiently, "Visitors are forbidden in the military camp. Leave quickly." Gu Jiao said, "Just for a while." The soldier said coldly, "That's not allowed." Gu Jiao said, "I've brought something for him. I'll leave after giving it to him." The soldier became more and more impatient. "Leave it here. I'll send it to you later." In Zhou Erzwang's letter, he mentioned that some soldiers would embezzle the things that were sent to them. Gu Jiao still wanted to hand it to him personally. "When will they finish training?" "I'll wait for him here." The soldier frowned. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Is the military camp a place where you can stay as you wish? How do I know that you're not a spy?" "I'm not," Gu Jiao said. The soldier shouted, "You think you're not a spy just because you say so? I'll say that you are." "What's going on?" A dignified voice came from the direction of the military camp. The soldier turned to look and immediately bowed respectfully. Sir Lieutenant, there's a woman here. She said that she's looking for someone from our military camp, but they're training now. I told her to go back first. I'll send the things in later. The sir walked out of the military camp and came to the two of them. The soldier bowed even lower. The sir's gaze fell on Gu Jiao's face. It's you? Gu Jiao nodded. It's me. The soldier was stunned. You two know each other? No matter how he looked at it, this little girl didn't look like she came from a good family. How did she know the sir? And when the sir spoke to her, he didn't seem as scary as usual. What happened to the iron-faced Yama? Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Jiao. You know someone in the military camp? Gu Jiao nodded again. Yes, we're from the same village. His family is next door to me. His family asked me to bring him something. Gu Chongqing asked, what's his name? Who's his subordinate? Gu Jiao said, Zhou Erzwang. He's deputy general who's subordinate. Gu Chongqing said, you came at a bad time. Deputy general who has just been transferred to the Qishan military camp. The Qishan military camp is very far from here. If you go there now, you won't be able to come back at night. Give me the things and I'll bring them over for you tomorrow. Thank you. Gu Jiao moved the things down. The soldier was dumbfounded. What was this little girl's background? How could she make the sir personally run errands for her? Gu Chongqing looked at the soldier. Don't you know that deputy general who is no longer in the military camp? The soldier choked. I? Gu Chongqing's gaze was like a knife. You knew, but you didn't tell her. You even let her leave the things here. I think you want to pocket it for yourself. The soldier's legs went soft. I don't dare. Gu Chongqing said coldly. So you don't know? As a sentry, you don't even know that there's such a big transfer in the military camp. That's dereliction of duty. Sir, please have mercy. The soldier fell to his knees. If Gu Chongqing had mercy, he wouldn't be the iron-faced king of hell. The soldier was finally dragged away and punished with 100 canes. He almost lost half his life. Gu Chongqing wasn't helping Gu Jiao vent her anger. He had always been very strict with his subordinates. Gu Jiao handed the things to Gu Chongqing and went back in the carriage. Before she left, Gu Jiao asked him to tell Zhou Erzwang her address. If anything happened to Zhou Erzwang, he could go to her home to find her. Chapter 131. On the first day of school, Gu Jiao was actually a little worried about Xiao Lulang and little Jingkong. Little Jingkong was too young. Facing a completely unfamiliar environment and a group of prodigies whose intelligence was not inferior to his, Gu Jiao was not sure what kind of reaction he would have in the elementary school. Xiao Lulang was being watched by someone. She was not sure if the other party would do something to make things difficult for Xiao Lulang in the Imperial College. Unexpectedly, after a day, little Jingkong and Xiao Lulang were fine. Instead, it was Gu Yan's side that was in trouble. The cause of the incident was when Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshun entered the school. The two had the same foundation and were assigned to the same class. Qinghe Academy was an academy with excellent teachers. Thus, many young masters from aristocratic families would come here to study. Among them were the two young masters of Marquis Ding and Fu, Gu Changfeng and Gu Chenglin. Qinghe Academy originally had many students from the Imperial College. When the Imperial College reopened, everyone returned to the Imperial College. Qinghe Academy suddenly had many empty spots. Gu Changfeng and Gu Chenglin both transferred over. However, the two were older than Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshun. They also studied more than the two, so they were assigned to another class. The two classes happened to face each other. There was a small garden in between. Gu Chenglin was waiting for his second brother in the garden. Coincidentally, Gu Yin walked past him with a bag of books in his arms. Gu Chenglin glanced at Gu Yin and felt that he looked familiar. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before. Then, he heard someone call him, Gu Yin. Gu Chenglin's expression immediately changed. Gu Yin, Gu Yin. Wasn't that sickly younger brother called Gu Yin? No wonder he looked so familiar. He looked like their father. Gu Chenglin knew that Yao Shi's twins had also come to the capital. However, they had not returned to the manor and were being raised outside. He did not expect to run into them so quickly. Strange. Didn't the imperial physician say that this sickly child wouldn't live past 15? She was already 15 years old. So how could she still be so lively? Gu Qinglin walked over with a whoosh and blocked Gu Yan's path. Your name is Gu Yan? Gu Yan was only 4 years old when he left the capital. He had long forgotten what his family looked like, so he did not recognize Gu Qinglin. However, this did not prevent Gu Yan from sensing Gu Qinglin's ill intentions. Gu Yan frowned slightly. Who are you? Gu Qinglin rudely poked Gu Yan's shoulder with his finger and rudely said, Boy, I'm asking you a question. You'd better answer honestly. Is your name Gu Yan? Gu Yan was not intimidated by his imposing manner. He looked at him fearlessly. So what if I am? So what if he wasn't? What does it have to do with you? This calm appearance made Gu Qinglin very unhappy. Gu Qinglin originally planned to teach him a lesson if he was his sickly younger brother. If he wasn't, then he would let him go. But now, Gu Qinglin changed his mind. This boy was actually not afraid of him and was even glaring at him. Very good. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would not know who he was. When Gu Xiaoshun returned to the classroom after collecting his and Gu Yan's books, he found that Gu Yan had disappeared. He went to the latrine to look for Gu Yan, but did not see any trace of him. Gu Xiaoshun wanted to ask his classmates, but they all entered the school on the same day and did not know each other. Gu Xiaoshun scratched his head. Could it be that he went back first? That's impossible. He said he would wait for me. Gu Xiaoshun thought of Gu Yan's heart disease. He secretly guessed that Gu Yan might have fainted somewhere because of his heart disease. Hey, I just saw your brother go to the back door. Gu Xiaoshun was anxious and angry. A shabbily dressed scholar cautiously stopped him. The scholar did not dare to say that Gu Yan was taken away by the nobleman from the opposite class. He was afraid of getting into trouble. He only reminded him, hurry up and look for him. Don't tell anyone that I told you. Hey, thank you, brother. Gu Xiaoshun did not think much. He patted the scholar's shoulder and strode to the back door of the academy. At this time, Gu Yan had already been dragged into the woodshed at the back door of the academy by Gu Qinglin and a few of his bad friends. No one usually came to this woodshed. Gu Qinglin had people tie Gu Yan up and gagged him with a cloth. He locked him in the dark woodshed. Gu Yan was locked in a small dark room by his own brother. The fear of childhood welled up in his heart. When he was 4 years old, he was also locked in a dark and narrow room. He cried and screamed at the top of his lungs. In the end, he could not even cry. That kind of fear and despair was something that he could not forget no matter how many years passed. Gu Yan fell on the dirty and cold floor. He only felt that there was an invisible hand in the darkness pressing down on his chest. He began to gasp for breath. The secret guard that the old Marquis gave him was sent to do something else. He was not by his side. If not, Gu Chongqing would have guessed his identity from the old Marquis's secret guard. Gu Qinglin and the others had already left. It was as if no one had ever come here. Gu Yan let out a desperate cry. Unfortunately, no one could hear his voice. Gu Xiaoshun was anxious and angry. Oh, where did Gu Yan go? Gu Yan. Gu Yan. Gu Yan heard Gu Xiaoshun's cry. He struggled, but he could not let Gu Xiaoshun hear him. Gu Xiaoshun's voice was further away. Gu Yan was desperate. He struggled on the ground, trying to move to the door. But his heart suddenly hurt violently. His heart disease was acting up. He had the medicine that his sister gave him, but he could not get it. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage. She suddenly felt her heart hurt. Please hurry up, she urged the coachman. Okay. The driver sped up. But the thing that Gu Jiao did not want to see the most happened. The crown princess is out. Everyone, please leave. The entire street was filled with imperial guards who were holding wooden boards to avoid the carriage. The carriage's path was immediately blocked. Gu Yan felt like he was going to die. He lay on his side on the ground. His hands and feet were tied. He struggled until he lost all his strength. He looked fearfully into the darkness and choked, Sister, I'm in so much pain. On the way back to the classroom, one of Gu Qinglin's friends asked, Second young Master Gu, will something happen to that boy? Gu Qinglin did not care and said, What can happen? Can't you see that he's alive and kicking? I'm just locking him up for a few hours to teach him a lesson. Let's see if he dares to glare at me the next time he sees me. That's true. The few of them laughed as they escorted Gu Chenglin back to the classroom. Gu Yan's breath became weaker and weaker. He could not even feel the pain anymore. He knew that he could not fall asleep. Otherwise, he might never wake up again. But he was too tired. He could not hold on any longer. Clang! Before he lost his last bit of consciousness, the door was kicked open. A glaring light suddenly shone in. Gu Yin opened his eyes and saw a tall and powerful man. He stood in front of him against the light like a god. Gu Chongqing broke the ropes that tied his hands and feet with his bare hands. He bent down and carried him out of the room. Gu Yin leaned into the other person's arms. He was a little dazed. He grabbed the other person's clothes as if he was grabbing onto his last life-saving straw. He opened his mouth. Gu Chongqing lowered his head. "What did you say?" Gu Yin said weakly, "Medicine." Gu Chongqing put Gu Yin down and began to look for medicine on him. After a while, he found a small porcelain bottle. He poured out 2 pills and fed them into Gu Yan's mouth. Gu Chongqing took off the water pouch from the saddle and fed Gu Yin some water. Gu Yan's face was not so pale. His heart did not hurt as much, but he was still very weak. He did not even have the strength to speak. Gu Yin recognized him. He raised his hand and grabbed his clothes. He only used 2 thin fingers to grab a little, like a weak and wronged cat. Gu Chongqing sighed helplessly. "I'll take you home first." Gu Chongqing happened to pass by and heard a weak whimper. At first, he thought it was a cat. Later, he felt that something was wrong, so he jumped over the wall and came to the woodshed. He was a martial artist. His hearing was excellent. If it were someone else, they would not have been able to hear Gu Yan's movements. Gu Yin sat on Gu Chongqing's horse again. Last time, he still had the strength to keep a distance from him. This time, it was all over. He was like a snail without a shell. He leaned weakly on Gu Chongqing's chest. Gu Yin still felt that his chest was very hard, but it was also very warm. Gu Yin suddenly felt a trace of stability and peace of mind. This was the first time Gu Yin had this kind of feeling from someone other than Gu Jiao. Gu Yin did not have the strength. To prevent him from falling, Gu Chongqing held the reins with one hand and held his waist with the other. The strength in his arms was different from that of Jiao Jiao. It was the masculine strength that only belonged to men. When Gu Chongqing sent Gu Yin home, Gu Yin was already asleep. Gu Jiao just arrived at the door and bumped into the two. Gu Jiao looked at Gu Yin. Her eyes suddenly became cold. Gu Yan's breath had stabilized, but his clothes were dirty and his face was scratched. It was obvious that something bad had happened. Gu Chongqing said, "I found him in the academy's woodshed. You can ask him the details when he wakes up." Gu Jiao took Gu Yin and thanked Gu Chongqing. "Thank you." Gu Chongqing sat on the horse and said expressionlessly, "You also saved me. We're even." Gu Jiao did not say anything. She carried the sleeping Gu Yin back to the house. When old Madame Fu saw her baby Yin in this state, she was so angry that her hair stood on end. Which bastard did this? She had never guessed that it was Gu Yin who had fallen down by herself. Gu Yin was not so careless. Moreover, there would not be bruises on his wrists from falling. Gu Jiao took out her stethoscope and listened to Gu Yan's heartbeat. Then she found Gu Yan's small medicine bottle. She put 2 emergency pills in it, just enough for 1 dose. Now that the medicine was gone, it meant that his heart disease had acted up. Fortunately, he took the medicine in time. Otherwise, he would be looking at a cold corpse now. Gu Shaoshun did not find Gu Yin in the academy. He asked for leave from the headmaster and ran home to look for Gu Yin, only to find that Gu Yin was injured. "How did this happen?" he asked. "I just want to get a book." Gu Jiao said, "Go back to the academy for class first and ask for leave for Gu Yin." Oh. Gu Shaoshun did not dare to disobey his sister. He went back to the academy. Gu Jiao did not go anywhere. She sat by the bed and waited for Gu Yin to wake up. "Who did this?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Yin lowered his eyes and clenched his fists. Gu Jiao was his sister, so she could empathize with his emotions. "You know each other? An acquaintance?" Gu Yan's eyes dimmed. Not just an acquaintance. It was someone who was related to him by blood. Gu Yin did not recognize Gu Chenglin at first, but when he was locked in the small dark room, a familiar feeling of fear came to his heart. Gu Chenglin locked him up like this when he was young. He also heard the people outside call him Second Young Master Gu. He was almost certain that he was Gu Chenglin. However, Gu Chenglin was in a good mood after teaching Gu Yin a lesson. He was even more energetic in class. On the way back to the residence, Gu Chenglin and his second brother, Gu Changfeng, talked about Gu Yin. What did you say? Madame Yao's son is also in our academy? Gu Changfeng was very surprised. It should be him, Gu Chenglin said. Gu Changfeng frowned. What do you mean by should be? Yes means yes, no means no. Gu Chenglin thought for a moment and said, Isn't that sickly child not going to live past 15? He's already 15. Even if he doesn't die, he should be dying soon. But that Gu Yin doesn't look like he's dying. Gu Changfeng said, Maybe it's someone with the same name. Then why did you lock him up? Gu Chenglin snorted coldly. Who told him to glare at me? You. Gu Changfeng didn't know what to say. Gu Chenglin chuckled, second brother. Do you hope that he's that sickly child? Or do you hope that he's not? Gu Changfeng said, Is it up to me to hope? If he's that sickly child, you'll kill him by locking him up like this. Gu Changfeng felt guilty. That can't be. Gu Changfeng glanced at him. Don't you remember when you locked him up when he was young? He almost died. Father was so angry that big brother and I got beaten up together with you. Gu Chenglin pursed his lips. You say it like you didn't beat him up. When Gu Yin was still living in the residence, Gu Changfeng and Gu Chenglin were the main forces who bullied Gu Yin. Although Gu Changqing also hated Gu Yin, he didn't bully people younger than him. He usually targeted Madame Yao directly. Chapter 132. Gu Chenglin wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but he didn't dare to really kill him. He hurriedly asked the coachman to drive the carriage back to the academy and sneaked into the woodshed from the back door to take a look. There were signs of a struggle in the woodshed, and there were even a few drops of blood on the ground. The rope was broken, and it didn't look like it was cut by a sharp weapon, but more like it was torn apart by someone. Gu Chenglin held the rope and said to Gu Changfeng, second brother, Look, that kid still has the strength to break the rope. I told you he's fine. Gu Changfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. It's best that he didn't die. Whether he's that Gu Yin or not, don't casually find trouble with him in the future. You're not a child anymore. Don't be as willful as before. If Big Brother finds out, he'll punish you again. I know. If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who dares to tell Big Brother? Does he dare? Gu Chenglin glared at the coachman. The coachman hurriedly lowered his head. I don't dare. Gu Chenglin smiled proudly. All right, second brother. Let's go back. Don't let it slip. Gu Changfeng shook his head and sighed, and sat on the carriage back to the residence with his younger brother. The two of them thought that this matter was over, but early the next morning, Gu Chenglin felt a chill on the back of his head. He choked on cold water and even fell while walking. He said sullenly, What luck? The two of them entered the academy together. Gu Changfeng was slightly more studious than Gu Chenglin, and wanted the teacher to hand in his homework first. Gu Chenglin looked like he was idle, and couldn't sit still as if there were nails on the stool. He went to the latrine. Just as he walked to the latrine, one of his friends from yesterday came over. That person's face was still injured, and his eyes were full of fear. Third young Master Gu, someone is looking for you. Who's looking for me? Gu Chenglin glanced at him. Did you fight with someone? That person smiled awkwardly. It's good that it was a fight. He was simply being pushed to the ground and rubbed against by someone. Gu Chenglin relied on his awe-inspiring elder brother to do whatever he wanted in all the major academies. No one dared to provoke him, so he naturally did not think that fighting with others was scary. At most, he would call a few more people and beat the other party up. Gu Chenglin wanted to see who was so arrogant as to trouble him to meet him personally. That person brought Gu Chenglin to the woodshed where they had locked up Gu Yin yesterday. Outside the woodshed, there were already people kneeling on the ground. They were all Gu Chenglin's friends who had been at the crime scene yesterday. Everyone stared at the bird's nest head with a swollen nose and swollen face. His head was crooked and his mouth was slanted. His whole body trembled. Gu Chenglin's first reaction was confusion. His second reaction was anger. These were all his people. It didn't matter if he hit them, but if others hit them, it meant that they didn't give him, Gu Chenglin, face. Who did it? He roared. Everyone wanted to say something but stopped. They looked at him sympathetically and lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Although they usually called each other brothers and went through fire and water together, that was under the premise that their lives were not in danger. Now that their lives were about to be lost, third young Master Gu, "You're on your own now." Gu Chenglin rolled up his sleeves and said arrogantly, "Which coward is it? You don't have the guts to come out and see me, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, a white hand reached out from the woodshed and grabbed Gu Chenglin's collar. She dragged him in without any hesitation. Gu Chenglin didn't even have time to scream before he heard the door close with a bang. "You know that I'm, you're, if you hit me again, I'll, woo." Gu Chenglin's initial clamor gradually turned into a whimper for mercy. However, no matter how much he begged, Gu Jiao did not let him go. When Gu Yin was so helpless, did this guy let Gu Yin go? Gu Yin, who didn't cause any trouble, was bullied by him. How could he, who had no reason to cause trouble, be let off? Gu Chenglin was beaten until he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The group of scoundrels outside could feel the pain just by hearing it. They originally thought that they were pitiful, but after seeing what happened to Gu Chenglin, they realized that the girl had gone easy on them. "Why aren't you calling for help?" Gu Chenglin roared. Calling for help? Who would dare? This girl could smash their heads with one punch. Gu Jiao beat Gu Chenglin until he couldn't even recognize his own father. Then, she lifted his chin with a cold stick, forcing him to look into her cold eyes in the dark. "In the future, do you still dare to touch my little brother?" What little brother? Gu Chenglin's brain was about to explode. It took him a while to realize who Gu Jiao was referring to. His hair stood on end. "You're that guy's sister?" His name was also Gu Yin, and he also had an older sister. This time, he couldn't be mistaken, right? That guy was the bastard child of his father and the Yao family. This detestable brat was also the same. "My little brother almost died. You'd better experience it for yourself." Gu Jiao pressed the wooden stick against his throat. He was pressed down until he couldn't breathe. I didn't want to kill him." Gu Chenglin swore that he only wanted to teach Gu Yin a lesson. Who knew that he really almost died? Gu Jiao didn't care about this. Her little brother almost died, so he also wanted to go to hell. Gu Chenglin didn't go to the classroom after class. Gu Changfeng searched for him for a long time but couldn't find him. He thought of the small woodshed where Gu Chenglin locked up Gu Yin and ran there to take a look. Sure enough, he found Gu Chenglin tied up and covered in bruises. "Third brother, third brother, third brother." Gu Chenglin's dull eyes finally focused. He hugged Gu Changfeng. "Second brother, second brother, second brother." His whole body trembled so much that it scared Gu Changfeng. "You, what happened to you? Who dares to bully you?" Consort Shu was their aunt, the fifth prince was their cousin, and they even had an iron-faced Yama who was a commandant in the military camp. Just based on this identity, no one dared to bully them in a small place like Qinghe Academy. But the scene in front of him was all real. Gu Changfeng had never seen Gu Chenglin so scared. Gu Chenglin trembled for a long time before he found his voice again. "It's that bastard. He's Gu Yin. He actually dared to let people beat me. I want to go back and tell Big Brother. Let Big Brother teach him a lesson." Gu Changfeng was puzzled. He has the guts? But you were the one who locked him up first. Even if you tell Big Brother may not stand up for you. Gu Chenglin felt wronged. What's wrong with me locking him up? He's the son of that vixen. He deserves to be locked up. And I only locked him up. I didn't beat him up. Look at how his sister beat me up. Gu Changfeng looked at his little brother carefully. He was really pitiful. His sister? The girl who grew up in the countryside? Other than her, does he have another sister? The light in the small woodshed was too dim. Gu Chenglin actually didn't see Gu Jiao's face clearly, but he heard that Gu Jiao's voice was very young, about the same age as Gu Jinyu. She should be Gu Yan's twin sister. Gu Changfeng was puzzled. Wasn't there a rumor in the manor that the girl grew up in the countryside, was timid and afraid of trouble, and didn't even dare to return to the manor? She actually had the guts to beat Gu Changfeng up? Doesn't she know who you are? Gu Changfeng asked. How would I know if she knows? Gu Qinglin was beaten black and blue. How could he remember to ask her? What about your friends? Gu Chengfeng asked again. Gu Qinglin choked. Second brother, don't mention them. A bunch of useless trash. They can't even beat a country girl. Gu Chengfeng gasped. He knew his younger brother's bad friends. A few of them had some skills. How could they lose to a girl? No matter what, the other party must have beaten Gu Qinglin until he was scared. Otherwise, Gu Qinglin wouldn't really think of using his elder brother to support him. Gu Chengfeng also felt that the other party had gone too far. If she really wanted to get back at him, she could have just locked Gu Qinglin up. Why did she have to hurt him? Gu Chengfeng thought for a while and said, but if my elder brother knows that you locked someone else up first, he will definitely punish you first. Gu Qinglin clenched his fists. Let me think about how to tell my elder brother. He was scared of being beaten up by that girl. If his elder brother didn't stand up for him, he was afraid that he wouldn't dare to go to Qinghe Academy for the rest of his life. Gu Chongqing still didn't know that his younger brother had made up his mind to sue Gu Yin. He went to the Mount Qi barracks during the day and delivered the things that Gu Jiao gave him to Zhou Erzwang. He wasn't from the Mount Qi barracks and had little contact with them. Everyone was puzzled as to why he came. When they found out that he was delivering things to a small squad leader, they couldn't help but feel surprised. Deputy General Hu called Zhou Erzwang to his tent. How do you know Ergu? Zhou Erzwang expressed that he didn't know him. Deputy General Hu frowned. You don't know what he gave you personally? Do you know how long it takes to come here from the Mount Qi barracks? Zhou Erzwang was confused. I really don't know him. Deputy General Hu saw that Zhou Erzwang didn't seem to be lying, but Ergu wouldn't run errands for a small squad leader for no reason. If Zhou Erzwang didn't have a background, then the person who asked Ergu to run errands had a background. Zhou Erzwang suddenly said, oh, my neighbor in the countryside is quite good at studying. This time, he passed the autumn imperial examination and came to the imperial college to study. My sister-in-law asked them to deliver the things to me. So, that student from the imperial college got to know Ergu? Although Deputy General Hu's official position was higher than that of a military officer, he was already 40 years old. How old was Gu Chongqing? Moreover, what was his background? What was Gu Chongqing's background? Deputy General Hu cleared his throat and said to Zhou Erzwang, in a few days, we will be selecting a squad leader. Do your best. This meant that he was going to promote Zhou Erzwang. Zhou Erzwang's name sounded stupid, but he wasn't stupid. He understood tacitly and said, rest assured, General Hu, I will do my best. Okay, you can go now. After Gu Chongqing left the barracks, he rushed back without stopping. When he passed by Chang and Main Street, he subconsciously slowed down. In the past, he would take another alley, but today, he took by Shui Alley. The sky was already dark, and the autumn wind was bleak. Every family hung up lanterns. Gu Jiao was busy cooking in the kitchen, and Xiao Lulang was in the study correcting little Jing Kong's homework. Because of his failure in the exam, little Jing Kong's daily schedule after school was not only added writing practice, but also learning 6 languages. Today, he learned a nursery rhyme from the Chen state. Xiao Lulang picked out the key words in the rhyme and asked little Jing Kong to write down each word from memory 10 times. Little Jing Kong went to the yard to practice after he finished writing, leaving teacher Xiao alone to correct his homework. Little Jing Kong's small body was curled up on a tree. His hands were holding his feet behind him. This movement was very difficult, but little Jing Kong was obviously used to this kind of discomfort. Gu Xiaoshun was carving wood at the side, and Gu Yin was lying on a rattan chair to recuperate. He was still very weak, and his face was pale. In fact, Gu Chongqing had already noticed something wrong when he gave him the medicine. He might have some kind of hidden disease. Although he looked no different from a normal person, once he got sick, he might die. So if he had come a little later yesterday, the other party would have. Gu Chongqing frowned. He could not figure out who on earth was, and what kind of deep hatred did they have to tie up a weak young man and put him in the woodshed. Gu Chongqing did not disturb anyone in the house, and left silently for the Lord Protector's mansion. Gu Qinglin's servant had been waiting for him at the gate of his yard. Seeing him come back, the servant rushed to him. Prince? Oh no. Third young master has been bullied. Please go and see third young master. Gu Chongfeng went to Gu Qinglin and Gu Chengfeng's yard. Gu Qinglin lay on the bed. He had purposely not allowed the manners doctor to treat his injuries so that he could show his miserable state in front of his eldest brother. Gu Chongqing looked at his miserable brother, and his face turned cold. "What trouble did you get into this time?" Gu Qinglin cried. "I didn't get into trouble this time. I just transferred to another school 2 days ago. What trouble can I get into, brother? Am I that immature in your eyes?" Gu Chongqing was not moved at all. "If you didn't get into trouble, why did he beat you?" "How would I know?" Gu Qinglin had already made up his mind to insist that he was innocent, and that he did not even touch a finger of the other party. He was not afraid that his brother would investigate, because once his brother found out that the other party was Gu Yin, he would say that Gu Yin must have found someone to beat him up because of what happened when they were young. This reason was simply too flawless. "Where did he beat you up?" Gu Chongqing asked. This could be said truthfully. Half-truths and half-lies would make it easier to convince people. Gu Qinglin choked. "The woodshed of the academy. If you don't believe me, you can go to the woodshed. There are marks all over the ground." When he heard the woodshed, Gu Chongqing's eyes turned cold. Chapter 133. Gu Chongqing hoped that it wasn't what he thought. "Did she not only beat you, but also tied you up and locked you in the firewood room, not letting you out?" Gu Qinglin was startled. "Big brother, how did you know?" Gu Chongqing clenched his fists. He suppressed his boiling anger and asked, "Was the one who beat you a little girl?" Gu Qinglin was even more dumbfounded. No way. His big brother was so amazing? He could even tell that the injuries on his body were caused by a woman? At this point, what didn't Gu Chongqing understand? He had guessed correctly. It was this brat who had bullied the other person's little brother first, so the other person had come to return the favor. And this brat still dared to shamelessly say that he was innocent. "How did the Marquis estate raise a piece of trash like you?" Gu Chongqing finished speaking and casually tidied him up. Gu Qinglin was simply dumbfounded. What was going on? How did he get beaten again? Gu Qinglin, who had been beaten up, didn't realize that he had been exposed. He continued to act. "Big brother, what are you doing?" "I was beaten because I didn't have the ability. But who told grandfather to only teach you martial arts, and not me and second brother? Otherwise, I could beat them back myself. Why would I look for you?" Speaking of this, Gu Chongqing was even angrier. Was it because grandfather didn't teach them martial arts? It was because they couldn't endure that hardship. In the past, Gu Chongqing also felt that grandfather's requirements were too strict. He could do it because he had no other choice. He was the eldest grandson of the Marquis estate. He shouldered the fate of the Marquis estate. His 2 little brothers didn't have to work so hard. But today, he saw that child in the courtyard. He was only 3 or 4 years old, but he trained harder than he did when he was young. That child didn't make a sound. No one even forced him. With this comparison, Gu Chongqing felt that he really was someone else's little brother. Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Qinglin, his last trace of sympathy gone. "Go kneel in the study." Gu Qinglin suspected that he had misheard. "Big brother, what did you say?" Gu Chongqing said coldly. "I told you to kneel in the study room." Gu Qinglin exploded. "Why do you want me to kneel? I've already been beaten up to this extent, and you're still punishing me? Are you really my big brother?" Gu Chongqing looked at his younger brother, who not only did not repent, but also spoke arrogantly. For a moment, anger rose in his heart. When her mother passed away, her 2 younger brothers were still very young. Because they pitted them, the whole residence spoiled them, especially Gu Qinglin, who was almost spoiled beyond recognition. Over the past few years, Gu Chongfeng had slowly restrained himself. Only Gu Qinglin was still as naughty and mischievous as when he was a child. However, he was no longer a real child, and no one would easily forgive him for his mistakes. "It's because I'm your big brother that I have to discipline you. Do you want to go to the study yourself, or do you want me to drag you to the study?" "You." Gu Chongfeng had been eavesdropping outside for a while. Seeing that his big brother was about to get serious, he hurriedly walked in. "Big brother, third brother, stop arguing." When Gu Qinglin saw Gu Chongfeng, he suddenly felt wronged. Of his 2 brothers, it was obvious that his second brother was closer to him. Big brother always had endless books to study and endless martial arts to practice. Only his second brother was truly by his side. He said, "Second brother, be the judge. Big brother wants to punish me." Gu Changfeng whispered, "Don't talk so much." When Big Brother was punishing third brother, he had already guessed what Big Brother had guessed. He had long felt that this method was not reliable. If Big Brother was so easy to fool, he would not have earned the title of Iron Face King of Hell in the military camp. Gu Changfeng desperately tried to signal third brother with his eyes. However, Gu Chenglin was in a fit of anger and could not see anything. "Big Brother, you're punishing me for a wild brat. You'll regret it. What are you going to say? Do you know who he is?" The last sentence was covered by Gu Chengfeng's hand in time, and he could not say the correct pronunciation. Gu Changfeng was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Was third brother planning to expose Gu Yan's identity? If he told Big Brother that he had already recognized that brat as Gu Yan, it would be no different from proving that he was the one who started it. Moreover, the whole family knew that Gu Yan had a heart condition. Wasn't locking him up in a small dark room the same as asking for his life? This wasn't bullying, this was murder. Even if Gu Qinglin did not want to kill at that time, could Gu Qinglin explain himself clearly? Would Big Brother believe him? Big Brother punishing you is for your own good. Look at you. You caused trouble and still came home to speak rudely to Big Brother. Gu Changfeng glared at Gu Qinglin, giving him 10,000 signals with his eyes. Gu Qinglin understood this time and did not say anything. Gu Changfeng secretly sighed and said to Gu Changqing, "Big Brother, third brother did cause trouble and deserves to be punished. However, look at how badly he is injured. He has already been taught a lesson. If he is punished to kneel again, he won't be able to take it. Let him recover first." Big Brother was strict, but he still loved third brother very much. Gu Changfeng secretly made a reassuring gesture to Gu Qinglin. Unexpectedly, before he could finish the gesture, a quarrel broke out outside the courtyard. A manservant rushed in with a hurried expression, "Third young master. Not good. Madam is here. She wants to see you. We can't stop her anymore." Gu Changqing's impression of Madame Yao was correct. Madame Yao had always been a weak woman, but now, the servants in the courtyard could not stop her. It was as if she had gone crazy and barged in. She arrived in front of Gu Qinglin's bed and ignored Gu Changfeng and Gu Changqing in the room. She raised her hand and gave Gu Qinglin a resounding slap. Gu Qinglin was stunned by the slap. This was much more shocking than being beaten by Gu Jiao. His understanding of Gu Jiao was limited to the rumors of the servants. In the end, he had no idea what kind of person Gu Jiao was. But he understood Madame Yao too well. Madame Yao was easy to bully. Otherwise, she would not have brought Gu Yin to live in the farmstead. Don't talk about hitting him. Madame Yao did not even dare to scold him. Gu Qinglin stared at Madame Yao in disbelief. Madame Yao's eyes were too frightening. It was as if she wanted to skin Gu Qinglin alive. Gu Qinglin actually felt a trace of fear. Gu Changqing's shock was no less than his two younger brothers. He had seen Madame Yao smile like a child, and now he saw Madame Yao. He suddenly felt that he had never truly understood this stepmother of his. "Why did you hit him?" Gu Changqing asked. Madame Yao sneered, her eyes filled with tears. "Why did I hit him? As the big brother, do you not know? It doesn't matter how you target me, but why did you bully my yin-er? It wasn't easy for him. It wasn't easy for him to live until today." Madame Yao had just gone to her daughter's place and found out that her son had been bullied. Neither of them were willing to tell her. She secretly asked Gu Xiaoshun and begged Gu Xiaoshun before Gu Xiaoshun told her. Gu Xiaoshun actually did not know much. He did not know who had saved Gu Yin. He only knew that Gu Yin had been in danger at the time and had almost lost his life. It had been done by someone called Gu Chenglin. Gu Jiao had also asked him what Gu Chenglin looked like and which class he was from. Madame Yao's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She could not imagine her own son being tied up and locked in the woodshed, struggling until his hands were covered in blood. She was a mother. Her heart would hurt. Madame Yao's tears fell down in large droplets. You don't have to acknowledge him as your younger brother. You can just treat him as a completely unrelated stranger. He has his older sister. He will not come back to fight with you. He has already hidden so far away. Why can't you let him go? Towards the end, Madame Yao was practically shouting herself hoarse. When you bullied him when he was young, I took into account that you were children, but you are not children now. Why do you still treat him like you did in the past? Don't you know that he has a heart condition? Must you kill him before you are willing to let him go? Why? Just because you hate me? What did I do wrong? I have never harmed your mother. I have never wanted to take away your father. Your mother's death has nothing to do with me. Why must you place these debts on my head? Madame Yao had never defended herself against the rumors in the outside world. She had always silently endured them. However, today, when she learned that her son had almost died at the hands of his half-brother, Madame Yao could no longer control herself. The emotions that she had accumulated over the past 10 years completely exploded at this moment. She no longer had her usual demeanor. She was like a crazy woman who could fight with her life at any moment. In the end, she was just a mother who had been separated from her daughter for more than 10 years and bitterly held on to this day by her sick son. Nothing could happen to her child. That would be taking her life. If one had to die before she could stop, then she would do it. She would kill Gu Chunglin. She would take him down with her. Madam. Gu Chongqing grabbed Madame Yao's wrist and said to Madame Yao, "You're tired. Go back to your courtyard to rest first. I will properly discipline third brother here. Someone come. Send Madame back." He gave the order. The ones that came were not rough grannies, but hidden guards. The hidden guard grabbed Madame Yao's arm. "Don't hurt her," Gu Chongqing said. Yes, the hidden guard complied. No matter how irrational Madame Yao was, she knew that she could not beat a hidden guard. She turned around in a daze and allowed the hidden guard to take her soulless body out. Gu Chongqing put away the dagger that he had taken out from Madame Yao's sleeve. He turned his head and coldly looked at Gu Chunglin. Gu Chunglin's heart skipped a beat. "Big brother, listen to my explanation. I recognized him, but I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't want to kill him. I thought it wasn't him. Gu Chungfeng face-bombed. It was over. The thing he was most worried about had happened. He really could not explain it clearly. Chapter 134. Gu Chungfeng wanted to explain for his younger brother, but his elder brother's aura had completely cooled down. He was so scared that he couldn't speak coherently. At this moment, he really did blame Yao Shi. Why did her normally bullied appearance suddenly disappear just like that? With her making such a fuss, he couldn't cover up anything. What didn't have became something. "Big brother," Gu Chungfeng began. "You shut up," Gu Chongqing coldly shouted and turned to look at Gu Chunglin. "Go to the ancestral hall and kneel for me. Without my orders, you're not allowed to get up." "Big brother." Gu Chunglin's expression changed. Just now, he was just telling him to kneel in the study. Now, he was going to the ancestral hall? The ancestral hall enshrined the ancestral tablets. Normally, only those who committed unforgivable mistakes would go there as punishment. Gu Chunglin refused. "I'm not going to the ancestral hall. You have to go even if you don't want to." As soon as Gu Chongqing's voice fell, he directly grabbed Gu Chunglin's collar. Gu Chunglin had already been beaten up quite badly by Gu Jiao. With his elder brother grabbing him like this, he felt that his neck almost fell off. Gu Chongqing threw him into the ancestral hall of the Marquis Fu and left 2 guards to guard. "You're not allowed to give him food or water." Gu Chungfeng grabbed his elder brother's arm. "Big brother, third brother's injuries are not light. Punishing him like this, aren't you afraid that he'll be bitterly disappointed?" Gu Chongqing coldly said. "If he's bitterly disappointed, won't others be bitterly disappointed?" Gu Chungfeng argued. "That brat is an outsider. Are you going to punish your own brother for an outsider? Did you forget that before mother died, she asked you to take care of me and third brother? You swore in front of mother's bed that you would not allow anyone to bully us. But look, what did you do?" Gu Chongqing looked at him deeply. "You also go and kneel." Gu Chungfeng was stunned. After Gu Chongqing locked his 2 younger brothers in the ancestral hall, he turned around and returned to the courtyard. In the meantime, Gu Chungfeng and Gu Chunglin's manservants came to deliver food to the 2 of them, but they were all stopped by the guards at the door. The servants had no choice but to seek help from Pine Crane Academy. What did you say? Lin, and Feng, have been locked up in the ancestral hall? Old Madame Gu had just asked someone to remove the headband and was about to rest when she heard the news. She quickly asked the servant to comb her hair again. Gu Qinglin's personal servant said with a long face, "That's right, old madam. The two young masters have been locked up. Third young master is still injured. I'm afraid he'll lose his life if he's locked up for a night without eating or drinking." Old Madame Gu was furious. She hurriedly asked Nanny Kai, her subordinate, to go to the ancestral hall to bring her out. Not long after, Granny Kai came to report, "Old Madam, the two guards said that they can't release her without the heir's order." "This is outrageous." Old Madame Gu slammed the table and said to Nanny Kai, "Where is the heir? Call him here." "The heir just went out. He's not in the residence," Nanny Kai said. Old Madame Gu thought of her precious grandson and felt pain and anger in her heart. Among the three grandsons, the old duke valued his eldest grandson the most, but old Madame Gu doted on her youngest grandson the most. Gu Qinglin's unruly personality was mostly due to old Madame Gu's indulgence. "I'll go there personally." The duke's residence occupied a large area. It took a quarter of an hour to walk from Pine Crane Academy to the ancestral hall. Old Madame Gu couldn't wait to walk there slowly and asked the servants to prepare a slide pole. When she arrived at the entrance of the ancestral hall, the two guards on duty bowed to her. "Old Madam." Old Madame Gu held Nanny Kai's arm with one hand and pointed at their noses with the other. "You still recognize me? I thought you were the ones in charge of the duke's residence. Hurry up and release second young master and third young master." The two guards didn't move. Old Madame Gu's eyes were like torches. "What? Are my words useless now?" One of the guards said, "This is the heir's order. We dare not disobey." "I'm his grandmother." Old Madame Gu was so angry that she leaned back and asked the servant beside her, "Where's the duke?" The servant said, "The duke is not in the residence either." Duke Gu had left the imperial court for so long, and his official business had piled up like a mountain. He had been busy dealing with it these few days. Old Madame Gu felt her liver hurt from anger. "Then can I go in and see them?" The heir had only said that no one was allowed to send food or drinks, but he didn't say that no one was allowed to visit. The two made way for Old Madame Gu. Old Madame Gu entered the ancestral hall in a hurry. Gu Changfeng was kneeling on the mat obediently. Gu Qinglin was too badly injured to kneel. He was half lying on the ground, looking as miserable as one could imagine. Old Madame Gu's heart throbbed in pain. She rushed over and knelt on the mat to hug her precious grandson. "Lin, what happened to you? Who hurt you like this?" When Gu Qinglin saw old Madame Gu, tears welled up in his eyes. "Grandmother, you have to seek justice for your grandson." Gu Qinglin told old Madame Gu about his painful experience. He knew that his grandmother doted on him and believed everything he said. Thus, he spoke without thinking about logic. "I didn't touch him. I didn't touch him at all. He recognized me as his third brother and hated me for bullying him when he was young. So he asked his older sister to beat me up. That girl grew up in the countryside and farmed a lot. She was so strong that she didn't know how to control her strength. I took into account that she was my younger sister, so I didn't hit her. Grandmother. In the end, eldest brother punished me. Eldest brother didn't believe me. Grandmother." Ah! Gu Qinglin's tears and snot were all over his face as he cried miserably. Old Madame Gu's heart was broken. She said to the guards outside, "If you don't let me take them out today, I'll die here." The guards were in a difficult position. They couldn't disobey the heir's orders, but they couldn't let anything happen to old Madame Gu here. Fortunately, Gu Changqing only went to deal with a small matter and returned home quickly. After hearing the news, he went to the ancestral hall. Old Madame Gu actually valued her eldest grandson, but sure you needed to maintain the relationship between people. Gu Changqing trained with the old duke all year round and wasn't always by old Madame Gu's side. He didn't act like a spoiled child like his younger brothers, so he wasn't as close to old Madame Gu as his younger brothers were to old Madame Gu. When old Madame Gu thought of how he treated his younger brother so cruelly, she was so angry that she wanted to punish him. "Open your eyes and see what you've done to your younger brother." Gu Changqing said seriously, "Grandmother, it's cold in the ancestral hall. You'd better go back to Pine Crane Courtyard. Be careful not to catch a cold. Old Madame Gu gritted her teeth. You also know that it's cold in the ancestral hall. Aren't you afraid that your brother will catch a cold? Look at how badly he's injured. Instead of taking revenge for him, you're punishing him? What kind of elder brother are you? Gu Chongqing glanced at Gu Chenglin coldly. Gu Chenglin lowered his head guiltily, not daring to meet his elder brother's sharp gaze. Old Madame Gu said coldly, Why are you glaring at him? Come at me if you dare. Gu Chongqing said calmly, He has committed a crime, and he knows it clearly. Old Madame Gu said angrily, What did he do? With Old Madame Gu backing him up, Gu Chenglin became bolder. Yes, elder brother. I already said that I didn't do anything. Why don't you believe me? Gu Chongqing's gaze was cold. Gu Yen almost lost his life. Old Madame Gu was unhappy. Yao said that her son almost lost his life. Did he really almost lose his life? You don't believe your brother, but you believe an outsider? I was the one who saved him. I was the one who fed him the medicine. I saw him almost die in front of me with my own eyes. Gu Chongqing didn't say these words, because even if he said it, they would think that Gu Yin was injured. Could it be that Gu Chenglin did it? As the elder brother, you saw Gu Chenglin kidnap Gu Yin with your own eyes? Who knew who he had offended outside and was so narrow-minded that they blamed it on Gu Chenglin? Gu Chongqing wasn't siding with Gu Yin. The whole thing didn't have much to do with whether the other party was Gu Yin or not. What was important was Gu Chenglin's character. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Gu Chongqing wouldn't have believed that his own brother had become so crooked. Gu Chongqing refused to let him go no matter what. Old Madame Gu was so angry that she asked him to kneel in front of the ancestral tablets to receive his punishment. Gu Chongqing didn't even make a sound when she hit him with the ruler. Are you letting your brother out or not? No. Old Madame Gu was so angry that her hand trembled and the ruler hit Gu Chongqing's face. Old Madame Gu was stunned. Grandmother, don't hit him. Gu Chongfeng hugged Old Madame Gu's arm. At this time, concubine Ling also arrived. She persuaded Old Madame Gu to go back. Okay, I won't let anyone send food to Lin but I have to let the mansion doctor treat his injury so that he can kneel obediently. Concubine Ling was a very smart woman. She could always find a way to make both sides compromise. Gu Chongqing didn't say anything and returned to his courtyard. Call the mansion doctor. Concubine Ling ordered. Yes. The servant girl answered. The servant girl went to call the mansion doctor while Concubine Ling went to Gu Chongqing's courtyard. I saw that your face was injured, so I brought you some medicine. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw that Gu Chongqing's servant was already applying medicine for him. She smiled, walked over and said, This doesn't look like the medicine in our mansion. Is it a new medicine from the military camp? Gu Chongqing paused. No, it's from the doctor outside. How can you use medicine from outside casually? Just use the one in the mansion. Concubine Ling handed over the medicine in her hand. Gu Chongqing said lightly, No, this is very good. Concubine Ling was stunned and took back the medicine with a smile. Okay, I'll listen to you. She paused and then said, Chongqing, this is a matter between you two brothers. Logically speaking, as a concubine, I should not interfere. However, Cheng Lin is your younger brother. No matter how many mistakes he has made, you should not convict him based on the madam's one-sided words. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but doing so will make Cheng Lin think that you're partial to madam and don't love him anymore. Gu Chongqing said, If being fair once is considered partial to others, then what is my indulgence for him in the past? Concubine Ling was speechless. After a while, she said, But he's your brother. You should love him more. Gu Chongqing didn't continue this topic. Instead, he changed the topic. Concubine, was my mother really killed by Yao Shi? Concubine Ling looked at him strangely. Why are you suddenly asking this? Gu Chongqing said thoughtfully, There's always been a rumor in the mansion that Yao Shi killed my mother. Concubine Ling smiled faintly. There's no evidence. Just listen to it. Don't take it to heart. Gu Chongqing said, I have evidence. It's because I have evidence that I've believed it for so many years. What evidence? Concubine Ling asked. Gu Chongqing said, When my mother was sick, someone wrote a letter to my father. It was basically expressing their feelings to my father and asking him when he would marry her. That letter fell into my mother's hands. My mother's illness worsened. Concubine Ling's face was shocked. I didn't think that something like this would happen to Jiejia. Gu Chongqing recalled. Yao Shi was my mother's good friend. During that time, she frequently went in and out of the mansion. Someone saw Yao Shi secretly put the letter in my father's study. A few days later, my mother called Yao Shi and openly asked her if she wanted to be my father's second wife. At that time, I was standing outside the door and eavesdropping. If she said yes, I wouldn't have hated her for so many years. Concubine Ling's eyes widened. She rejected Jiejia? Then why did she write a letter? Gu Chongqing said, in front of my mother, she pretended to be virtuous. But behind her back, she had already had an affair with my father. Do you think my mother was angered to death by her? Concubine Ling laughed dryly. Since there's so much evidence, why did you ask if Yao Shi killed your mother? Gu Chongqing said seriously. Because she said today that she didn't do anything wrong to us. Concubine Ling smiled faintly. You believed what she said? Gu Chongqing squeezed the dagger that he took from Yao Shi. She came here today with the determination to die. She's going to die. Why would she lie? Concubine Ling said. Maybe it's for her child? Gu Chongqing said. Gu Yin has his sister. He doesn't care about the mansion's property. Concubine Ling smiled faintly. She also said this? Gu Chongqing shook his head. Yao Shi did say this, but he felt it more from Gu Jiao and Gu Yin. Concubine Ling, who do you think is the person who killed my mother? Concubine Ling clenched her fist. Chapter 135. Old Madame Gu threw a huge tantrum in the ancestral hall, causing the entire household to know that Gu Chongqing had locked his two younger brothers in the ancestral hall. Marquis Gu did not know about this. He had been busy with the Ministry of Works and had not returned to the manor for a few days. Lord Gu, the Ministry of War is urging us again, an official under Marquis Gu said. Marquis Gu sat in his chair and looked at the mountain of documents on his desk. He felt a headache coming on. Urging us all day long. Aren't they already in the process of forging? It's only been a few days. The official suffered an unexpected calamity and was scolded on both sides. He felt bitter. The Ministry of War said that our speed is too slow. They can't wait 2 months. Marquis Gu said angrily, we have to wait even if we can't. What they want are weapons. Weapons are made of iron, not mud. Is it that fast? The official broke out in cold sweat. The Ministry of War said that they will give you at most 1 month. You must forge that batch of swords. 1 month? He's daydreaming. It was not that Marquis Gu did not want to forge the swords for the Ministry of War, but their current technology was limited. If they could obtain the latest water row technology from the Liang Kingdom, perhaps the amount of iron they could forge would increase greatly. The official said, but the Ministry of War said that even the civilian blacksmiths can make such a small amount of weapons. Why can't our Ministry of Works do it? Civilian blacksmiths can make it? Marquis Gu laughed sarcastically. The Ministry of War is even using their ability to spread rumors for the sake of weapons? The official said embarrassedly, no, Lord Gu, this official seems to have heard of this before. There is a type of box among the civilians that is more effective than our water row. The wind is stronger and the firepower is stronger. In a day, it can forge 10 times more iron. 10 times? Marquis Gu waved his hand. No, that's impossible. Even the Liang Kingdom could not do it. The Liang Kingdom passed down the earliest water row technology to the Zhao Kingdom, but it should not be 10 times worse than theirs. The official asked, why don't we send someone to investigate? It's said that it's a place called Clear Spring Town in Yuzhou Province. Marquis Gu waved his hand. Oh, that's even more impossible. I just came from Yu Province. How could I not know of such a powerful technology? Marquis Gu was determined not to investigate. The Ministry of War couldn't wait any longer and immediately sent someone over. In early November, there was a light shui in Beijing. The moment little Jing Kong stepped out of the house, he did not look where he was going and tripped. Ever since he left the mountain, little Jing Kong rarely wrestled. Gu Jiao almost forgot that he was a famous wrestling monk. However, he was still adept at throwing himself. He hugged his head, bent his knees, and rolled around the yard like a small ball. Gu Jiao had just come out of the kitchen. Little Jing Kong rolled to Gu Jiao's feet. Then, the little Jing Kong spread its arms and legs and looked at Gu Jiao cutely. Gu Jiao picked him up and patted the snowflakes off his body. "Why did you fall again?" Little Jing Kong was intoxicated in Gu Jiao's arms. "Jiao Jiao is too beautiful. I was mesmerized by Jiao Jiao." Gu Jiao was speechless. Did the wrestling monk turn into a lovey-dovey monk? Little Jing Kong's hair was short. Worried that he would feel cold, Gu Jiao bought him a tiger head hat. The tiger's eyes were big and round. Little Jing Kong looked cute when he wore it. He usually did not wear it in the academy because he thought it was childish. However, in front of Gu Jiao, he not only wore the tiger head hat, but also wore a tiger head vest and tiger head shoes. After acting cute and asking for a kiss, little Jing Kong skipped back to his room with his brother-in-law. After finishing the early morning business, he changed back to Jing Kong and went to school with a serious face. Guyan felt much better after resting for a few days. He could go to school now. Gu Jiao prepared a hand warmer, one for her great-aunt, one for Xiao Lulang, and one for each of her 3 younger brothers. Xiao Lulang took little Jing Kong to the Imperial College. Gu Jiao sent Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshun to school. Gu Yin looked around when he walked out of the alley. Gu Jiao asked, "Who are you looking for?" "No one." Gu Yin looked up at the sky. How could he say no? For the past few days, he had been running to the door and looking at the end of the alley. Gu Jiao was his sister. How could she not know what he was thinking? However, that person had not appeared since he saved Gu Yin. Gu Jiao sent them to the academy. Then she went to Chang'an Avenue. She had been here for a long time. She had familiarized herself with the nearby terrain. She had thought about it. Although they still had 1,000 taels of silver, the price of goods in the capital was so high that they could not just sit at home and eat. She bought some herbs in the market and made some medicine for wounds. She planned to sell it in the nearby clinic. When she walked to the first clinic, she saw an acquaintance, Little Six. The young man who was called Little Six turned around in a daze. His eyes lit up. "Miss Gu, you came to the capital?" Gu Jiao nodded. "My husband came to study in the Imperial College. We all moved here." Little Six hurriedly bowed. "Congratulations, young Master Xiao." "Congratulations, Miss Gu." Little Six was the coachman of the second boss. He had run many errands for Gu Jiao when they were in the clinic. He was also the one who got the iron tools for cutting the mountain. "Where is the second boss?" Gu Jiao asked. Little Six's face darkened. "The situation of the second boss is not very good. I can't explain it in a few words. He is in the tavern over there. I will take Miss Gu there." "Okay." Gu Jiao agreed. On the way to the tavern, Little Six told her more or less. The general idea was that the second boss suddenly returned to the capital because Master Hu was dying. The second boss rushed back to the capital without stopping. However, he still could not see Master Hu for the last time. The Hu family did not even wait for the second boss to come back. They buried Master Hu. In fact, the second boss was only late by 1 day. If he had waited for 1 more day, he could have personally sent his father off. The Hu family did not even give him such an opportunity. This was not the most hateful thing. The most hateful thing was that the Hu family actually put the blame on the second boss. They slandered that the second boss was indifferent to the old man's illness and did not come to the funeral. The Zhao kingdom ruled the world by filial piety. The second boss' reputation was ruined when he was accused of being unfilial. He was driven out by the Hu family. Little Six wiped his tears. He could not help but feel sorry for the second boss. "I know." Gu Jiao arrived at the door of the tavern and said to Little Six, "Go and bring some hot tea over." And Little Six choked with sobs and turned to find the hot tea. Gu Jiao entered the room and a pungent smell of alcohol hit her nose. After not seeing him for several months, the once high-spirited second boss was now like a sloppy drunkard. He was paralyzed on the floor without any image. Beside him were countless empty wine bottles. He stared blankly at the ceiling, motionless, as if he was dead. Gu Jiao stepped over the wine bottle and squatted down beside him. She opened the small medicine box and took out 2 hangover pills here. The second boss did not move. At this time, Little Six brought hot water into the room. Gu Jiao took the hot water and asked Little Six to help the second boss up. She forced him to take the hangover pills. Little Six looked at the disheveled and unkempt second boss and choked with sobs. Master, Miss Gu came to see you. The second boss sat on the floor with a dull expression. Gu Jiao looked at him and calmly asked, "How did your father die?" The second boss suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Gu Jiao in a daze. The emotions that he did not dare to vent in front of his family suddenly broke down. His tears fell down uncontrollably. He held his head and cried until his whole body trembled. Gu Jiao did not disturb him. She quietly waited for him to finish crying. Little Six's eyes reddened as he left. After a long time, the second boss finally calmed down. He used his sleeve to wipe his tears and smiled at Gu Jiao. "Girl, why are you here?" "I came to accompany my husband to study at the Imperial College." "Ah, Master Xiao has passed the high school. Congratulations. What happened to you?" Perhaps it was because of the hangover pills or because he had cried all his tears, but he felt a lot better. He smiled as if nothing had happened. "It's nothing. I've been muddle-headed for a few days. I've made a fool of myself." "Are you still going back to the Hu family?" Gu Jiao asked. The second boss was stunned. After a while, he smiled bitterly. "I can't go back." "Was your father good to you?" The second boss thought for a long time. He was good before. Before his mother passed away, the family of 3 lived a happy life. Since he had a stepmother, he also had a stepfather. "So you blame your stepmother?" The second boss wanted to say, "How many stepmothers in the world are good?" But when he was about to say it, he remembered that Gu Jiao's mother was also a stepmother. He said, "If my stepmother was half as kind as the Marchioness, I wouldn't be like this. But it's no use. No matter how kind she is, her 3 stepsons still don't like her. So you think I'm wrong?" "No, you're not wrong. I won't comment on the matters of the Marquis family. But for your matters, the one who's wrong is your father. He was so heartless to you. Why do you feel sad for his death?" Gu Jiao wasn't blaming the second boss. She really didn't understand. She didn't have this in her emotional reserves. Whoever was good to her, she would be good to them. Whoever bullied her, she would bully them back, even if the other party was her own father. She looked at the second boss strangely. Second boss already knew that she was different from the others. Her way of thinking was different from theirs. He bitterly smiled and patiently explained, "Actually, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe. I just remember how he treated me well in the past." Gu Jiao still didn't understand. Maybe she wouldn't understand in this lifetime. "What do you plan to do if you don't go back to the Hu family?" "I don't know." Gu Jiao seriously thought about it. "How about selling medicine with me?" The second boss, he didn't comfort her. "Thank you." At first, the second boss thought that Gu Jiao really wanted to drag him to sell medicine in the streets. Later, he realized that Gu Jiao wanted to open a medical center. The second boss would provide the capital, and Gu Jiao would invest in the technology. They would each own 50% of the shares. If other people advised the second boss like this, the second boss would definitely not agree. He didn't have the confidence or the will to fight. Gu Jiao was different. She had a kind of power that made people believe in her. The second boss made up his mind. "Okay, let's do it." However, the second boss was expelled from the Hu family. He didn't have much money on hand. Even if he bought the cheapest shop nearby, he would need at least 3,000 taels. "I can lend you some," Gu Jiao said, "but there will be interest." The second boss, "I keep feeling that something is wrong." At noon, Xiao Lulang came back for lunch. Gu Jiao told Xiao Lulang about the money. There were still 1,000 taels left at home. She would need to use about 800 taels. In the study, Xiao Lulang was organizing the books he was going to bring to the academy. When he heard this, he said without thinking, "The money is for you to use. You don't have to tell me." "So generous." Gu Jiao said, "Oh, aren't you going to ask me what it's for?" "What is it for?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Loan sharks," Gu Jiao said. Xiao Lulang was dumbfounded. Haha. Gu Jiao was amused by him again. "I'm lying to you. I'm lending it to someone else. You know that person too. He's the second boss of Rejuvenation Hall." Xiao Lulang said casually, "I heard that you worked as a medicine boy in his house?" Gu Jiao blinked her eyes and said, "Who told you that?" Xiao Lulang said, "Mother-in-law." Gu Jiao, ever since he found out that her box might be a small medicine box, Xiao Lulang had a faint guess. But since she didn't say it, he didn't point it out. They both had secrets about each other. His identity, her background. Xiao Lulang picked up a cup of hot tea on the table and took a sip. Gu Jiao hummed and pointed at the other cup of tea on the table. "I just drank this. This cup is for you." Xiao Yulong's expression froze. Gu Jiao looked at him with her chin in her hands. "You also drank what I drank. Rounded up, did the two of us indirectly do that?" Xiao Yulong's handsome face turned red. He put down the teacup and said seriously, "What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't drink from the same place as you just drank from." "Oh." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Don't blush if you can. I'm going to cook." "Okay." Xiao Yulong's expression was serious. Gu Jiao looked at him one last time and turned to cook. The clanking of pots and pans came from the kitchen. Only then did Xiao Lulang let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He pressed down on his somewhat disobedient chest and fixed his gaze on the teacup. He slowly picked up the teacup and took a sip carefully. "Brother-in-law." Little Jing Kong suddenly jumped in. Xiao Lulang choked with guilt. He almost choked to death. Chapter 136. After Xiao Lulang entered the Imperial College, he attracted quite a bit of attention. There was no other reason other than his appearance made people think of the young chancellor. All the teachers who had seen the young chancellor were amazed that there was someone who looked so similar in this world. However, although they looked similar, the young chancellor had already passed away. They had all attended his funeral so naturally, they wouldn't confuse the young man in front of them with him. Furthermore, Xiao Lulang only looked similar at first glance. Upon closer inspection, his gaze and temperament were completely different from the young chancellor. Other than that, his temperament, behavior, and even his handwriting and essays were different from the young chancellor. How much effort did a person have to put in to be able to be reborn? Furthermore, if he was the young chancellor, why didn't he return to the Xiao family? He was still a cripple. If it was in the previous dynasty, people with serious illnesses wouldn't be able to participate in the imperial examinations. It was only after the change of dynasty that the old uniforms were abolished. There weren't many students who had seen the young chancellor, so it didn't cause too much of a commotion. Why is County King free to come to the Imperial College today? In the Imperial College's Mingzheng Hall, Zhang Sai received County King and who was wearing a brocade robe. Although County King was a student of the Imperial College, he had special privileges and didn't have to come to school every day. This was the first time he showed his face since school started. County King smiled and said, "I heard that there is a very impressive new student in the Imperial College." He didn't mention the name, but Zhang Sai instantly guessed Xiao Yulong's name. Zhang Sai smiled fawningly. "He's just a... Compared to you, County King, it's like the difference between heaven and earth." County King smiled faintly. "You can't say that. He's someone I have high hopes for." Zhang Sai was stunned. County King smiled. Our Zhuang family originally wanted to recommend him into the college, but he got in himself. Zhang Sai actually thinks that this kind of person is just so-so? Zhang Sai broke out in a cold sweat. This Junwang really didn't play by the rules. If a normal person encountered such a student, wouldn't they have treated the other party as a troublesome person and be on guard? Judging from the Duke's words, was the Zhuang family planning to rope him in? Royal Prince did have the intention to rope in Xiao Lulang. Although the Zhuang family had produced many talents, who would complain about having too many talents? With one more chess piece, wouldn't they have a higher chance of winning the game? Royal Prince looked at Zhang Sai. "Tell me the truth. How capable is Xiao Lulang?" "This..." Zhang Sai hesitated for a moment, then said, "In terms of true talent, he is indeed outstanding. But this official still has the same words. He can't be compared to you. You don't have to compete with me," Prince said casually. Zhang Sai paused for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "Then if we exclude you, he would be the #1 freshman this year." Royal Prince Anne's red lips curled up. "Very good. Train him well. Our Zhuang family wants this person." Zhang Sai put on a fake smile. It's his good fortune to be chosen by the Zhuang family. To be honest, Zhang Sai didn't like Xiao Lulang very much. It was mainly because this fellow didn't respect him enough. Every time they met, he had the illusion that he didn't know who was the teacher. Royal Prince, then this officials? Zhang Sai looked at Royal Prince and meaningfully. Royal Prince and said, the Imperial College will be reopened. The position of Chancellor naturally can't remain empty. I will report this to my grandfather and ask him to put in a good word for Zhang Sai in the Imperial Court if necessary. Zhang Sai thanked him profusely. Thank you, Royal Prince. Thank you, Grand Tutor. Gu Jiao didn't hide the fact that she wanted to join the partnership and open a medical center from her family. Of course, she didn't say how much she wanted to invest. She only said that if she invested 800 taels, she would be able to open a medical center. Her family expressed their strong support for this. After dinner, the matriarch found Gu Jiao and threw her a money bag. What's this for? Gu Jiao asked. The matriarch said faintly, return the money to me after the medical center makes money. This was the matriarch's coffin money. Inside it was the money that Gu Jiao usually gave to her as a filial piety, the money that she earned from selling the wound medicine, and the money that she earned from telling people how to exorcise evil spirits and reading palms. It wasn't a small amount. It was a total of 50 taels. Gu Jiao, I wouldn't have known if I didn't open a medical center. You can make a lot of money in secret. Gu Xiaoshun also gave the money that she usually didn't bear to spend to Gu Jiao. Gu Yan didn't need to say anything. He gave all his pocket money to his elder sister and also got 10 taels in advance from the little monk. Since then, he started to work part-time for the little monk to pay off his debts. After Xiao Lulang entered the Imperial College, he earned a small sum of money by doing homework for the rich children. However, he felt that it wasn't enough to open a medical center. He found Lin Chengya and patted his shoulder. Are you still worried about not being able to do your homework? Are you still losing your hair because you can't write 8-legged essay? Gold medal tutoring. Try to reach the Huiyuan level. The price is favorable. If it's ineffective, half the money will be refunded. Lin Xingya, when he met with the second boss again, Gu Jiao's money was no less than the second boss's. The second boss was quite puzzled. After all, the second boss had been the boss for so many years. He still had some connections. Gu Jiao didn't need to worry about the manpower. The biggest problem now was where to open the medical center. For Gu Jiao's sake, it was best to open it near the Imperial College. Gu Jiao found Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao took the two of them to see the shops and houses on Chang, an avenue, and Xuanwu Avenue. Chang, an avenue, had a larger flow of people and was more prosperous. However, the good shops had all been rented out. The remaining shops were either too expensive or too inferior. No wonder they couldn't be rented out. Then let's go to Xuanwu Avenue, Zhang Bao said. Xuanwu Avenue wasn't as lively as here. It was better to do business here. Zhang Bao smiled. Xuanwu Avenue is more convenient to go to the Imperial College. Business won't be bad. Let's go take a look, Gu Jiao said. Okay. The second boss sighed. The three of them went to Xuanwu Avenue. To be honest, this street looked more orderly than Chang and Avenue. It was just that the flow of people was less. Zhang Bao introduced a commercial and residential house to the two of them. This was originally a residential house. It was later changed into a shop. What do you think of this? This shop was much better than the ones on Chang and Avenue. However, the second boss was more interested in the one next to it. That one has already been bought. Zhang Bao said. How much is this? The second boss asked. 300 taels. Zhang Bao said. 300 taels? The second boss thought he had misheard. Zhang Bao smiled. Yes, one payment per year. The deposit is 1,000 taels. You're too expensive. The second boss was from the capital. Even he felt that this price was somewhat unacceptable. Zhang Bao said helplessly, the price is rising. Last year, I could buy it for you for 250 taels. But this year, the Imperial College reopened. The prices of the houses in this area have all risen. The second boss looked at this house and then looked at the bigger and more magnificent one next to it. 300 taels is more like it. Are you sure you want this one? Gu Jiao asked. The second boss said, this one is bigger. Gu Jiao nodded to Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao took out a piece of paper. Then let's sign this deal? The second boss was startled. Didn't you say that someone has already bought it? Gu Jiao slowly took out the house deed from her sleeve. Yes, someone has already bought it. The owner is my family's little Jing Kong. Come, come, come. Don't let your own fertile water flow into other people's fields. 300 taels it is. I'll rent it to you at a cheap price. The second boss pinched his philtrum. His eyes rolled back and he fell down. When little Jing Kong learned that Gu Jiao wanted to partner with others to open a medical center, he offered his house deed without hesitation. Of course, Gu Jiao couldn't let the little guy suffer a loss. If he wanted to rent someone else's house, why not rent her own? But if the second boss didn't like it, she wouldn't force him. Who knew that he would like it? Gu Jiao spread her hands. You can't blame me for this. When the second boss woke up, the contract had already been drawn up. He painfully paid the money and signed the signature. To be honest, he still didn't like this area. Although it was convenient to go to the Imperial College, an Imperial College couldn't support a big medical center. The second boss's worries lasted until the second day of the medical center's renovation. He was discussing with the carpenter about where to get the medicine cabinet. Gu Jiao took a broom to clean the lobby. Then, she saw a handsome young scholar passing by. The young scholar inadvertently glanced at Gu Jiao and then stopped. The young scholar walked back and came to Gu Jiao. He pointed at himself with the folding fan and said, "Miss, do you still remember me?" "I don't remember," Gu Jiao said without thinking. The young scholar bent down to look at Gu Jiao's eyes. "How can you not remember me? Look at me." Gu Jiao didn't look at him. She turned around and swept other places. The young scholar turned back to Gu Jiao. "You must remember me. I still remember you." This logic was very interesting. She remembered her. So she must remember her? The young scholar's persistence was beyond Gu Jiao's imagination. Gu Jiao kept sweeping and ignored her. She simply squatted down and looked at Gu Jiao eagerly. Gu Jiao sighed helplessly. "What do you want?" The little scholar chuckled. "You finally remember me, right?" Gu Jiao said lightly. "Our medical center hasn't opened yet. If you want to see a doctor, you better go somewhere else." "Oh, so this is a medical center. Will you be working in this medical center in the future?" The young scholar asked. Obviously, he didn't think that Gu Jiao could open a medical center with the way she dressed. He thought that she was most likely hired by someone. Gu Jiao nodded casually and continued sweeping the floor. The young scholar exclaimed excitedly, "Then we will see each other often in the future." Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "Do you have many diseases?" The young scholar shook his head like a rattle drum. His temper was really good. If it were someone else who was asked this question, they would have been angry. She didn't feel bad at all. She said, "Do you know what the houses next to yours have been bought for?" "I don't know." Gu Jiao said, "It's an academy." The young scholar said, "Oh." Gu Jiao was very calm. On the side, the second boss, who had been discussing cabinets with the carpenter, couldn't stay calm. He rushed over and looked at the young scholar. "What did you say just now? What academy? Haven't you heard? The Crown Prince Consort is going to open a girls' academy. On this street, the houses on the west side and a large piece of land behind them have all been bought by the Crown Prince Consort." As the young scholar spoke, he pointed at their medical center. "I remember that this shop was also going to be bought, but the owner couldn't be found, so it couldn't be rented." "That's right. How did you buy it?" "Even the Crown Prince Consort couldn't find it. So how did you find it?" The second boss thought. "Because the owner was a little monk from a temple, you couldn't find it." If the girls' academy was next to the Crown Prince Consorts, would the medical center have to worry about business? The second boss suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, "You didn't make a mistake, right? We didn't hear about it." The young scholar said, "It's inside information. Of course you didn't hear about it." Inside, Gu Jiao glanced at the young scholar. The young scholar clapped his hands. "All right, I'm leaving. When the girls' academy opens, I'll come and find you." The Crown Prince Consort really is a good person. She stood her ground against all opposition and opened the first girls' academy since the founding of the country of Zhao. In the future, women can also go to the academy to study like men. Don't you think this Crown Prince Consort is very outstanding? After 100 years, The crown prince consort will definitely be recorded in the annals of history, and her name will go down in history. Gu Jiao didn't care if anyone could go down in history, but with a girls' academy, their medical center would have business. The second boss couldn't stop smiling. This location was good, too good. It was as if he could already see the shining silver flowing towards him. The news that the crown prince consort was opening a girls' academy quickly spread through the noble circles. While the country of Zhao did not believe that it was virtuous for women to have no talent like the previous dynasty, women could only hire tutors to teach at home. The former crown prince consort was like this, and now Gu Jinyu was like this. But today, Gu Jinyu received an invitation to enroll. Gu Jinyu finally learned that the crown prince consort had opened a girls' academy near the directorate. It seems that she sent me a present on the day of my graduation, not because His Majesty had conferred the title of county princess on me, but because she wants me to go to school at her academy. She knew it. How could the high and mighty crown prince consort think highly of a little county princess like her? The girls' academy had just opened, and there were not many who were willing to send their daughters there. She had a very good reputation in the capital. If she entered the academy, there would definitely be many people who would follow her. Chapter 137. Novels with a deeper meaning that could not be found online are all available here. Gu Jinyu felt a little disappointed when she thought about how the crown princess had given her a gift with ulterior motives. "Miss, the crown princess has invited you to enroll in the academy. Will you go?" A young maid beside her asked. "I don't know." Women should not show their faces in public, but this was another chance for her to make a name for herself. If she stayed in the manor, her fame would be limited. She longed for more people to see her talent, and there was no better place than the academy. But she was worried that old Madame Gu and her mother would not agree. Old Madame Gu was more conservative. Her father had lobbied for a long time to hire a tutor for her. If they knew that she was going to study outside, Gu Jinyu frowned. Just as she was vexed, a servant reported that the Marquis had returned. Gu Jinyu hurried to the door to welcome him. Marquis Gu had been busy at the Ministry of Works for many days. He had lost a layer of skin. He walked out of the carriage haggardly. When he entered the residence, he saw his daughter walking towards him with a smile on her face. "Father!" Gu Jinyu called out sweetly. Marquis Gu felt all his exhaustion disappear when she called him father. He smiled and looked dotingly at his daughter. "It's so cold. Why did you come out?" "I came to wait for father," Gu Jinyu said with a smile. Marquis Gu said with satisfaction, "You're the most considerate." "Oh right, how's your mother? Is she in the residence?" "Yes, mother just went to bed," Gu Jinyu said. Marquis Gu frowned. "She went to bed so early. Are you feeling unwell?" He had just finished speaking when he saw the invitation in Gu Jinyu's hand. "What's that in your hand?" Gu Jinyu handed the invitation to Marquis Gu. "The crown princess has set up a girls' school and wants me to go." Marquis Gu opened it and took a look. "What did your mother say?" Gu Jinyu said softly, "Mother went to bed. I haven't had the chance to tell her." "What do you think, father?" Marquis Gu said, "If your mother thinks it's okay, then you can go." Gu Jinyu hesitated. "I'll do it." Marquis Gu did not find this difficult. Thinking of something, Marquis Gu asked, "Only one invitation? Did they say how to enter the school?" Gu Jinyu said, "Just one invitation." The person who sent the invitation said that noble ladies who are famous for their talents in the capital are exempted from the entrance exam. If anyone else wants to enroll, they just have to pass the exam. "There's still a test?" Marquis Gu frowned deeply. That girl only knew how to farm and was illiterate. How could she pass the exam? "Is there a way to get another slot?" he asked. Gu Jinyu asked innocently, "Does father want elder sister to enroll as well?" "I'll ask. If it's possible, I'll ask Crown Princess to give elder sister a spot. If there's no more, I'm willing to teach elder sister how to read and read. I'm just afraid that even if you're willing, she won't appreciate it." "Forget it. Keep the card properly." Marquis Gu returned the card to Gu Jinyu. Seeing that she was hesitating to speak, he could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" Gu Jinyu said in a low voice, "Father hasn't been back for a few days. He probably doesn't know that something has happened in the manor." Marquis Gu asked, "What happened?" Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and pinched her handkerchief as she said, "Third brother and second brother were locked up in the ancestral hall by eldest brother." Marquis Gu sucked in a breath of cold air. "What did they do?" "No, your second brother doesn't do anything anymore." "Is it your third brother? What did he do again?" Gu Jinyu looked troubled. "It seems third brother and elder sister got into a quarrel and elder sister beat him up. Third brother is seriously injured." "Why does that girl beat up everyone she catches?" Marquis Gu's teeth hurt. He rolled up his sleeves and said coldly, "Has that girl returned to the manor?" "Elder sister. Eldest miss hasn't returned to the manor." Gu Jinyu was only halfway through her sentence when Nanny Fong, who had appeared nearby, interrupted her. Nanny Fong bowed to the two of them and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, "Third young master bullied little master and caused little master's heart disease to act up. Eldest miss was angry and taught third young master a lesson. Third young master only suffered superficial wounds. Compared to little master, it's not worth mentioning. They were indeed superficial wounds, the kind that would keep him bedridden for a month." Gu Yin was already alive and kicking. Gu Qinglin's torment had just begun. Every night, he was in so much pain that even medicine didn't help. Nanny Fong sighed. "Third young master has always been spoiled. He also cries for his parents when he suffers from superficial wounds. Poor little master. When his heart disease acts up, he doesn't cry or make a fuss. How disheartened must he be, but everyone thinks he's fine." Gu Jinyu's face was burning. Nanny Fong's words not only mocked Gu Jinyu, but also put a label on Gu Qinglin. Later, even if Marquis Gu saw a wailing Gu Qinglin, he would only think that he was spoiled. Marquis Gu frowned. "Has Yin met Qinglin?" Nanny Fong sneered. "It's a coincidence that the three young masters entered the same academy. On the first day of school, third young master recognized little master, but little master didn't recognize him. He was kidnapped to the woodshed and locked up for an entire day. Later, his heart disease acted up and he narrowly escaped death." Marquis Gu was furious. "Unfilial son. Make him kneel in the ancestral hall." After saying this coldly, Marquis Gu didn't even look at Gu Qinglin's injuries. He got into the carriage and went to Jade Water Alley to see Gu Yin. Only Nanny Fong and Gu Jinyu were left on the lawn. Gu Jinyu opened her mouth. Nanny Fong curtsied. "Second young miss, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. This servant also needs to go back and serve madam." "Nanny." Gu Jinyu stopped her. I was going to say it just now." Nanny Fong nodded. "This servant understands. Although second young miss isn't the Marquis' estate's biological daughter, madam raised her. How could second young miss not help madam but someone else? Wouldn't that be too cruel and unscrupulous?" Gu Jinyu's face paled. Nanny Fong smiled faintly. "This servant is a servant and doesn't know how to speak. Please forgive me, second young Mississippi." Gu Jinyu didn't know what to say. She felt like she was being scolded, but Nanny Fong didn't say anything against her. Nanny Fong was Madame Yao's trusted aide. Only Gu Yin could be angry with her, but as a good girl, Gu Jinyu couldn't. "Nanny, you're exaggerating." Gu Jinyu said. "Nanny, go take care of my mother." Nanny Fong said earnestly, "Second young miss, you should remember madam's words. Don't interact with the late madam's three sons. They won't accept second young miss and won't be your support in the future. Forgive this servant for speaking bluntly, but second young miss can only rely on madam and eldest young Mississippi." Gu Jinyu smiled faintly. "I'll remember, Nanny. A girl who grew up in the countryside and only knew how to dig for food in the fields. What right did she have to be her support? Because of that crippled husband who understood you on in high school?" Nanny was indeed old. Marquis Gu went to see Gu Yin. Gu Yin was fine, but he still pretended to be dying. Marquis Gu was furious. When he returned to the estate, no matter how old Madame Gu came to find him, he was determined not to ask Gu Chongqing to release Gu Qinglin. Old Madame Gu sent someone to deliver charcoal to Gu Qinglin. "What charcoal? Just freeze him to death." Gu Qinglin's charcoal was confiscated by his biological father just like that. Xiao Lulang also heard a little about the girls' school when he was in the Imperial College. This matter was actually slightly different from the rumors in the circle. It wasn't initiated by the crown princess. As early as 10 years ago, Empress Dowager Zhuang had proposed to open a girls' school, but it was unanimously opposed by the emperor and the cabinet ministers. This matter was left unsettled. Now that the matter was brought up again, it was most likely the emperor's idea. Grand Tutor Zhuang led hundreds of officials to plead to reopen the imperial college, and his prestige in the court and the people's hearts soared. The emperor wanted to accumulate prestige for the imperial family, so he used the crown princess's name to open a girls' school. Since it was opened by the court, the quality of the girls' school must not be too bad. During dinner, Xiao Lulang talked about the girls' school at the dining table. Little Jing Kong exclaimed, "Girls' school? Does that mean Jiao Jiao can go there too?" Old Madam vaguely felt that the two words girls' school sounded strangely familiar. She tried to recall but couldn't remember anything. However, this didn't stop her from supporting Gu Jiao to go to school. "You can go." Gu Jiao. She didn't want to go. A certain someone who had experienced a series of cruel examinations, such as the college entrance examination in her previous life, didn't want to flip through books again in this life. Her family didn't force her. After all, the feeling of being forced to go to school was too depressing. Xiao Lulang, Gu Xiaoshun, Gu Yin, and Little Jing Kong all deeply experienced this. After dinner, Little Jing Kong suddenly looked at Gu Jiao cutely. "Jiao Jiao, I want to eat sugar-coated haws." Gu Jiao touched his tiger head hat. "Okay, I'll go buy it for you." This was the advantage of living on the streets. They could buy whatever they wanted to eat at any time. They didn't have such conditions in the countryside. "I'll go," Xiao Lulang said. "It's not that far," Gu Jiao said. Old Madam Young waved her hand. "Okay, you two go together. Don't dawdle." The two of them went to Chong, an avenue together. It wasn't snowing when they went out, but snowflakes started to fall halfway. Gu Jiao looked at the flying snow above her head and sighed. "The snow in the capital comes so early." Xiao Lulang said, "It's not early this year. Sometimes it snows by the end of October." "Oh," Gu Jiao asked, "did you live in the capital for a long time?" The two of them rarely asked each other's secrets. It was the first time such a topic was brought up so calmly. "Yes." Xiao Lulang nodded. Gu Jiao didn't ask further. Some topics were brought up unexpectedly, but they shouldn't be discussed too deeply. She looked at the busy streets. "The capital is so nice." Xiao Lulang looked at her. "You like the capital?" "Yes." Gu Jiao said. "The capital is lively." She actually didn't really like bustling places, but being in a lively environment made her feel more clearly that she was still alive. The snow was very heavy, but the wind stopped, and the snowflakes fell quietly. She remembered that there was a snowy night like this in town. They went out to buy osmanthus cakes and sat in front of a stall to eat 2 bowls of steaming glutinous rice balls. Life was hard at that time. She couldn't even bear to buy a poached egg for herself, and only asked the boss to give him one. Although the truth was that Gu Jiao didn't like to eat poached eggs, Xiao Lulang didn't know that, so he was touched until now. "Aya, how can you walk?" Gu Jiao bumped into someone. It was a young man who was in a hurry. The young man was almost knocked down. He fiercely said to Gu Jiao, "Be careful." Gu Jiao, oh, she really did bump into someone. She was not an unreasonable person. She was occasionally very obedient. She apologized. The young man didn't say anything else and walked away, muttering. People came and went on the streets of Chang'an. If one wasn't careful, they would bump into someone. Xiao Lulang glanced at her and wanted to say something. The snow was getting heavier, and there was a hint of cold wind. Why aren't there any candied haws? I remember it was around here during the day." Gu Jiao's little hand was frozen stiff. She raised it to her lips and blew on it. Xiao Lulang looked at her hand and moved his fingertips, but he didn't reach out his hand. Gu Jiao blew a few more times. It was very cold. Xiao Lulang finally gathered his courage and raised his hand to hold her hand. "Ah, found it, look." Gu Jiao pointed. Xiao Yulong's hand missed. After Gu Jiao finished pointing, she turned around to look at him. He seamlessly changed the topic. Without batting an eyelid, he raised his empty hand and touched his handsome head. Gu Jiao walked over and asked for 5 sticks of candied haws. "By the way, little brother, do you have any candied haws with less sugar?" The vendor smiled. "What a coincidence, miss. I do have some. My little nephew is only 1 year old. He likes to eat candied haws, but it's not good for his teeth. I made a few for him. They look bright red, but they don't have much sugar. Then, can you give me 2? Gu Jiao asked. Okay. The vendor took 2 sticks of unsweet candied haws and gave them to Gu Jiao. The total is 70 copper coins. I'll give you a small one. Thank you. Gu Jiao took the candied haws and grabbed them all in one hand. They were so big that she almost couldn't hold them. Xiao Lulang saw that she was struggling and said to her, I'll do it. Gu Jiao shook her head. No need. I'll take them. After saying that, she turned around and walked back. Xiao Lulang followed with his walking stick. As they walked, a soft little hand suddenly reached over and held his hand. Xiao Lulang was stunned. Gu Jiao tilted her head and blinked. If you take the candied haws, you won't be able to hold my hand. Didn't you want to hold my hand just now? Xiao Yulong's face turned red. He suddenly felt that his heart was full. Chapter 138. The novel is updated faster. The couple held hands and didn't let go until they reached the door. Seeing Xiao Yulong's unsatisfied expression, Gu Jiao leaned close to him and whispered, If you want to hold hands, I'll let you hold hands next time. No. With a deadpan expression, Xiao Lulang walked into the courtyard with the same hand and foot. Gu Jiao took the Tonghulu into the house. Old Madam's house was the warmest, so they all sat there. Xiao Lulang went straight to the study. Gu Jiao brought the Tonghulu over. Little Jing Kong's eyes lit up when he saw the Tonghulu. Jiao Jiao, come and warm up by the fire. Okay. Gu Jiao gave him a Tonghulu with less sugar and another Tonghulu with less sugar to Old Madam. She also gave 2 Tonghulu with normal sugar to Gu Yin and Gu Shaoshun. Gu Yin didn't eat much. He just liked to have fun. Old Madam stared at Gu Yan's Tonghulu, and tears flowed out of her mouth uncontrollably. Where's brother-in-law? Gu Yin asked. Your brother-in-law went to the study, Gu Jiao said. Old Madam ordered little Jing Kong. Go and ask your brother-in-law to warm up by the fire. No need, Gu Jiao said. He's not cold at all. His palms are sweaty. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. His palms were sweaty. How did you know? You two are holding hands? Little Jing Kong suddenly felt that the Tonghulu wasn't delicious anymore. Little Jing Kong jumped down from the small chair and decisively held Jiao Jiao's hand. Bad brother-in-law held hands. I want to hold hands too. Gu Yin held Gu Jiao's other hand. Little Monk held hands. I want to hold hands too. The confused Gu Jiao. Gu Shaoshun looked even more confused. The old lady was happy. The 2 idiots were finally making progress. Her little great-grandson was just around the corner. To commemorate this important development, the old lady decided to eat 1 less candied fruit tonight. She placed the preserved fruit high on the bedside table. Happy. The moonlight was like water. It quietly flowed on the bedside table, and the candied fruit was sparkling and translucent under the moonlight. The old lady left. The old lady came back. She grabbed the candied fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. To hell with the commemoration. If you're happy, you should celebrate. You should eat to celebrate. The heavy snow continued to fall throughout the night and only stopped when it was almost dawn. When Gu Jiao woke up early in the morning, the courtyard was already covered with snow. Fortunately, he had moved the chicken house and the dog house to the woodshed last night. Otherwise, if he let them freeze outside for a night, he was afraid that they would become a few small popsicles. Gu Jiao went to the backyard to get water from the well to wash up. The weather was so cold, but the well water was warm. After washing up, she went to the kitchen to start a fire to cook, but was surprised to find that someone was already sitting in front of the stove to start a fire. It was Xiao Lulang. So early. Although he used to get up early, he never got up this early. Yes. Xiao Lulang looked back at her. At this moment, the sky was not yet bright, and the snow was basically reflecting the light of the snow. An oil lamp was lit in the kitchen, and the bright light from the stove was reflected on his handsome face. She only felt that this person was truly a peerless young master. Beautiful things would make one feel beautiful just by looking at them. Gu Jiao curved her lips. Did you sleep well last night? Yes, and you? He asked. Gu Jiao walked over and took the firewood from his hand. Well, you can go and read. I'll do it. The kitchen was not big, and it was a little narrow when the two of them squeezed together. He smelled the fresh fragrance of Chinese soap on her body, as well as the unique scent of a young girl. He suddenly felt that the kitchen was a little hot, but he did not say anything. He got up and went out. However, he did not go back to the study to read. Instead, he took a shovel and began to clear the snow in the yard. Soon, little Jing Kong also got up. He was always the third one in the family to get up. When he saw the snow in the yard, he was so excited that he shouted, "Oh, oh, oh, I'm Mount Tai next door, catch the vine of love." Gu Jiao's hand trembled, and she almost lit the whole kitchen. Can this be connected? Don't shovel, don't shovel, don't shovel. I want to play in the snow. He threw himself into the snow. There was no such heavy snow in Yuzhou, so it was no wonder that he was so excited. The little guy was healthy and was not afraid of catching cold. Xiao Lulang did not care about him and let him play in the snow. He took a shovel to shovel the snow in the corridor. He shoveled the snow outside the old lady and Gu Yan's room first. About half an hour later, Gu Xiaoshun also got up. At this time, little Jing Kong had successfully turned himself into the light Shui man, Jing Kong. He was covered in snow, and his long eyelashes were stained with snowflakes. Little Jing Kong sat in the snow and looked at him with blinking eyes. Brother Xiaoshun, do you want to play? Oh, okay. Gu Xiaoshun walked over, rolled little Jing Kong into a light Shui ball, and started to roll. Little Jing Kong was rolled so hard that he stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes. Oh, I asked you to play in the snow. I didn't ask you to play with me, Gu Xiaoshun, but you're more fun. The two of them played crazily for a while until Gu Jiao came out and carried the sweaty and drenched little ball back into the house to change her clothes. Gu Xiaoshun also took a shovel and shoveled the snow with Xiao Lulang. Breakfast was tofu and pickled vegetable soup and mutton steamed buns. To make up for little Jing Kong's regret that he couldn't eat mutton, Gu Jiao made a basket of buns for him. The snow-white buns were eaten one at a time. Little Jing Kong suddenly felt that he was really a fierce little tiger. Little Jing Kong was a little obsessed with tigers recently. Gu Jiao also sewed a double-shoulder little tiger school bag for him. After the meal, he quickly put on the little tiger's backpack and went to the Directorate of Education with his bad brother-in-law accompanying him. Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshun also went to Qinghe Academy. The old lady didn't get up until the whole family went out one after another. Gu Jiao gave her a bowl of mutton soup. Great aunt, I'll go to the clinic later. If you're bored, I'm not bored. I'm not bored. Go ahead. The old lady waved her hand. Gu Jiao looked at the old lady strangely. Based on her understanding of the old lady, she was most likely up to something again. What did you do again? The old lady drank a mouthful of mutton soup. Nothing. She just called all the aunties in the alley over and played leaf cards for a few days. She won a lot of money, haha. Gu Jiao felt that her great-aunt was really capable. She couldn't stay idle no matter where she went, and she was always able to mingle with people. Her social skills were excellent, and she was miles ahead of her and Xiao Lulang. The old lady was a shrewd person. Gu Jiao wasn't worried that she would be deceived. She should be worried about other people. She didn't know how unlucky they were to fall into the hands of her great-aunt. Remember to bring an umbrella, the old lady said. Gu Jiao turned around and smiled. Okay. Gu Jiao wasn't afraid of the sun and rain, but someone reminded her to bring an umbrella. It was a new experience. She happily took an oil paper umbrella, said goodbye to her great-aunt, and went to the medical center. The second boss was a practical person. In less than 10 days, the medical center had begun to take shape. The layout of the lobby made people's eyes light up. It not only retained the characteristics of the original medical center, but also added a consultation desk. The second boss smiled and said, "Didn't you say that if there was a knowledgeable person here to divert the patients, it would make the treatment more efficient?" She did say that. Perhaps the second boss understood, and walked out was the ability of the second boss. Thinking of something, the second boss said, "I secretly went in yesterday to ask around. There really is a women's school next door. In the open space behind, the school is almost finished. I think it will open around the same time as us. When there are more people coming, we can take advantage of the good luck. It doesn't matter who opens first." Gu Jiao didn't care. She opened the medical center with her own strength. She didn't need anyone's help. The two of them were talking at the door when suddenly a man in his mid-30s came in. He was dressed luxuriously and had a dignified aura. He didn't look like an ordinary person. The other party looked at the two of them and asked, "Who is the owner of your medical center?" The second boss said, "We are the owner." "Both of you?" The other party looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. It was obvious that not only was Gu Jiao young, but she was also a woman. She also didn't dress well. Gu Jiao had seen this kind of gaze many times. Gu Jiao faintly glanced at him and said, "What's the matter?" The man was still polite. "I want to ask, are you willing to rent the medical center to me?" "What do you mean?" the second boss asked. The man smiled faintly and said, "To tell you the truth, I am from next door. I don't know if you have heard that we are opening a women's school. It was opened by the Crown Princess. Currently, there is still a brothel and there is no suitable location. So, I want to rent your shop and convert it into a brothel." "No." Gu Jiao refused without hesitation. The man looked at Gu Jiao in surprise. He clearly didn't expect that the other party would be so ungrateful after he mentioned the Crown Princess. In reality, the women's school wasn't opened by the Crown Princess. It was His Majesty's idea. However, when Empress Dowager Zhuang proposed to open a women's school, His Majesty didn't stand on Empress Dowager Zhuang's side. Now that he had slapped himself in the face, it didn't look good, so he used the Crown Princess name. Could it be that he had to use His Majesty's name to scare this little girl? The man said, "The price can be discussed." Gu Jiao said, "It is useless to discuss it further. No means no." The man's smile became colder. "You also found someone else to rent. Don't you just want to open a medical center? You can rent this shop to me, and I'll find you a better one." Gu Jiao looked at him like he was an idiot. "Since there is a better shop, why don't you use it?" The man choked. The second boss knew that the other party had a powerful background and didn't want to be on bad terms with the other party. However, he also understood Gu Jiao's temper. He could only appease her. "Did you think you were in the right just because you yelled?" The man saw that he couldn't get through to Gu Jiao, so he looked at the second boss on the side and said with a smile, "Why do you have to make it so ugly? When I find the owner and tell him not to rent the shop to you, won't you still have to move out?" The second boss spread his hands. "That may not be the case." The man frowned. When did this person become so stubborn? "You." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a cold voice. "What are you doing? Didn't you hear that he refused you?" "What? You want to use the Crown Princess name to oppress the common people? As far as I know, the Crown Princess didn't give you the right to bully others. It was that little scholar again. Today, he was wearing a blue robe and looked fresh and handsome." The man's expression changed. Do. The little scholar knocked on his forehead with his fan. "Do what? If you dare to use the Crown Princess name to oppress the common people again, I will go to His Majesty and report you." Yes. The man didn't even dare to breathe loudly as he ran off in a dejected manner. The second boss gave Gu Jiao a look. "Who was it?" "Gu Jiao. I don't know." The second boss, the little scholar, came to Gu Jiao and patted his hand with his fan. He said with a smile, "Miss, we meet again. Don't worry, I already taught him a lesson just now. He won't dare to harass you again in the future." Gu Jiao, "Oh, thank you." The little scholar simply clung to Gu Jiao and followed Gu Jiao around. Don't listen to him. He didn't come here on the Crown Princess orders. The Crown Princess wouldn't have such a rude servant. Gu Jiao understood. The little girl was still clinging to the fact that she had no feelings towards the Crown Princess. It was enough that she liked the Crown Princess. Why did everyone in the world have to like the Crown Princess? Wasn't this a very strange thing? The little scholar proudly said, "You also saw it. I'm very capable. As long as you also like the Crown Princess, we can be friends. I'll protect you." As the Crown Princess #1 supporter, her goal was to spread the Crown Princess' good name and have more people understand and like the Crown Princess. Gu Jiao did not waste any more words with her. She carried a box of tools and went up to the second floor. The little scholar wanted to chase after her, but the workers came over at this time. The little scholar was separated by the workers. When the workers all left, Gu Jiao had already disappeared. The little scholar was not discouraged. She put her hands on her hips and confidently said, "I do, Xiaoyun. We'll definitely reform you. It had been a few days since Miss Yao came. Gu Jiao counted the days. Her antidepressants were almost finished, so it was time for her to come and get new ones. Gu Jiao was puzzled. When she returned home, she saw senior servant Fong waiting in the main room with a hesitant expression. The elderly lady had gone to sleep. When senior servant Fong saw Gu Jiao, she hurriedly bowed and greeted. Eldest young Mississippi. Gu Jiao looked behind her and asked, "Where's the madam? Didn't she come with you?" This servant came to find the eldest young miss myself. The madam? She? Senior servant Fong hesitated for a moment and finally said, "The madam hasn't been well recently. She doesn't want the eldest young miss and the young master to worry, so she refuses to come over." Gu Jiao nodded in understanding. "I'll go with you to the Marquis's estate." Chapter 139. Gu Jiao was a very straightforward person. What she accepted and what she did not accept, she would put it all on the table. She couldn't open the knot in her heart when she was young, so she couldn't live with Madame Yao calmly. However, this didn't mean that she would ignore Madame Yao. She still interacted with Madame Yao as a doctor. This visit was to treat Madame Yao's illness. Other people had nothing to do with her, so she didn't want to see them. Nanny Fong understood eldest Mrs. Temper and knew that she wouldn't visit old Madame Gu or other people in the residence. In order to avoid gossip, Nanny Fong simply didn't mention that eldest Miss had returned to the residence. The servant guarding the door thought that Nanny Fong had only invited a doctor back to the residence. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage and entered the inner residence of the Lord Protector's estate. The first courtyard she saw was Zhengming Courtyard. Nanny Fong said that it was the former madam's courtyard. Even though the former madam had passed away many years ago, it was still empty. Occasionally, the heir would go there to reminisce about the former madam. "Madam's courtyard is over there." Nanny Fong pointed to the end of the path. "It's so far away," Gu Jiao said. Nanny Fong sighed. "Yes, but wasn't it far away?" Madam's status in the residence was awkward. How could old Madame Gu let her live in a courtyard that was in a good location? Concubine Ling's courtyard was close and closest to Marquis Gu's courtyard. In fact, whenever Marquis Gu went to Madame Yao's courtyard, he would pass by Concubine Ling's courtyard. In order to let Concubine Ling be favored, old Madame Gu had schemed. Unfortunately, even if Marquis Gu passed by Concubine Ling's door every day, he wouldn't enter her room. "That's Concubine Ling's courtyard." Nanny Fong pointed to a courtyard. Gu Jiao glanced through the window. It was a refreshing and elegant scene with pavilions, terraces, and withered flowers everywhere. Gu Jiao didn't care too much. She was just a concubine. It wasn't worth it. The carriage stopped in front of Madame Yao's courtyard. Nanny Fong went to get a stool for Gu Jiao, but Gu Jiao jumped down. Nanny Fong was startled. "Which noble young miss is so fierce? Is Madame inside?" Gu Jiao asked. "Ah, yes." Nanny Fong regained her senses. She should be in the warm room right now. The winter in the manor isn't this cold. Madame isn't used to it and stays in the warm room all day long. Gu Jiao followed Nanny Fong to the warm room. The warm room was indeed warmer than the outside, but it was still a little stuffy. Yao Shi's eyes were closed as she lay on a rattan chair in the warm room. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she waved her hand without thinking and weakly said, "I already said that I won't eat. You can all leave." There was no response for a long time. She realized that something was wrong and turned to look at the door. When she saw the familiar figure, her dim eyes instantly brightened. "Jiao Jiao." She hurriedly sat up from the rattan chair and nervously and helplessly tidied her hair and clothes. It was as if she didn't want to lose her image in front of her daughter. Gu Jiao didn't care about this. She walked over and came to Yao Shi's side. "Is Madame well?" Yao Shi glanced at Nanny Fong, and Nanny Fong pretended to be deaf and mute and left. Yao Shi helplessly sighed. "I'm fine." Nanny Fong made a fuss over nothing and even called you to the manor. The Marquis's manor wasn't a good place. She didn't care if people looked down on her, but she didn't want her daughter to suffer with them. "Sit down." Yao Shi pulled her daughter's hand and sat down on a stool. Gu Jiao took down the small basket and put it on the small round table in front of her. Then she reached out her hand to Yao Shi. "Let me take a look." Yao Shi handed her wrist to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao carefully checked her pulse, and her expression was slightly dignified. Did you not take your medicine properly these past few days? Yao Shi said embarrassedly. I forgot to take it once or twice. Was it once or twice? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Jiao was very strict when it came to treating patients. Yao Shi carefully thought for a moment and said, Twice? Are you sure there's no more? Gu Jiao looked into her eyes. I'm sure. Yao Shi nodded. The first time was when she came back from Bai Shui Alley. She had just learned that Gu Yin was being bullied by Gu Qinglin. She rushed to Gu Qinglin's courtyard and caused a ruckus. Perhaps she was too tired from the ruckus, but when she came back, she fell asleep. That night, she didn't take her medicine. The next morning, she overslept and forgot to take her medicine. It was only these 2 times and no more. What's wrong? Yao Shi asked. Gu Jiao said truthfully, your pulse isn't very good. If you only forgot twice, then it shouldn't be a problem with the medicine. It should be because you were too agitated. Yao Shi also felt it. Her illness was clearly almost cured, but that day, she couldn't control her emotions and almost died together with Gu Qinglin. If it wasn't for Gu Chongqing taking her dagger, she would have killed Gu Qinglin and hanged herself. Speaking of which, the dagger was still in Gu Chongqing's hands. He knew her motive, but she didn't know why he didn't make things difficult for her. Yao Shi immediately thought of many things. Gu Jiao could see that she was thinking more than before, so she said to her, Perhaps you've developed a resistance to the medicine. I'll give you 2 different medicines. Yao Shi said, All right. Gu Jiao hadn't opened the medicine box in a long time. The last time she opened it was when she was suturing that man. At that time, she wasn't of marriageable age. However, she vaguely remembered that the medicine box contained a new antidepressant. Gu Jiao no longer deliberately hid the medicine box from Yao Shi. Yao Shi occasionally saw the things inside and felt it was strange, but she just thought it was because she didn't know enough and didn't suspect anything. Gu Jiao took out the antidepressant and told Yao Shi how to take it. In the future, don't forget to take your medicine. Yao Shi shook her head and said, I won't. At that time, she was so angry that she lost her mind. But after she sobered up, she felt a lingering fear. If she really died with Gu Qinglin, she would never be able to see her 2 children again. Jiao Jiao and Yin would also be like the 3 brothers, becoming motherless children. How could she treat the siblings like that? Gu Jiao accompanied Yao Shi and chatted for a while. Then, she watched Yao Shi take the medicine. One of the medicines had a calming effect. Yao Shi leaned against the rattan chair and fell asleep not long after. Gu Jiao took a blanket and covered her with it. Hearing that there was no movement inside, Nurse Fong gently pushed the door and entered. She looked at the sleeping Yao Shi and whispered to Gu Jiao, Is the madam asleep? Gu Jiao nodded and got up to leave the room. Nurse Fong also followed her out and closed the door. Eldest miss, how is the madam's condition? Gu Jiao said, Her condition has relapsed. It's similar to when she was in the mountain villa. Nurse Fong said in fear, Is it that serious? Gu Jiao said, It's not as serious as it was at the beginning. Nurse Fong's expression softened and she lamented. After the madam came back, her mood wasn't very good. She just endured it until that day when she went to Bai Shui Alley and learned that the young master was being bullied. The madam completely exploded and ran to the 3rd young master's courtyard to cause a scene. The madam even brought a dagger. At that time, the madam said, Don't live anymore. If we die together. This servant was really scared. Fortunately, nothing happened. Otherwise, Gu Jiao didn't know that there was such a thing. From Nurse Fong's description, Yao Shi had completely lost her mind at that moment. It wasn't strange that Yao Shi wanted to teach Gu Qinglin a lesson, but it was inconceivable that she wanted to kill Gu Qinglin and die with him. The former was the anger of a mother, and the latter was the suicide of a depressed patient. Yao Shi had been treated steadily for so long and had only stopped taking medicine twice. It shouldn't be like this. What has the madam been eating recently? Gu Jiao began to ask about Yao Shi's diet in detail. Nurse Fong explained everything in detail. Ever since the incident with Nurse Fong, this servant has paid special attention to the madam's diet. Is there any breakfast left? Show me the card. Gu Jiao said, There is. The madam doesn't have a good appetite. She ate a little and then stopped eating. It's all behind the green screen cabinet. Nurse Fong went to bring over Yao Shi's breakfast. Gu Jiao checked it one by one. Nurse Fong said, "Is there a problem?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "No. Take me to the madam's bedroom." "Okay." Nurse Fong took Gu Jiao to Yao Shi's room. Gu Jiao checked every corner, including the incense, soap, and rouge. "There's no problem," she said. Was she thinking too much? Gu Jiao asked again. "Does the madam have a close relationship with anyone?" Nurse Fong shook her head. "No, the madam doesn't go out of the residence. When she goes out, it's to visit the eldest miss and the young master. The Marquis used to come often, but recently, the Ministry of Works has been busy, so the Marquis doesn't come back for several days." Gu Jiao touched her chin. Nurse Fong still had lingering fears about the poisoning of Yao Shi in the farmstead. "Eldest miss, are you suspecting that the madam has been harmed?" Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and said, "From the current investigation, there is no relevant evidence." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold wind rustled past. It was mixed with a few snowflakes and a faint fragrance that slowly drifted over. Gu Jiao looked in the direction of the fragrance. "What's on the other side of the wall?" Nurse Fong said, "It's the greenhouse. When the weather is good, the door of the greenhouse will be open, and the entire courtyard can smell the fragrance of the flowers. It snowed yesterday, so the door was locked for fear that the flowers inside would freeze to death." Gu Jiao said lightly, "I'll go to the greenhouse to take a look." Nurse Fong hesitated. "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. Nurse Fong said awkwardly, "The greenhouse belongs to the old madam. Ordinary people can't go in at will. Why don't I call the second miss over and let her bring the eldest miss in?" Before she finished speaking, Gu Jiao had already climbed over the wall. Nurse Fong, Pine Crane Courtyard. Old Madam Gu leaned against the arhat bed and sighed silently. She was not in a good mood recently, because her precious grandson was still locked up in the ancestral hall. The weather was cold, and there was a big snowfall last night. The ancestral hall had already become an ice cave. Her poor grandson had never suffered like this since he was young. Early in the morning, she sent someone to stop Gu Chongqing and ask him to release Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chongqing was released, but only Gu Chengfeng was released. Old Madame Gu was so angry that her head hurt. She only felt better after using some of the incense sent by concubine Ling, but she still felt stifled. They've grown up and their wings have hardened. They don't take me, their grandmother, seriously. How can that be? The heir is also trying to discipline the two young masters. The servant girl who was massaging her legs said fawningly. The old madam could criticize the heir, but the servants could not. Old Madame Gu said again, "In the end, the first one to blame is their father. He could have married anyone else, but he had to marry a jinx. He himself is useless, and the child he gave birth to is also useless. He even bullied the son of the first wife. I think they want to rebel." "Please calm down," the servant girl said. Old Madame Gu snorted. Even giving birth to a child can cause them to lose their way. If their mother was here, how could this happen? How could the servants dare to say anything? They could only brace themselves and listen. Old Madame Gu gritted her teeth and said, "Girls who grew up in the countryside have no manners. Crude and despicable." The servant girl lowered her head even more. After hearing so many secrets, would she be silenced? Don't let her fall into my hands, or else I will definitely teach her a lesson. Old Madame Gu got angrier as she spoke. "Where's Yao? Call her here." After returning to the manor for so long, Tian claimed to be sick in her room every day, but she did not come to set the rules in front of her. Her trusted nanny advised, "Why do you have to lower yourself to her level? She won't say anything even if you hit her with a stick." This was the truth. It was not that old Madame Gu had not set the rules for Yao, but no matter how old Madame Gu tried to torture her, she was like a soulless wooden person. Old Madame Gu felt as if she had punched cotton. In the end, old Madame Gu did not know whether Yao felt wronged or not, but she was furious. As the peony in the greenhouse bloomed, her trusted nanny asked the servant girl who was massaging old Madame Gu's legs. The servant girl said, "It has bloomed. I want to take a look this morning. It's blooming very well." Old Madame Gu loved flowers, especially peonies. Gu Jinyu also loved peonies because of Old Madame Gu's influence. Unfortunately, peonies were seasonal. In order to make them bloom in winter, Old Madame Gu did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to build a glass-roof greenhouse. The servant girl continued, "I'll go and bring a few pots over for Old Madame." Old Madame Gu waved her hand. "It's so cold. Won't it freeze to death if you bring it out?" "Forget it. I'll go and take a look myself." Chapter 140. Old Madame Gu usually asked people to bring out the peonies for her to admire. She would only go to the greenhouse when the weather was too cold. There was actually some distance between the pine crane courtyard and the greenhouse, but the old lady was sitting in a sedan chair. It was comfortable without wind or rain. The sedan chair arrived outside the greenhouse very quickly. Old Madame Gu's confidant lifted the curtain and helped Old Madame Gu out of the sedan chair. Old Madame Gu noticed the wide wooden door and frowned. "Who's looking after the greenhouse today? Aren't they afraid that the flowers inside will freeze to death by leaving the door open?" Old Madame Gu pointed a servant in to take a look. The servant went in to take a look and came out to report, "I don't see the gardener." This made Old Madame Gu even angrier. If there was no gardener, it meant that the gardener had left his post without permission. She didn't know how long he had been gone, but the door was still open. Old Madame Gu asked someone to find the gardener as she entered the greenhouse with the help of Old Madame Gu's confidant. Gu Jiao had been squatting on the ground to observe the flowers earlier and was blocked by the potted plants behind her. Now that she was done, she stood up. Old Madame Gu and Old Madame Gu's confidant were so shocked that their hearts trembled when they saw another person. "Who is it?" Old Madame Gu asked sternly. Gu Jiao turned around calmly. Gu Jiao did not dress like a rich young lady, nor did she look like a servant in the manner. She was not very old, about the same age as Gu Jinyu. Gu Jiao's right cheek was as beautiful as a fairy's, but there was a huge red birthmark on her left cheek. Old Madame Gu had never seen such a disfigured person. Old Madame Gu's eyebrows twitched. Where did this wild girl come from? How dare she come to the greenhouse of the Duke's manor? Old Madame Gu's confidant and maids were also very surprised. Yes, where did this wild girl come from? The Duke's manor was not a vegetable garden where outsiders could enter as they wished. Could she be a servant's child or relative? But even so, they could not barge into the old Madame's greenhouse. Gu Jiao sized up Old Madame Gu and guessed her identity. Gu Jiao looked at the white flower in her hand and then looked at Old Master Gu, who looked like he was about to explode. Old Madame Gu was even more confused. What was this girl's reaction? Between revealing her identity and leaving, Gu Jiao chose the former. She walked towards Old Madame Gu. However, Old Madame Gu thought that she was going to assassinate her and shouted agitatedly, "Someone, come quickly! Stop her!" Everyone rushed forward and reached out to grab Gu Jiao. Old Madame Gu kept retreating, trying to avoid this terrifying battlefield. Unfortunately, she was careless and accidentally bumped into the flower rack behind her. She lost her balance and fell under the flower rack. In a panic, she reached out to grab the flower rack in front of her in an attempt to stabilize herself. However, the flower rack was not strong enough and was pulled down by her in an instant. The dozens of potted plants on the flower rack fell down with a crash. Old Madame Gu did not even have time to cry out before she was buried under the ruins. Old Madame Gu's confidant gasped. She had not been paying attention for a while, so how did this happen? Everyone no longer cared about catching Gu Jiao and turned around to save Old Madame Gu. Gu Jiao spread her hands innocently. This time, it was not her fault. Everyone was in a panic. Gu Jiao shook her head and walked out of the greenhouse with a bouquet of small white flowers. Although the greenhouse and Madame Yao's courtyard were only separated by a wall, the road was very far and they had to take a detour. With great difficulty, old Madame Fong walked around half of the Marquis's estate and arrived at the greenhouse. When she saw Gu Jiao coming out of the greenhouse, she called out breathlessly, "Eldest, eldest." Before she could say anything, Gu Jiao gently jumped over the wall and returned to Madame Yao's courtyard. Old Madame Fong, who was doubting her life, by the time old Madame Fong walked around half of the Marquis's estate and returned to Madame Yao's courtyard, She felt that her old legs did not belong to her anymore. Old Madame Fong leaned on the pillar under the porch and gasped for breath. Gu Jiao sat on the stone bench in the courtyard and played with the bouquet of white flowers on the stone table in front of her. The flowers bloomed beautifully. They were pure white and elegant, and were out of this world. "Old Madam," she said, "who planted the flowers in the greenhouse?" Old Madame Fong waved her hand. She was too tired to speak. Gu Jiao did not rush her and asked a servant to pour her a cup of hot tea. After drinking a few mouthfuls of hot tea, Old Madame Fong finally recovered her breath. She staggered over to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, "Sit down and talk." "Thank you." Eldest Mississippi. Old Madame Fong was a person who attached great importance to rules, but she really couldn't stand it anymore. She sat down on the stone bench next to Gu Jiao and said, "The flowers in the greenhouse were planted by the gardeners in the estate. The gardeners planted whatever flowers Old Madam liked. Generally, most of them are peonies. There are also some peonies, clivia, and water lilies. There are also other flowers, like the begonia in the West Mansion." This servant didn't go to the greenhouse many times. "I heard it from the servants in the estate." After a pause, Old Madame Fong thought of something and added, "However, Concubine Ling also knows how to plant flowers, and she's better at it than the gardeners. Now, Old Madam let her take care of it." Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes. "I know. Where is she?" Old Madame Fong realized something and asked, "Eldest Miss, why do you suddenly ask about this? Is there a problem with the greenhouse?" "There is a problem. As for who did it, we have to find out." Gu Jiao didn't think about whether it was intentional or not. She didn't believe that there were so many coincidences in the world. Otherwise, Madame Yao wouldn't have been poisoned in the farmstead. Someone thought that Madame Yao was an eyesore and wanted to get rid of her. Old Madame Fong naturally thought of this, but she didn't expect it to be related to the greenhouse. "This servant will go and ask around." Old Madame Fong went to ask about Concubine Ling's whereabouts. In the end, Concubine Ling wasn't in the estate at the moment. She went back to her maternal home to visit her relatives. "I'll come back another day." Gu Jiao took the flower. "Don't let Madame come out to be exposed to the wind for the next few days." "Yes," Old Madame Fong responded. Old Madame Fong glanced at Gu Jiao and felt a myriad of emotions in her heart. Perhaps she still couldn't stand some of Eldest Miss's actions, but it was undeniable that when something happened to Madame, Eldest Miss was the only one who could be relied on. On the other side, Gu Chongqing returned to the Lord Protector's estate. As soon as he entered the estate, he heard that something had happened to old Madame Gu, so he went to old Madame Gu's courtyard. Old Madame Gu had been hit by the flower pot quite badly. Her body was bruised and her head was even smashed. "What happened?" Gu Chongqing asked. Old Madame Gu's trusted servant said, "A wild girl came out of nowhere and bumped into old Madame, causing her to fall down in the greenhouse. Listen, listen, listen. She fell down on her own, but she had to blame it on someone else." Old Madame Gu pressed the gauze on her forehead and shouted angrily, "It must be a thief. Quickly go and catch her." If she was a thief, then she naturally had to be caught. Gu Chongqing ordered people to seal off the estate. Gu Jiao's carriage had just arrived at the entrance of the estate when it was stopped by a bodyguard. The bodyguard said, "There was a thief in the estate." The heir ordered that no one is allowed to enter or leave the estate freely. Old Madame Fong sternly said, "Look carefully. This is Madame's carriage. How could there be a thief in Madame's carriage?" The bodyguard said, "Excuse me." Gu Chongqing's personal guards only listened to his orders. Not to mention Madame Yao's carriage. Even if old Madame Gu's carriage came, they also couldn't pass. While the two sides were arguing, Gu Chongqing heard the commotion and walked over with a cold expression. Old Madame Fong bowed to him. "Heir?" Gu Chongqing looked at the carriage behind her. "Madame wants to go out?" Old Madame Fong opened her mouth and didn't know how to answer. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain of the carriage window and looked at the dignified Gu Chongqing. "I want to go out." Gu Chongqing's expression immediately froze. Ever since he found out that the young man was Gu Yin, he naturally guessed Gu Jiao's identity. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't shocked, but it would be pretentious to say that he was still shocked after so many days. He looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated gaze. Gu Jiao just found out that this person was actually her and Gu Yan's half-brother, Gu Changqing. No wonder she dreamed of him. No wonder he didn't come for so many days. He should have guessed her and Gu Yan's identities. This was really... She didn't know how to put it. The two families were obviously not on good terms, but by a freak combination of factors, they were strangely involved. He saved little Jing Kong, she saved him, and he saved Gu Yan. Gu Jiao calmly looked at her half-brother in front of her and held her chin with her small hand. You won't let me go? Gu Changqing was slightly startled by her calm and unhurried tone. Didn't she have any burdens? About their identities? No. Gu Changqing came back to his senses and said to the imperial bodyguard, Let them go? Yes. The imperial bodyguard didn't ask any more questions and respectfully stepped aside. Nanny Fong was very puzzled. Looking at the eldest miss and the heir's attitude, it seemed like they knew each other. Gu Jiao put down the curtain. The carriage had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly stopped the carriage. She lifted the curtain again and threw out the bouquet of white flowers. Gu Changqing subconsciously caught it. In fact, according to Gu Changqing's previous training, he should avoid things thrown by others. Even he didn't understand what happened just now. He looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Gu Jiao didn't say anything else. She just pulled down the curtain and then left in the carriage. The people around were confused. What was going on? That girl gave a flower to the heir of their family? Gu Changqing didn't think that she would give him flowers for no reason. He looked at the flowers in his hand and frowned, lost in thought. Gu Changqing thought of what had happened in the greenhouse. Gu Changqing called the gardener in the residence over. Do you recognize this flower? The gardener said, It's a flower from the greenhouse. Gu Changqing asked, What kind of flower is it? The gardener shook his head. This servant doesn't know. Gu Changqing said coldly, You planted it yourself, and you don't know? The gardener was embarrassed. He wasn't a real gardener. He was just a servant who watched the greenhouse. He worked for the old gardener for a while. After the old gardener was dismissed, he became the new gardener. He said, This servant didn't plant this flower. It was concubine Ling. Gu Changqing asked the gardener to leave and called the residence doctor over. The residence doctor didn't know much about flowers. But if this wasn't a normal flower, but a medicine, then it was a different story. Heir, this is a devil's snare. Be careful. It's poisonous. Gu Changqing frowned. It's poisonous? The residence doctor said, Yes, this flower is poisonous regardless of whether it's white or red. The seeds are the most poisonous, followed by the leaves. It can also be used in medicine. The mephisin we use is mainly made from this flower. You'll be poisoned if you touch it? Gu Changqing asked. That's not the case. Heir's body is strong. Not to mention touching it, even eating it won't be a problem. The residence doctor said flatteringly. Did he mean that he would eat poison when he had nothing to do? The residence doctor continued. But if it's someone with a weak body, just smelling the flower's fragrance will also affect them. They will either become excited or depressed. Gu Changqing continued. If it's someone who already thinks too much and often smells the flower's fragrance, will it worsen their condition? The residence doctor nodded. It will. If it's serious, it may cause hallucinations. Even worse, it's not uncommon for people to commit suicide or lose their rationality. Gu Changqing thought of Yao Shi, who had almost died together with Gu Chenglin. He thoughtfully asked, Is this flower common? The residence doctor said, It's common. It's found in the mountains. Unfortunately, most people don't recognize it. Just because it's pretty, they picked it and brought it home. In the end, they were poisoned. That night, concubine Ling returned to the residence. As soon as she entered, she saw Gu Changqing's servant waiting for her. She asked, What's the matter? The servant said, Concubine Ling, the heir is looking for you. Concubine Ling was stunned and smiled. Okay, I know. Concubine Ling went to Gu Changqing's courtyard. Gu Changqing was practicing his sword in the courtyard. When he saw her, he quickly put away his sword and threw it to the servant. Concubine Ling, come and sit, he said. The two of them sat down on the stone bench. A servant served tea and snacks. Gu Changqing said, This is a new snack made in the kitchen. I specially saved it for Concubine Ling. Concubine Ling, try it. Concubine Ling tasted it. It tastes good. Gu Chongqing said, "Concubine Ling, if you like it, eat more. These flower cakes are all made with fresh flowers from the greenhouse." Concubine Ling smiled. "What kind of flower is it? It tastes so good." "It's this kind of flower." The servant smiled and took out a few datura flowers from behind him. Concubine Ling's expression changed, and she spat out the snack in her mouth. Chapter 141. The novel will be updated faster. After vomiting, Concubine Ling seemed to realize something. She smiled and covered her mouth with a handkerchief. "I'm allergic to pollen." Gu Chongqing's expression didn't change. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you're allergic to pollen? You wouldn't have to take care of the greenhouse for grandmother if you did." Concubine Ling opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. "Take it away," Gu Chongqing said to the servant. The servant took the plate of desserts away. Concubine Ling clearly saw the servant take a piece of dessert and put it into his mouth as he walked. Concubine Ling's eyelashes trembled. "Concubine Ling," Gu Chongqing called her. Concubine Ling looked away and clenched her hands under her wide sleeves. She smiled and said, "What's wrong?" Gu Chongqing looked at her and said, "I just said that since you're allergic to pollen, I won't let you take care of grandmother's greenhouse in the future. I'll talk to grandmother." Concubine Ling lowered her eyes and smiled. "I'll be careful. It won't get in the way." Gu Chongqing said, "Why let you take the risk?" Concubine Ling smiled and looked at Gu Chongqing. "Since you said so, then fine. But if you can't do it, remember to tell me." "Okay." Gu Chongqing nodded slightly. Concubine Ling stood up. "It's getting late. You should rest. I'll go back." She had only taken a few steps when Gu Chongqing suddenly stopped her. "How's grandmother?" "Huh." Concubine Ling was slightly surprised. She turned around and looked at Gu Chongqing with a smile. "She's in good health, but she misses her 3 little grandsons. If you have time, you can take Chengfeng and Qinglin back to see her." "I will," Gu Chongqing said. Concubine Ling didn't stay any longer. She turned and left the courtyard. On the way back, she passed by the greenhouse and saw a few servants and maids cleaning the greenhouse. "Pull out all the white flowers. Such a beautiful flower. It's a pity to pluck it." The old madam fell, and the crown prince took his anger out on these flowers. "That's enough. Don't talk about it anymore. Be careful not to spread it to the ears of the old madam and the heir." A chill ran down her spine. "Auntie, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You don't look well." The maid beside her asked. Concubine Ling tightened her clothes and said in a trembling voice, "I'm fine. I'm fine." At night, there was another light shui in Beijing, but it was not as big as the previous night. The family closed the door and ate in the house. Gu Jiao made carrot and pork soup, tofu and mushroom soup, and a few side dishes. Little Jing Kong got today's delicious meal: vegetarian meatballs, green peppercorn, fried rice with sausage, and shrimp egg soup. He had recently unlocked the skill of eating eggs, and he felt that it was delicious. Jiao Jiao ordered a bowl of lovely egg soup every day. His tableware was beautiful, and the delicacy of the plate arrangement was much better than the other dishes. He ate with relish, and he didn't forget to stick out his chest, shake his head, and send a smug expression to the others. Xiao Lulang started to tutor Lin Chengye again, so he didn't come back for lunch every day. He ate with little Jing Kong at the Imperial College. Dinner became the most tidy part of the family every day. After dinner, the old madam, as the head of the family, would ask everyone how they were doing today. Little Jing Kong reported for the longest time every time. He was a taciturn child in school and was a very cold child. When he was at home, he was a little loudspeaker. He was lively, and he would only stop when Gu Jiao praised him. Today, there was nothing special about everyone. When it was Gu Jiao's turn, Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment, then told them about Yao Shi. She didn't tell them that Yao Shi was framed in the Hofu, and that Yao Shi almost died together with Gu Qinglin. She only told them that she wanted to bring Yao Shi over. Everyone liked Yao Shi, so they didn't have any objections. The only problem was the room. Guyan expressed that he could move in with Gu Xiaoshan and give the room to Yao Shi. Gu Xiaoshan nodded. His bed was big enough for 2 people to sleep on. "Tomorrow, I'll go with you?" Xiao Lulang asked Gu Jiao. He was talking about going together to bring Yao Shi over to live with him. Gu Jiao nodded and asked him, "You don't have classes tomorrow?" Xiao Lulang. I have classes. Early the next morning, Gu Jiao went to the Ho Fu. Yao Shi had woken up early and was eating breakfast in a warm room. Seeing her daughter come over, she was very happy, but she was also a bit worried. She pulled her daughter's hand and sat down. "Have you eaten yet?" "I've eaten," Gu Jiao said. "I came to bring you out of the Fu." Yao Shi was stunned. Gu Jiao paused and said, Are you willing to move out and live with us?" Yao Shi wanted to hear these words even in her dreams. Even in her dreams, she wanted to live with her daughter. But now was not the time. Yao Shi reached out and touched her daughter's hair. "You came so early just to bring me out of the Fu?" Gu Jiao nodded honestly. Yao Shi looked at her daughter dotingly. "Jiao Jiao, have you truly accepted me?" Gu Jiao was silent. She didn't know. The one she didn't accept was not Yao Shi, but her mother. But Yao Shi was her mother. Yao Shi held her daughter's hand and gently said, "Jiao Jiao was worried about me, so she made a concession. I am very moved and very happy. But right now, I still cannot move out and live with Jiao Jiao." "That concubine mother has a problem," Gu Jiao said. Sure enough, it was because she was worried about her. Yao Shi touched her daughter's face with relief and bitterness. "Mother knows. Mother can handle it. Trust mother this once." If this was before, knowing that she could move out with her daughter, she would have done it without hesitation. But she already knew about the situation in the greenhouse. She thought about it for an entire night, thinking about what she should do. Should she move out, or should she continue to stay in the manor? In the past, she did not fight because she felt that she could not see any hope. Her Yin, could lose her life at any moment. She just wanted to protect Yin, and stay away from the manor's affairs. But now, she did not think like this. There were some people that just avoiding them was useless. The three of them, mother and children, even being alive was a sin. More importantly, she knew that her daughter had been whipped to save her. If it was not for her incompetence, her daughter would not have been whipped to save her. Her heart was bleeding. Her daughter had done too much for her. She could not always hide behind her daughter and become a burden. She hoped that one day, she would move out, not because she had nowhere to go. She also hoped that one day, when she was gone, her daughter would remember her mother. It would not be a weak and pitiful mother who was besieged on all sides. It would be a mother that she could be proud of. This was the strength that her daughter gave her. If it was possible, mother would not want you to be so capable. It was because she was too incompetent that her daughter had no choice but to be strong. She could not go on like this. She wanted to protect her daughter. Gu Jiao could not understand this emotion, but Gu Jiao respected Yao Shi's choice. "If you need anything, the family welcomes you at any time." After Gu Jiao left, Yao Shi changed her clothes and put on 2 golden hair ornaments. She went to Pine Crane Courtyard to pay respects to old Madame Gu. Hearing that Yao Shi came to pay respects to her, old Madame Gu almost choked to death. "Who did you say came?" The servant said, "Madam, it's Madam. She came to pay respects to you." Ever since Yao Shi returned to the manor, she had not come to pay respects to old Madame Gu. What happened today? Did the sun rise from the west? Old Madame Gu was not in a good mood. Firstly, Gu Qinglin was still locked up in the ancestral hall. Secondly, she had been frightened by a thief and had an accident in the greenhouse. Unfortunately, her grandson had not caught the thief yet. She had never been so unlucky in her life. Hiss. Her whole body hurt. Let her wait outside. Tell her that I have not woken up yet. Yao Shi was ignored for almost an hour, but she did not complain at all. Old Madame Gu laughed. "Oh, she's changed her personality? If this was 10 years ago, she would have left with a sullen face." In the end, old Madame Gu called her in. Not only did Yao Shi come, she also brought snacks that she had made herself. Old Madame Gu laughed coldly. "What? Are you trying to poison me?" "Daughter-in-law does not dare," Yao Shi said respectfully. Even the tone of his voice had changed, revealing a hint of flattery and fawning. Old Madame Gu could not help but look at Yao Shi again. In the past, Yao Shi was as cold as she could be. She had an appearance of having no desires. Even old Madame Gu found her to be an eyesore. Today, She had changed her clothes and put in her hair ornament. She finally had some self-awareness as a noble lady. As a woman, she had to dress herself up beautifully and be submissive in front of her mother-in-law. Old Madame Gu no longer felt like she had punched cotton. It was rare for her to find Yao Shi more pleasing to the eye. "Mother, please try it." Yao Shi presented the snacks with both hands. Her respectful appearance was full of praise. Old Madame Gu calmly picked it up and tasted it. Then, old Madame Gu was stunned. She could not tell that this poor daughter-in-law's cooking was so good. It was much better than the chef in the manor. Yao Shi said respectfully, "I also practiced for a long time before I dared to take it out to show filial piety to Mother. I hope Mother will not dislike it." Everyone in the room was so shocked that their jaws dropped. Did they hear wrongly? Did this really come out of the madam's mouth? Although Yao Shi did not come from a high family, she had a strong backbone. She was not willing to curry favor with old Madame Gu like concubine Ling. Old Madame Gu was very pleased with Yao Shi's attitude. In addition, she was injured and did not have a good appetite. Yao Shi's snacks were somewhat edible. Yao Shi said gently, "Mother, let me give you a massage. The bruises on your body will be better after I massage them. Yin often feels uncomfortable. I've massaged him before, and the imperial doctor praised me for doing a good job." Old Madame Gu's body was in great pain. Hearing her say this, she hesitated but still let her try. Yao Shi did not personally take care of Gu Yin all these years. She was indeed very good at massaging. She was much more professional than the young maidservants in the manor. The manor doctor could also massage, but after all, men and women should not touch each other. Old Madame Gu was very pleased. The places that Yao Shi massaged did not hurt as much. Of course, she felt comfortable. Yao Shi's appearance as a daughter-in-law finally gave her a sense of pride as a mother-in-law. "Mother, I've thought about Lin Er's matter." Hearing that Yao Shi still dared to mention Gu Qinglin, old Madame Gu's face darkened. Gu Qinglin was beaten to this state by her daughter, and because of the matter with Gu Yin, he was locked up in the ancestral hall by her eldest son. She still had the face to mention it? Yao Shi said, "When the heir returns to the manor tonight, I will go find him and ask him to release Lin Er. I will tell him that Yin is fine now." He was indeed alive and kicking. On the other hand, Gu Qinglin was beaten so badly by Gu Jiao that he could not get up even now. Old Madame Gu's expression softened. It was true that she hated Yao Shi's child, but the most important thing now was to release her precious grandson. Gu Chongqing might not listen to the words of others. Since the person involved did not pursue the matter, Gu Chongqing could not continue to hold on to Gu Qinglin and not let him go. Old Madame Gu said warily, "Why are you suddenly trying to curry favor with me?" Yao Shi lowered her eyes and sighed. This daughter-in-law has thought it through. All these years, this daughter-in-law has not fulfilled her duty as a daughter-in-law and has troubled Mother. In the future, when Yin and Jiao Jiao grow up, they will have to rely on your protection. Sorry, Jiao Jiao. Mother will use you to show off her pitifulness first. No matter how hard one tried, flattery would never work. Old Madame Gu retracted her doubtful expression. It's good that you know your place. On the other hand, concubine Ling came to greet old Madame Gu. As soon as she entered the room, she saw the strange scene of old Madame Gu and Yao Shi getting along harmoniously. Concubine Ling's expression froze. She could not believe her eyes. She was about to go forward and greet them when Yao Shi turned around and gestured for her to keep quiet. Yao Shi slowly stood up and pulled the blanket over old Madame Gu. Then, she gently lowered the curtain. Concubine Ling opened her mouth to speak, but stopped. Old Madame Gu was asleep. She could not wake her up. "I will come back later to serve Mother," Yao Shi said to the servants in the room and turned to leave. When she brushed past Concubine Ling, she said lightly, "Concubine Ling, why don't you leave too? Don't disturb Mother's rest." Since she had already said so, how could Concubine Ling not leave? Concubine Ling felt that it was very strange. Yao Shi today seemed to be different from before. What exactly had changed? It seemed to be her clothes, but it also seemed to be her aura. Concubine Ling followed behind Yao Shi and left Pine Crane Courtyard. Just as they left the courtyard, Yao Shi suddenly turned around and raised her hand to slap Concubine Ling. With a loud slap, Concubine Ling was stunned, that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.